Graphia stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, as she processed the events that had just unfolded. She had never expected the battle to take such a drastic turn. While she had known Sona to be formidable, Walburga possessed the Incinerate Anthem, an artifact of immense power. By all logic, Sona should have been at a disadvantage. At first, Graphia was puzzled. Sona's demonic power had nearly reached ultimate class levels, whereas Walburga was still within the high-class bracket. Despite the numerical difference, Sona's tactical genius had allowed her to even the odds. As Sona engaged Walburga, her peerage systematically eliminated their opposition, ensuring they would not be overwhelmed. However, the equilibrium shattered when Walburga, realizing the tides were turning against her, abandoned all restraint. Hysterical with rage, she fully unleashed the Incinerate Anthem's holy flames. Graphia tensed as she saw Sona's blazer catch fire, but she felt a swell of pride when Sona quickly discarded it. Even so, the mere touch of those flames should have inflicted unbearable agony. The Incinerate Anthem's holy fire was potent enough to kill even Satans. How was Sona still standing? Graphia knew Sona was enduring excruciating pain, yet she gave no indication of suffering. It was an incredible display of willpower, one that made Graphia wonder just what kind of training Sona had undergone. Her admiration quickly turned to exasperation as she glanced at Rias. The crimson-haired girl was reacting exactly as expected, recklessly and without strategy. It was as if she had learned nothing from her previous experiences. Graphia sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Perhaps all of Rias's intelligence had gone to her ample chest rather than her head. Unlike Rias, Graphia prided herself on possessing both intelligence and physical appeal. The thought of turning out like Rias made her shudder. The upcoming Rating Games tournament would be crucial for the future of young devils. Rias was already disadvantaged with a limited peerage, and two of her members, Asia and Gasper, were practically useless in battle. Alienating a capable member like Chiron would be disastrous, especially considering the consequences. Kuroka, Chiron's elder sister, was fiercely protective and wouldn't hesitate to annihilate Rias's entire peerage if she believed her sister was in danger. Even Surzex wouldn't be able to intervene. Kuroka was under the protection of the Destroyer, and by extension, Lady Hela. Then, Graphia's eyes widened once more as she witnessed something unexpected. Sona had begun using ice magic, much like her older sister, Seraphal. Though she was still a novice in comparison, the mere fact that she could wield it at all was a tremendous achievement. With time and practice, Sona could refine her abilities and become even more formidable. The battle reached its climax when Sona employed psychological warfare against Walburga, systematically breaking her opponent's mind before delivering the final blow. While Sona was nowhere near as cruel as Anohana-sama or Lady Hela, Graphia noticed traces of that same ruthlessness within her. It was subtle, but undeniable. However, none of this explained why Graphia was now staring in stunned silence. It was what happened after the battle that left her in shock. Something completely unprecedented had occurred. Something that, as far as Graphia knew, had never happened before. With Sona Citri, Walburga's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and Sona followed suit, dropping to her knees in sheer exhaustion. The battle had drained her completely. She had expended nearly all her strength to secure victory. Just as she attempted to catch her breath, a wisp of purple flame slithered from Walburga's corpse, lunging toward her. Sona saw it approaching but was too weak to evade. Her eyes widened in alarm as the flame made contact with her arm before vanishing into her body. A moment of eerie silence followed. Then, agony erupted within her. A searing pain radiated from her chest, as though her heart were about to burst from her ribcage. Every nerve in her body felt as if it were being stabbed by holy weapons. She tried to fight it, but the sheer intensity overwhelmed her, and she let out an involuntary scream of anguish. Her back arched violently, her eyes rolling back, her vision blurring. Her body was no longer her own, it was consumed by an unbearable force. She dimly heard her peerage calling out to her, their voices frantic, but she couldn't respond. Darkness swiftly enveloped her mind. Then, everything went black. Vatican City. The Pope was far from pleased. He had sensed it for some time. Something was terribly wrong. Members of the Church were gradually losing their ability to harness holy power, and those who could still wield it found its nature subtly altered. At first, these changes had been negligible, but they were becoming more apparent with each passing day. If they lost their holy power, who would defend humanity against the ever-looming threat of devils and fallen angels? For weeks, the Pope had tried to contact Archangel Michael, but his messages had gone unanswered. Desperate for answers, he sought an audience with the angels, but even the brave saints were unresponsive. Worse still, the Excalibur fragments were behaving erratically, unsettling the Church's warriors. His troubled thoughts were interrupted when a golden magic circle flared to life in the room. The Pope shot to his feet as Archangel Michael materialized before him in a burst of divine radiance. "Your Holiness," the Pope greeted, bowing deeply. Michael offered a weary smile. "Forgive my silence. I was occupied. Please be seated." The Pope gestured to a chair, his tone respectful yet urgent. Michael nodded and sat down, his expression grave. "I know you have many questions," Michael admitted. "Summon your best exorcists. I will answer everything at once." Without hesitation, the Pope sent for Vasco Strada, Tuji Shidu, Zenobia Quarta, and Irina Shidu. While Zenobia and Irina were less experienced than the others, their wielding of Excalibur fragments made their presence necessary. As they arrived, Michael shifted uncomfortably. He could sense their unspoken anxiety, their anticipation for what was to come. When Vasco Strada finally took his seat, silence fell upon the room. Michael exhaled deeply. There was no easy way to say it. "I'm afraid I bring terrible news," he announced grimly. Citri Mansion, Kuo Town. A sharp gasp tore from Sona's lips as consciousness returned to her. She felt utterly drained, her body aching in ways she had never experienced before. As she regained awareness, she realized she was lying in her own bed, alive and relatively unharmed. Lifting the sheets that covered her, she took note of her state, completely bare beneath the fabric. This, however, was not what startled her most. Her gaze locked onto her chest, where a burning emblem had taken shape. A tattoo-like mark, searing with purple flames, now rested between her breasts. Sona's mind raced. She vividly recalled how her body had absorbed the stray wisp of flames from Walburga. From her conversations with Yachiru, she was aware that Lady Hela had conquered heaven and possibly altered the sacred gear system. This could explain why she now possessed a Longinus-type sacred gear. Then, the memories struck her. Foreign, unfamiliar knowledge flooded her mind, details of the sacred gear now residing within her. And for the first time since the battle, true fear gripped her heart. Sona took a deep breath as she crawled out of bed. She was now the proud wielder of a Longinus-type sacred gear, one of the 3 holy relics, Incinerate Anthem. The irony wasn't lost on her, a full-fledged devil now possessed a holy artifact. Though she had yet to test it, Sona instinctively knew she could wield the sacred gear without any adverse effects. Whatever modifications Lady Hela had made to the system, they ensured she could harness its power seamlessly. Before experimenting with her newfound abilities, she decided to consult an expert. Graphia had been monitoring Heaven's system closely, making her the perfect person to contact. However, a loud grumble from Sona's stomach made it clear that the meeting would have to wait. Smirking to herself, she headed to the washroom. Though her body was clean, she longed for a hot bath to ease her soreness. As she prepared for her bath, she noticed a bandage wrapped around her left hand. Removing it, she was astonished to see her wound healing at a visible rate. Holy flame should take weeks to heal. Yet my injury is vanishing on its own, Sona mused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. There was only one logical explanation: her sacred gear was actively healing her. Asia Argento might have attempted to heal her, but Sona doubted Asia had the ability to do so from a distance. This was something else entirely. After an hour, Sona emerged from her room, fully dressed. Just as she was about to leave, a knock sounded at the door. "Enter," she called. The door clicked open, revealing Tsubaki Shinra, who entered with a soft smile. "How are you feeling, Sona?" Tsubaki asked, concern laced in her tone. "I'm sore," Sona admitted, before cracking a small smile. "But I'm getting better as we speak." "That's good to hear. What exactly happened after you defeated that woman? One moment you were exhausted but stable, then suddenly, you screamed and collapsed," Tsubaki said, her worry evident. Sona sighed. "Where are the others? I think I should tell everyone at once." Tsubaki frowned but nodded. "Most of your peerage is training. Ria-sama and her peerage are also occupied. Serafal-sama, however, is resting in the next room." Sona paled. "Oh. Graphia-sama instructed me to inform her when you woke up, but I wanted to make sure you were comfortable first," Tsubaki added. Sona exhaled slowly, counting to 10 in her head. "All right. How long was I out?" "Nearly a day." Sona choked on air. No wonder Serafal had stationed herself nearby. "Why wasn't I taken to our family hospital?" "The doctors said you were only suffering from magical exhaustion. Serafal-sama insisted on keeping you here so she could personally monitor you. I had to convince her to take a nap," Tsubaki said with a grin. Despite herself, Sona felt a flicker of warmth. She'd never admit it, but she appreciated how much her sister cared for her. A loud growl from her stomach interrupted the conversation. Sona flushed, but quickly composed herself. There's food in the fridge, or I can cook something, Tsubaki offered.
The fridge is fine.
While I eat, can you gather the others? Tsubaki nodded, and the two exited the room. As Tsubaki left to inform the others, Sona made her way to the kitchen, finding some beef ramen in the fridge. While heating it in the microwave, she was suddenly tackled by a pink blur. Sona nearly toppled over, but her assailant held on tightly. She didn't need to look to know who it was.
Sotan. You're awake. I was so worried.
Serafal wailed, twirling Sona around the kitchen while sobbing. Sona sighed, but hugged her sister back.
I'm fine, Wani-san.
I'm sorry for worrying you. Serafal sniffled and pulled away, cupping Sona's face. You've grown so much. I can barely recognize you. Sona opened her mouth to protest, but Serafal continued. I'm so proud of you. You're becoming your own person, and I couldn't be happier.
Tears pricked Sona's eyes.
She hugged her sister tightly.
Thank you, Wani-chan.
Serafal beamed, delighted at hearing Sona call her Wani-chan again. A ding from the microwave signaled the food was ready, just as the others arrived. Graphia stood at the back, her usual stoic expression in place. The room quickly filled with greetings before everyone took their seats at the dining table. Serafal wasted no time. So, what exactly happened after you defeated Walburga? Sona picked up her chopsticks. Everything was fine until a wisp of purple flames emerged from Walburga's body and entered mine before I could react. The room fell into stunned silence.
That's impossible. Aquino exclaimed.
Full-fledged devils can't possess sacred gears. Rias and several others nodded in agreement.
Serafal, however, remained calm.
There must be an explanation. Lady Hela has control over the sacred gear system.
Graphia?
All eyes turned to the silver-haired maid. Graphia took a deep breath before speaking. Yes, Lady Hela has made several modifications to the system. And Sona-sama is correct. After Walburga's death, her sacred gear transferred to Sona-sama.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
I am afraid that I am the bearer of bad news. Recently, heaven was conquered by Hela, Michael said in a grim tone, shocking everyone present inside the room. Everyone drastically paled after hearing Michael's words. How? The Pope blurted out weakly. She is overwhelmingly stronger than all of the angels combined. She simply showed up in heaven and told us to either surrender or die. I decided to surrender, Michael said while looking down at his hands. Zenovia and Irina wanted to scream in protest, but a glare from Vasco and Toji shut them up. Vasco cleared his throat to get attention. Why? Vasco asked. There was no other way. She is insanely strong and completely cold and ruthless. She would have killed all of us just to make a point. Michael said in a defeated tone, but he wasn't done. I did what I had to do for our continued survival, Michael added, his voice filled with guilt. What about humans? What is going to happen to us? Toji questioned in a calm tone, but it was pretty clear that he was barely holding himself back. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The angels had decided to surrender due to their selfish reasons. I don't know. Hela doesn't seem to have any plans for you. Even if she does have a plan, she didn't tell me, Michael said while shaking his head. But the angels should have started to fall or stop existing altogether. After all, they only exist due to our faith. The Pope asked in an incredulous tone. Hela made some changes. We can exist on our own. We no longer need the faith of humans to keep existing, Michael answered, and everyone inside the room stared at him with some loathing in their eyes. Michael expected a reaction like this, but they deserved some answers. That is the only reason he decided to come here. So, how can we keep protecting humans? Now that the angels have fallen, we are on our own, but unlike you. Toji spat and pointed towards Michael in disdain. We won't back out from our duties, Toji declared heatedly. Toji, you are going too far. I also don't like the choice he made, but what would you have done in his position? His options were pretty limited, surrender or die. Vasco tried to placate his apoplectic friend. I would have decided to fight. They were supposed to protect us? I wonder how God reacted after hearing his decision. He must be too ashamed to show his face, Toji spat out in anger. I wouldn't know. After all, he had been missing since the end of the Great War, Michael revealed with a blank look on his face. All the humans inside the room froze in shock and their eyes grew wide like saucers. What do you mean by God has been missing? Irina stuttered out in a disbelieving tone. Just what I said. God has been gone since the end of the Great War. We don't even know if he is alive or dead, but we have assumed that he is dead, Michael answered, looking somewhat lost. No. Zenovia and Irina gasped. Then where is the love we receive coming from? Zenovia questioned frantically. Yes, where are our blessings coming from? Vasco asked, followed by Zenovia. It was due to the heavens system. The system is responsible for almost everything. Your holy powers came from the system, even the Excalibur's function due to the existence of the system. It was barely functioning after God's disappearance and the system was barely functioning even under my management, Michael explained. For a few minutes, nobody said anything. Irina and Zenobia looked completely devastated. It was like someone had killed their families after killing their puppies. Vasco Strata, Toji Shido, and the Pope were handling it much better, but they were also devastated. Why weren't we told about this? The Pope asked. He was barely holding his temper back. What do you suppose would have happened if it was an open secret? Michael snapped back and the Pope didn't want to back down, but when Vasco placed a hand over his shoulder, the man finally released a sigh and sagged in his chair. Now, Hela is in control of the system and she has corrupted the system with her own type of holy power which is very different from ours. Yes, Hela possesses holy power. Unlike me, she has total control over the system and she has already made some drastic changes, Michael explained. That is why you are losing the power to harness the holy power and even the Excaliburs are acting funny. I wouldn't be surprised if the Excalibur fragments start to mutate due to the corrupted holy power. Michael continued his rant. For a few minutes, everyone kept pondering Michael's words. So, what is going to happen to us and the church? Toji asked in a defeated tone. Like I said before, I don't know. Hela hasn't told us anything. I don't think she has any plans for the church, but it is hard to tell. You should contact Seraphal Leviathan, Graphia Lucifuge, or Azazel. They might know something. Right now, Graphia Lucifuge is the one who is watching over the system. Michael sighed and shook his head in defeat. You are saying that a devil can freely walk through heaven? The Pope asked heatedly and Michael didn't bother to humor him with a reply, so he simply shrugged. Michael finally stood up. If Hela decides to pay a visit then please don't try to offend her, obviously, for your own good, Michael said and spread out his golden wings and disappeared from the room with a golden flash, leaving behind a few apoplectic exorcists and a pope. Satrai Mansion, Kuok Town. Yes, Lady Hela has made several changes in the sacred gear system and I can confirm what Sana-sama said is true. After Walburga's death, her sacred gear was transferred to Sana-sama, Graphia said, and everyone looked at her like she had grown a second head. How? That is not how the sacred gears are supposed to work, right? Uedo Kiba asked with a confused look on his face. No, that isn't how they are supposed to work, but as I mentioned, Lady Hela has made some changes in the sacred gear system. Normally, full-fledged devils couldn't own a sacred gear, but now even full-fledged angels and fallen angels could wield a sacred gear. Lady Hela has made another change. Normally, the Incinerate Anthem isn't like other sacred gears. It could be passed down from wielder to wielder. It also had its own will, so it could choose its own wielder after the death of one wielder, Graphia explained, and looks of realization dawned on several faces. She is wielding one of the 13 Longinus type sacred gears. Rias questioned in a bewildered tone. Sana and Seraphal looked at each other and they nodded at each other. Yes, I am the current wielder of Incinerate Anthem, Sana admitted honestly. There was no reason to hide the truth as it would come out sometime in the future and it was better if she did it on her own terms. So, the will of the Incinerate Anthem chose Sana after Walburga's death. Sabeki asked curiously and Graphia shook her head in denial. That is not what happened. Incinerate Anthem would have never chosen a devil. Sana was selected as the next wielder because of the second change. Right now, if a wielder of a sacred gear is killed then the sacred gear will be transferred to the killer. No exceptions, Graphia answered with a straight face and everyone inside the room beside her turned completely white. So, you are saying that if I am killed right now, then my sacred gear will be transferred to my killer? Genshiro Saji gasped in surprise. Yes, that is what I am saying, Graphia deadpanned. Why would Lady Hela do something like that? Tsubasa Yura questioned with an incredulous look on her face. It is obvious. Lady Hela is the goddess of war and death. She must have done it to promote conflicts, Sana said, looking like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Graphia, how many people know about this change? Seraphal asked with a serious look on her face. All of them are present inside this room, Graphia answered with a straight look on her face. Then we are going to keep it that way. If any of you reveal anything which was discussed in this room to anyone, then I will come after you and I can assure you that you won't like it, Seraphal warned everyone as she glared around the room. She was extremely protective of her sister, so she would go to any lengths to protect her sister. Everyone besides Sana gulped loudly, but they nodded their heads in agreement. Sana gave Seraphal a grateful look and then she turned towards Graphia. Graphia, I have heard that Azazel is an expert in sacred gears, can you ask him to help me? Sana asked and Seraphal immediately slammed her palm on the table. No, I won't allow that sick pervert to be anywhere around my cute little sister. Seraphal protested and Sana started to blush in embarrassment. Oni-san, I need to train and he is the most knowledgeable when sacred gears are involved, Sana explained her reason and Seraphal reluctantly backed down. Okay. I will contact him right now, but you shouldn't tell him about the second change Lady Hela had made, Graphia said with a small nod. Sana, would you mind if I ask Azazel to help my peerage members too? Rias asked in an almost pleading tone. I don't mind, but you have to ask him on your own, Sana said, and a bright smile appeared on Rias's face. She gratefully nodded her head after hearing Sana's answer. According to the girls and everyone's parents, they are going to need at least a month to finish all the preparations for the wedding ceremony. I don't have any idea why they would need so much time, but I am not going to complain. It must be a girl thing or something, I suppose. So, I decided to invite some of my friends, and from friends I mean Eric, and some of his close associates from Marvel World and my old crowd. To be honest, I don't want to invite most of them, but they would never let me live it down if I don't invite them. How have you been, Flavia? I asked casually, and the said woman shrieked in surprise. Flavia finally turned around and started to glare at me. She was still sporting her bald look. I am not gonna lie, after so many years, it kind of suits her. That wasn't nice, Rio. Flavia deadpanned and continued to glare at me. I simply chuckled and her glare intensified. After a few seconds of silence, she huffed in irritation. I have been good, thank you for asking, Flavia said in a clipped tone. So, how is the training going on? I asked softly, and Flavia's features finally softened. Why don't you take a seat? It has been some time since we have talked, Flavia suggested politely. I returned her smile and sat down at her tea table. Flavia followed my example, and then she used magic to bring a teapot and 2 teacups. She used magic to bring out 2 chips packets. She is offering me her potato chips packet? That's something new. This is the first time she has done something like that. Don't stare at me like that. I had too many, so I decided to offer you one, Flavia said and gave me an annoyed look. I grinned after hearing her words. So, you have learned to read minds too? I questioned as I tore open the packet. Her eyes trailed towards the packet, but she returned her gaze towards my eyes. No, I haven't. Even if I had, I couldn't have read yours. I simply knew what you were thinking. It was so obvious. Flavia rolled her eyes, but a small smile graced her face. She slowly poured me some tea and then she extended the cup towards me. Thanks, I said and accepted the glass. After blowing the tea a few times, I took the first sip. The tea is delicious. As always, I released a content sigh. Thank you. And as for my training, it has been making steady progress. There is a lot to learn and know before I can start learning from teacher. Flavia released a sigh. She said I am making a lot of progress, but I am not satisfied with it, Flavia added. If Hydriana said that you are making a lot of progress, then you are. You shouldn't doubt yourself. It will create some problems in the long run. You should never doubt yourself. Confidence is a necessity for higher level spells, I explained, and Flavia seemed to ponder my words for a whole minute. Then she gave me a grateful nod. Enough about me. What have you been up to? Flavia asked and I shrugged. You know, the usual shit. Going around creating chaos and havoc and killing some more to create even more chaos. I am expecting to create more chaos after returning. Maybe. I won't do it with my own hands, but at the end of the day, I will be the one responsible, I answered with a smile. You must have been having the time of your life, Flavia commented dryly, and I gave her a smug grin. Flavia couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes. So, tell me something nefarious you have done in this new world. Flavia asked, looking interested. Oh, nothing much. I have simply allowed Hela to take over a few races, I said in an offhanded manner. Flavia looked at me like I had grown a second head. Oh, those poor souls. I don't think anyone should be ruled by Hela, Flavia commented in a sympathetic tone, and she silently prayed for the well-being of these said races. Regardless of what you think, she has been doing a good job. Well, she did have to kill quite a few to make her point, but meh. I shrugged and Flavia gave me a blank look. And what about that Anohina woman? Did you finally score with her or not? Flavia asked, and I think I should defend myself from an accusation like that. I would like to remind you that I don't go after every woman, I protested, and Flavia gave me a dismissive look. Aha, Flavia muttered and started to munch her potato chips. I gave her a dirty look and started to eat chips from my own packet. Yes, I am romantically involved with Yachiro, I grumbled in a defeated tone. Flavia gave me a smug grin. That is why I decided to visit. You see, I finally proposed to all of them and all of them agreed, and we are getting married next month. I want you to be there, I said, and Flavia beamed at me after hearing my words. It has been some time since I have eaten at a wedding. Don't worry, I will be there, but the time zones are different in this world and your world, wherever that is, Flavia said, looking really excited. I simply rolled my eyes after hearing her words at the beginning. You don't have to worry about that. I will inform you 2 days ago. It will get enough time to get ready, I said, and Flavia gave me a blank look. I don't need that much time, Rio. Unlike other women, I don't have hair. I can get prepared in a very short time. It is one of the perks of being bald, Flavia pointed out, and I have to agree with her. I have seen my girls taking hours to get their hair done, but Flavia doesn't need to do that. Okay, I agreed with a nod of my head. By the way, I am free for the rest of the day. Let me show you some tricks that would help you to learn stuff more quickly, I offered, and Flavia couldn't stop herself from smiling widely. Great. Flavia cheered excitedly, and I started to chuckle. She is 6 centuries old, but she still acts like a child when it comes to magic. 7th heaven. It has been nearly 3 weeks since Lady Hela had been gone. Grafia Lucifuge had been somewhat worried. Nothing much had happened in the last couple of weeks, but she could see the signs. Some who had been displeased with the new management have started to come out of the woodwork, and they have started to make some vocal demands, and they are also getting support. In the beginning, it wasn't so bad as nobody had the guts to make their opinions known. Grafia was sure that the Bale clan and Great King faction was involved, with protests rising in the underworld. The same thing was happening with the fallen angels and the angels. Nobody was yet to attack her directly, but Grafia had been very careful with her movements. Asgard is also trying to get involved with the fallen angels, but Grafia hasn't done anything to stop anyone. She might have been the strongest queen in the underworld, but she wasn't the strongest woman in the underworld. That title belonged to Seraphal Leviathan, and there was a very genuine reason for it. Grafia might be strong, but she couldn't fight against opponents like Azazel, Michael, or even Xerxes for that matter, and she didn't even consider fighting against Odin or Thor from the Norse faction. There was also something going on in between the Hindu faction and the Shinto faction. A lot of things were going on and the supernatural world was a complete mess right now. Grafia wished that Lady Hela, Ano Hinasama, or the Destroyer were here. Grafia released a defeated sigh. Fortunately, Azazel hasn't tried anything with Sana's peerage or Rias's peerage. Azazel might be one of Lady Hela's subordinates, but she would never trust that perverted crow for the sake of her life. He was a fallen angel for a reason. Some factions have started to notice something going on with the sacred gears. The fallen angels through Azazel already know that now anyone can possess a sacred gear, and thankfully, the second change was still a secret. Some sacred gear users were always kept on the payroll of a faction, so Grafia expected the second change would also come to the light in the future. Someone is bound to join the dots. Heaven's surrender has also become a piece of common knowledge. The church revealed the truth to their believers to gain some support, and they have started to receive a lot of support from cultists and some minor factions. For now, aside from Asgard, none of the major factions has made any type of move. The preparations for the raiding games were going smoothly. Nobody had caused any sort of problems for either Sirafal Leviathan or Diehauser Belial, but Grafia was sure that the Baal clan and the Great King faction was planning something. All of a sudden Grafia froze when she felt two hands grab her shoulders from behind. My, a lot has happened since I have left. I didn't know that there were still so many brave fools running around the world. Grafia shivered in fear when she heard Lady Hela's unmistakable voice whispering into her ear. So, what do you think I should do with all of them? Hela whispered the question into Grafia's ear and once again shivered in fright. She wasn't afraid of Lady Hela, but she was afraid of what she was going to do to all of them. Grafia had lived through one war, so she had seen pretty gruesome, stomach-churning scenes, but even all of that could have never prepared for what Lady Hela did to her enemies. The woman behind her would rip apart someone with her bare hands while cackling in glee. I don't know, my lady. I would have suggested sparing them, but they would simply cause problems on a later date. Grafia answered in a monotone after a few seconds of complete silence. Maybe make an example out of them, Grafia added after contemplating for a few more seconds. That is what I am planning to do, but before that, I need to do something else. Hela replied in a thoughtful tone. Tell me, Grafia, have you ever wondered about my origin? Hela asked in an amused tone. I honestly never wondered about your origin. I only knew that you arrived in this world after Ryo-sama's arrival, Grafia answered, and Hela started to chuckle softly. That is true, but I wasn't a part of his group from the beginning, Hela answered softly. Grafia didn't have any idea where Lady Hela was going with this conversation, but she wouldn't dare interrupt Lady Hela. As you already know, I wasn't born with a title of goddess, I gained them through my own actions. Tell me, Grafia, have you ever heard about Asgardians? Hela asked with a mysterious tone, and she finally lifted her hands from Grafia's shoulder, and Grafia immediately shot up on her feet with a bewildered look on her face. Yo, you are an Asgardian? Grafia asked in a shocked and shaky tone, and Hela simply grinned. Yes, but I am not an Asgardian belonging to this world. I am from Asgard of a completely different multiverse, Hela said, and plopped down in the seat which was being warmed by Grafia until now. It took Grafia a few seconds to digest all the information. Then all of a sudden, Grafia paled drastically. So, you have a counterpart in this world too? Grafia asked in a fearful tone. One Hela was scary enough, two Helas would be something out of grotesque nightmares. I might have a counterpart, but I can't say. My father had sealed me away inside a separate dimension for thousands of years. I would have eventually freed myself. After all, I am immortal, but one day Rio appeared inside my prison and beat the shit out of me. Then I fell in love with him. Hela babbled her story like it was the most normal thing in the world. Grafia gave Hela an incredulous look. Hela's story was wrong on so many levels. Hela's own father had imprisoned her in a prison. Grafia didn't even want to know why a father would lock away his own daughter in such a manner, but considering Hela, it wasn't a surprise. Then according to Lady Hela's story, one day Rio appeared inside her prison and beat the shit out of her, and she fell in love with him. Once again, the statement was completely wrong on so many levels. Grafia had no idea that Lady Hela was a masochist too, but she wasn't going to judge when the idea was so appealing. Grafia blushed brightly and she shook her head to clear the inappropriate images from her mind. Hela grinned like a Cheshire cat when she noticed Grafia's expressions. Hela immediately knew that Grafia was thinking something very inappropriate involving herself and Rio. Grafia fake coughed to gather some of her dignity. She knew that Lady Hela was extremely good at reading people. She was like an open book in front of Lady Hela, so she wouldn't be surprised if Lady Hela knew why she was blushing a few moments ago. I see, so, your counterpart could be imprisoned here too? Grafia asked curiously, and Hela dismissively hummed. To be honest, I think I don't even exist in this world, Hela said, and opened a file on the heavens system. It was a file of a beautiful woman with a tall woman. The woman was quite tall, but not anywhere tall like Hela. The woman had long hair with mixed colors of red and blue. The woman was dressed in white and black colored robes. This is Hel, goddess of Hell. I know it is a very unimaginative name, but you can't expect anything more from Loki. Hela shrugged dismissively. The dimension where I was locked away by my father was also known as Hell. I am still the ruler of that dimension, but unlike this woman I don't call myself goddess of Hell. That is completely underwhelming, Hela said in a disappointed voice. At first, Graphia didn't understand why Lady Hela was showing her a picture of a minor goddess, but she finally understood what Lady Hela was trying to convey. Yes, if she was Lady Hela's shoes then she would have been disappointed too. Compared to Lady Hela's titles, Goddess of Hell seems to be kind of underwhelming. You think that this woman is your counterpart? Graphia asked in an indifferent tone, but internally her mind was reeling at the incredulity of the whole situation. This Goddess Hell was even weaker than herself. How can this woman be compared with Lady Hela? This was blasphemy? I think so. I have searched through the system, but I haven't found anyone who matches my description beside her, Hela said, pointing towards the screen. So, you are Loki's daughter? Graphia questioned curiously. She was making fun of Hela, but she was simply curious. Hela burst out laughing like a madwoman. Graphia decided to remain silent. No, he is weakling in both of our worlds. In my world, I was the firstborn of Odin. My full name is Hela Odinsdottir, but I don't like using my last name. It reminds me of that weakling, Hela said while breathing heavily. She just finished laughing and she was trying to catch her breath. That makes sense, Graphia mused internally. So, what are you going to do with them, now that they are actively trying to involve themselves with the rest of the world? Graphia asked in a blank look on her face. I suppose I must visit them. Even though they aren't my family, but I think I should at least meet my weakling father's counterpart, Hela said in a neutral tone, but her eyes were glowing maliciously. Graphia gave them a silent prayer. She knew that Odin was a pervert, so there was a chance that Lady Hela might send him to his next great adventure. So, did anything else happen while I was gone? Hela questioned, changing the topic. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, you might want to watch this, Graphia answered and pulled up the video of Sana's fight with the click of a few buttons. Hela immediately turned towards the screen, her eyes shining in interest and excitement. Hela watched the whole fight with a gleeful look on her face. Sana wasn't super strong and lacked experience, but she wasn't shy about displaying her cruel side. That was a plus point. The way Sana broke the will of that dumb human was simply marvelous. Hela was ecstatic to see that her investment in Sana wasn't a loss. Hela cackled in mad glee when she saw how Sana absorbed the Longinus type sacred gear, Incinerate Anthem after the death of Walburga. Hela wanted to give an edge to Sana in the upcoming raiding game tournament. That was the primary reason why she had made the second change. Hela expected Walburga to attack when they were gone. That is the typical reaction of any common bad guy. Yachiro also agreed with Hela's theory. Hela believed that Sana could kill Walburga and gain the ownership of Incinerate Anthem, and if Sana failed then clearly Sana wasn't worth her time. By the way, why is that stupid bitch in the human world? Hela asked in an annoyed tone pointing towards the Rias Grammary. Graphia internally sighed. Sertsk Sama asked Serafil Sama and Serafil Sama couldn't say no, Graphia answered in an indifferent tone. Hela groaned in frustration. So, I expect that she also knows about the second change. Hela questioned and Graphia nodded her head with a wary glint in her eyes. Hela quickly pulled up Rias's file on the system and then she released a dismissive sigh. I expected her to take advantage of the situation and get herself a sacred gear by this time, but it seems that her head is completely empty, Hela muttered with a disappointed look on her face. Graphia pursed her lips. She tried to protest, but she ended up vehemently agreeing with Lady Hela. The people of the church seem to be rather displeased with the recent developments. I think I am going to pay them a visit after I visit my counterpart family, Hela mused in amusement, and Graphia decided to dutifully follow Lady Hela like a diligent maid, and Graphia prided herself to be the best maid. While I was kind of training Flavia, Hydriana decided to make her appearance. She didn't say anything. She simply continued to watch the two of us from the sidelines. So, after nearly 2 hours, I didn't have anything else to show to Flavia. I am not gonna lie, the tricks you showed are definitely going to help me a lot in the future, Flavia said with a grateful look on her face. Thank you for the help, Flavia added gratefully, and I simply waved her off. You are my friend, so it is obvious that I am going to help you, I said with an obvious look on my face. Even I can't argue with that, Rio, Hydriana said with a grin as she slowly approached us. Well, I would have ignored your arguments, so it is okay I suppose, I said in a neutral tone, but my eyes were shining with amusement. Hydriana glared at me for a moment and then she huffed. You wouldn't have dared, Hydriana said as she narrowed her eyes, and I simply grinned. So, you just decided to visit so that you could help your friend? I am hurt, Hydriana said in a mock-hurt tone, and I practically rolled my eyes. Sometimes, Hydriana and Ardat can be very dramatic. No, that wasn't the only reason why I decided to pay you a visit, I admitted, and Hydriana gave me a smug grin. I am getting married next month, so I wanted to invite you, I added, and Hydriana squealed like a child and jumped into my arms. I wrapped my arms around her waist so that the two of us didn't end up on the ground. That's great, Hydriana exclaimed, and she finally left my arms after a few moments. She seemed to be genuinely happy about the news. So, you are going to marry them in the mortal world, right? Hydriana asked, and I nodded my head. Good. I will be there, but when are you getting married? Hydriana asked curiously. Don't worry, I will inform you 2 days before the exact date. We have decided on a date, but due to the timeline difference in between our worlds it would be hard for you to follow the date, I explained, and Hydriana gave me an understanding nod. I suppose, that's fine. By the way, can you take me to meet Trihexa? It has been some time since I have met her, Hydriana requested in a hopeful tone. I was already planning to visit her, but now, I simply need to visit her before anyone else. Sure. I was already planning to visit her, I said, and then I turned towards Flavia. Take care, Flavia, and don't push yourself, I said softly and pulled her into a hug. She hugged me back with a smile on her face. The two of us finally separated after a few seconds, then I turned back to Hydriana. Let's go, I said, and both Hydriana and I found ourselves standing inside the seal of Trihexa. Trihexa squealed in joy as soon as she noticed our arrival. Mom, Rio, the two of you finally decided to visit? I thought the two of you forgot about me. Trihexa grumbled and looked away while she crossed her arms over her chest. She would have looked cute with all the puffing and pouting if she wasn't something out of normal humans' nightmares. Well, I do find her cute, there must be something wrong with me. Well, anyway, I decided to let Hydriana deal with her adoptive daughter's tantrums. Hydriana cooed and immediately flew towards Trihexa. After a few minutes of chatting with Hydriana, Trihexa finally stopped pouting. Fine, I forgive the two of you, but I want some ice cream. Trihexa demanded cutely, and I knew that she wouldn't be satisfied with anything less than a ton of ice cream. So, I used my space powers to get her a small bucket of ice cream, and then I used my reality powers to increase the size of the bucket. Here you go. Have fun, I said with a grin as I levitated the ice bucket into Trihexa's hands. Sorry, I wasn't able to visit you recently, I have been very busy, I apologized. Even with the TV in here, it can get really boring for her being trapped in here. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't arranged the TV for her. I suppose I can forgive you, Trihexa said haughtily and sniffed loudly. I started to chuckle after I saw her reaction. She is acting like a princess. Well, she isn't less than a princess. Well, I do have something nice to inform you about, I said with a grin, and Trihexa seemed to perk up after hearing my words. I am getting married next month, I revealed, and Trihexa cheered loudly after hearing the announcement, but only after a few moments, she started to sulk. I am really happy for you, but I can't attend your marriage ceremony, Trihexa declared in disappointment while lowering her head. I haven't even met your lovers except for Auntie Luna, Trihexa added, looking really sad and disappointed. I wonder when Luna visited Trihexa. I am omnipresent, I should have noticed it. I might have been taking a nap or something like that. Now, I also feel bad about her, but I do have a solution for her situation. Well, I do have a solution. The whole ceremony can be streamed on your TV. That is the best I can do, and I will bring my lovers to visit you tomorrow, I suggested, and Trihexa seemed to think for a few moments. Then she decided to nod her head with some reluctance. I know she wouldn't be there physically, but there isn't anything more I can offer. I can always take her outside the seal with my space powers. It would be easy as fuck, but the seal is going to crumble. So, the beings waiting outside the rupture would be free to invade. After spending another hour inside the seal, I decided to leave as I needed to visit my remaining friends too. I still needed to visit Eric, Ardat, Gotzone, and Lars. At least, Gotzone and Lars are still at the same place. I wonder if I should get some more gods from the Dark faction. Guys, I gotta go. Hydriana, just call out my name when you are ready to leave and take care. Trihexa, I will be back tomorrow with my lovers, I called out loudly, and both Hydriana and Trihexa smiled brightly. Well, Trihexa's smile was anything but bright, but you must know how to appreciate beauty. Only then, you would be able to unravel the mysteries of this omniverse. With that thought, I disappeared from inside the seal. Satri Mansion, Kuoth Town. It has been 2 weeks since Sana and her peerage were being trained by Azazel. Rias and her peerage were also getting trained by the perverted crow. It has been nearly 3 weeks since Yachiru Anohina left. A cloud of red mist appeared outside the Satri Mansion, and slowly Yachiru Anohina walked out of the mist. She extended her hand towards the door handle, but she froze. She tilted her head in confusion, and moments later, she started to frown. She had no idea why there were so many devils and a strong fallen angel inside the house. So, she finally unlocked the door and entered the house. She could have teleported inside the house, but that would have been very rude. Yachiru made her way towards the underground training area with her usual gentle and polite smile on her face. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. She entered the training area and she found that Sana and her peerage along with Rias Gremory's peerage were being trained by Azazel, the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Yachiru didn't know if he still held the title or not, so she simply decided to refer to him as Azazel. Since Yachiru wasn't trying to hide her presence, Azazel easily noticed her arrival. Through his extension, the devils also noticed Yachiru's arrival. For whatever reason, Rias Gremory along with some of her peerage members paled at the sight of Yachiru. Yachiru didn't say anything and she quickly scanned Sana and her peerage. There was a new member in Sana's peerage. It was a brown-haired girl. From the girl's body structure and stance, Yachiru easily deduced that the girl was Sana's new knight. There was something different with Sana too. Her aura has slightly changed and her aura seemed to be somewhat similar to Hela's holy aura. Sana was a devil. There was no way that Sana could possess holy power, but Yachiru knew Hela's plan. So, she defeated that woman and now her sacred gear is wielded by Sana. Yachiru mused inside her mind, and then her gaze flickered towards Azazel. Now, Sana possessed one of the 13 Longinus type sacred gears, Incinerate Anthem, and that must be why the whole group was being trained by Azazel. She wasn't angry that the group decided to get trained by Azazel in her Azazel. In fact, she was pretty happy. Yachiru didn't have any idea how to train someone's sacred gear, and she would have asked Hela to send Azazel even if she was present here. Then her gaze flickered towards the other group of devils and she was disappointed. Sana, it seems that you have grown a lot stronger while I was gone. Now, I want to know how much you have improved. Attack me and don't hold back anything or I would be disappointed, Yachiro declared politely, shocking everyone except Sana and her peerage. It didn't take much time for me to invite Eric and his close associates. It has been some time since he has retired from his position. Both Emma and Raven have followed his example and retired from the position of his advisors. Eric's kids, Wanda and Pietro, have grown up quite nicely, but neither of them were interested in leading Vesta. Wanda has decided to work in the space exploration team while Pietro has decided to work in the military. Eric has been living along with Emma and Raven, but their relationship has been somewhat complicated, but the three of them were completely fine with it. I invited Eric's whole family. Eric, Emma, and Raven happily accepted the invitation. Since Wanda and Pietro weren't home, Eric accepted the invitation for them. Then I went to meet Logan. After I killed Romulus, his life has improved for the better. He had been living in a remote location with his lover. Both of them were kind of liners, so they were completely fine living away from society. Even though we weren't that close, I still ended up inviting him and his lover. Now, I was heading to meet Ardat. Thankfully she was lazing around on her meteorite. I appeared on her meteorite and moments later, Ardat appeared from a cloud of red mist. Well, this is a surprise. Ardat muttered with a blank look on her face. I grinned and pulled her into my arms. She giggled and hugged me back. So, how have you been, Ardat? I asked and she simply snorted. You are acting like you don't know. You are omnipresent, Ardat scoffed, and I simply cocked my head sideways in amusement. I do know how you have been, but I still asked you. It is rude not to ask something like that, I said with a grin, and Ardat started to chuckle. Well, you know, everything has been pretty normal for me, Ardat said with a shrug. Let's go inside and have a drink, Ardat offered and extended her arm towards me. I accepted the offered limb and both of us disappeared in a red mist. The two of us appeared inside Ardat's house, which was carved inside the meteorite. Ardat had a private bar inside her house. She quickly grabbed 2 glasses and poured 2 drinks. She slowly extended 1 glass towards me with a grin on her face. Try this, you will forget about that lake water you served me in your house, Ardat boasted. I intently stared at the glass for a moment before I picked it up. I sniffed the drink. I think I know this drink, and where this drink originated from, but I can't remember if I have tried this drink before or not. I took a small sip and fuck. This drink is good. You got this from that black planet, right? I asked as I took another big sip from my glass. Ardat grinned and tipped the whole drink inside her mouth. Yes. I thought you didn't know about that place. At least, I don't think you drank this until now, Ardat said and poured herself another drink. I followed her example and chugged down the whole glass. She grinned and poured me another drink. Well, my dear, there isn't any place that I don't know of, but I can't remember if I have tried it before or not. Now that I think of it, I might have tasted something similar, I said with a thoughtful look on my face. That's possible. There are a few different methods of fermenting drinks, Ardat added with a thoughtful look on her face, and after a few moments, she shrugged dismissively. I see. Well, I came here to inform you about something, I said, and Ardat immediately perked up after hearing my words. You see, I am getting married next month. I would be really glad if you are there, I said softly, and unlike other women, Ardat didn't sequel enjoy. It's about damn time, Ardat exclaimed and slammed her glass on the table. Now, I can finally get married to my Hydriana, Ardat exclaimed loudly and started to cheer. I simply gave her a blank look after I saw her reaction. After a whole minute, Ardat finally remembered that I was still inside the room. Ardat slowly turned towards me and started to chuckle sheepishly. She slowly walked up to me and pulled me into a tight sisterly hug and started to laugh nervously. Don't get me wrong, I am really glad for you, but for a moment, my selfish nature took over me, Ardat said meekly in a sheepish tone. I understand, I said with a smile and hugged her back. So, what's this about you marrying Hydriana? I questioned curiously, and Ardat cleared her throat after separating from me. Nov, L, B / JNN. Well, since you are our big brother, both of us had decided to get married only after you get married, Ardat revealed with a bright smile on her face and gave me a praise me look. I have no idea why they decided to make a decision like this, but I simply can't scold them for something like this. So, I simply placed my hand over her head and started to pat her head. Ardat seemed to be extremely pleased and beamed at me. You didn't need to decide something like that, but I suppose it is fine. The two of you can arrange a ceremony followed by mine, I said, and Ardat eagerly nodded her head. Yes? That's a brilliant idea. I will bring up the topic when I Hydriana the next time, Ardat gushed out excitedly. I finally stopped patting her head and she started to pout. I spent the next couple of hours drinking with her, so I decided to bunk on Ardat's meteorite for the night. After waking up, I decided to visit Gotzone and Lars. After that, I can visit a few friends from the Dark faction. I think I shouldn't discriminate. I should invite a few from the Light faction too, or Ikajan might start bitching and whining when I meet him the next time. I hope that I am not interrupting the two of you, I said in an amused tone as I sat down at the table uninvited. The couple sitting at the table gave me incredulous and offended looks for a moment until realization finally dawned on their faces. The auburn-haired woman squealed in joy and jumped into my arms. She would have knocked me off if I was a normal human. Right now, her powers were sealed, so catching her was pretty easy. I hugged the woman with a smile on my face. Then I looked towards the blonde-haired man sitting at the table. The man was looking at me with an amused look on his face. Sorry. I have been so busy that I didn't get the time to visit you. I did get to meet 2 of your lovers though, the woman said in an apologetic tone when she finally separated herself from my body. Even the man gave me an apologetic look and he was about to apologize too, but I cut him off. I know and I don't blame you. I am omnipresent if you remember. So, I have been keeping an eye on both of you and I know that the 2 of you have been very busy. I tried to placate the 2 of them. Fuck. I would have visited the 2 of you myself if the 2 of you weren't that busy, I added with a grin on my face. The couple released a relieved sigh after hearing my words. By the way, why don't you start dating each other? The 2 of you would make a pretty good couple, I continued, and after hearing my words, the woman blushed and the man started to sputter. We have thought about it, but we have decided not to make a commitment. We think we are good with what we have right now. Neither of us wants to rush into anything and Gotzone agrees with me, the man said while giving a sidelong glance towards the woman now known as Gotzone. Yep. I agree with Lars. You might think that we are being stupid and insecure, but neither of us are ready for a relationship. We are content with going on dates like friends and you also know the rest, Gotzone explained, making several hand gestures as she spoke. In the end, she blushed brightly. Well, she is still the same Gotzone I knew. I see. As long as the 2 of you are happy with it and it is not my place to complain, I smiled softly as I spoke. Yes, we are very happy with what we have. So, what have you been up to? The man now recognized as Lars asked curiously. Before I could answer his question, Gotzone raised her hand and interrupted the conversation. Wait. It is completely unfair that you don't have anything in front of you, Gotzone said with a meaningful look on her face as she glanced towards their food and drinks. And I don't know about Lars, but I am really hungry. So, I won't be sharing my food, Gotzone added in mock haughtiness. I gave a questioning look towards Lars and he also shook his head. Gotzone burst out laughing and called a waiter. I decided to order some fried chicken along with a glass of Coke. The waiter left after taking the order. Well, you know how I am, but I have changed a lot after being reincarnated. I have been creating some chaos and discord here and there. It is pretty amusing, I smirked and Gotzone gave me an annoyed look. Why can't you guys leave alone the innocents? Gotzone questioned me in an irritated tone. Don't mind her. You know how she gets whenever innocents are involved, Lars added, and Gotzone gave him a dirty look. I started to chuckle after watching their interaction. I do know how she gets whenever innocents are involved. It is nothing new. Well, most of the affected by the chaos I caused aren't innocents. At least I don't think so, I said with a thoughtful look on my face. Technically, I wasn't lying, so it was all right. How about we avoid this topic? Gotzone suggested, and both Lars and I immediately agreed with her suggestion. Now, leaving all of that aside, what should I call you? Nemesis or Rio? Gotzone asked curiously, and I simply shrugged. Even though I have all the memories and experience of Nemesis inside my head, I can clearly say that I am not Nemesis. I have changed a lot and some of my morals have also changed, so I would prefer it if the 2 of you called me Rio, I said with a serious look on my face, and both Gotzone and Lars nodded their heads in understanding. Before we could talk anymore, the waiter returned with my order. After placing the plate and the glass on the table, the waiter walked away. I immediately ate a few pieces of fried chicken and took a small sip of Coke. Before I forget, let me tell you why I decided to pay the 2 of you a visit. I am getting married next month, and the ceremony would be incomplete if all of my friends aren't there, I said with a grin, and both Lars and Gotzone smiled brightly after hearing my words. That's great. Of course, we would be there. There is nothing that would stop me from attending your marriage. Even Ardat's presence isn't going to make me change my mind, Gotzone beamed at me with a bright smile on her face. It is the same for me. Well, except for the Ardat part, Lars said with a smirk on his face, and all 3 of us spend the next hour talking about some mundane stuff and their mission. The 2 of them weren't on a date, they were simply taking a break from their mission. That is why I didn't want to keep them occupied for too long, and before I left, I also gave them some clues and ideas about their mission. It was clear that they didn't want my help with their mission or they would have asked for my help, so I simply gave them some clues and some ideas. After that, I decided to visit Ikajan. So, I directly teleported inside his office. He was fighting his arch-nemesis, the bane of his existence. Paperwork. He obviously noticed my arrival, so he stopped for a moment and looked up from his paperwork. I am surprised that you decided to visit me. So, what can I do for you? Ikajan asked in a polite tone and leaned back in his seat. For starters, you can attend my wedding, I said, and Ikajan dismissively nodded his head and went back to sign his paperwork. I looked at him weirdly. To be honest, I was expecting a more explosive reaction from him. At least, I didn't expect him to completely dismiss the matter. Then all of a sudden, Ikajan froze and raised his head to look at me in complete horror. Did you just say that you are getting married? Ikajan gasped in shock, horror, and disbelief. I see what is happening. Either he is making fun of me or he is having a late reaction. Either way, I don't mind much, but that doesn't mean that I am not going to tease him. Haha, very funny, Ikajan, and yes, I am getting married, I added dryly while giving him a blank look. Once again Ikajan gasped and started to sputter indignantly. I wasn't making fun of you. I was genuinely shocked and surprised. For a moment, I thought that my ears were malfunctioning or maybe I was simply high. Ikajan blurted out, and once again, I gave him an annoyed look. Looks like my joke backfired on me. I never thought that the fact I am getting married would be so met by so much skepticism. Well, I am really happy for you even though the whole thing took me by complete surprise. So, are you sure that you want me to be there? It is going to be your special day, Ikajan spoken with a worried look on his face. I understand, and I really want you to be there. You are one of my friends, well, more like a friendly rival, but I am serious. I want you to be present there, I said with a serious look on my face. Ikajan smiled brightly after hearing my words. Sure, I would be there, Ikajan said with a bright smile on his face. Good, then I won't keep you away from your work any longer. Good luck, I said with a grin and disappeared while waving at him. Before I completely disappeared, I heard a frustrated groan from the man. After that, I found myself standing in Death's realm. At first, I thought that it would be appropriate for Hela to invite her, but then I decided to go ahead and invite her even though Hela might be inviting her. I found Death watching something on a screen, but like Ikajan she easily noticed my arrival. The scene playing out on the screen froze and she turned towards me. My, isn't this a surprise? Death seemed to be in a really cheerful mood. Yeah, that is why I decided to drop by, I grinned as I made my way towards Death. So, what were you watching? I asked curiously and Death turned the screen towards me with a flick of her hand. I find her interesting, Death said cryptically. Death was watching a crimson-haired and a crimson-eyed young woman. If Death finds her interesting then the woman must be interesting. I have seen her before, but I have never paid her any attention. The woman is like a speck of dust in this omniverse. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. So, what brings you here? Death asked as she dispersed the screen with a wave of her hand. I am getting married next month, so I decided to pay you a visit to extend an invitation, I said with a smile, and Death's grin widened after hearing my words. Of course, I will be there. I have never been invited to a wedding ceremony, Death said while looking pretty amused. I stayed in Death's realm for nearly an hour. The two of us kept talking about various topics. Death, I gotta go. I need to invite a few more gods, I said and teleported out of her realm. After leaving Death's realm I went to invite Extinction and a few other gods and goddesses from the Dark faction, and after that, I went to invite some gods and goddesses from the Light faction. Obviously, they were quite shocked, but they still accepted the offer with bright smiles on their faces. Sana, it seems that you have grown a lot stronger while I was gone. Now, I want to know how much you have improved. Attack me and don't hold back anything or I would be disappointed, Yachiro declared politely, shocking everyone except for Sana and her peerage. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I think it would be better if my new knight sits out of this fight. She is new and she is just getting the hang of it, Sana requested loudly, and Yachiro simply inclined her head in agreement. Sana immediately looked towards her new knight and the girl seemed to be somewhat disappointed, but she still moved away. Wait. Are you really going to fight? No expectations at all? Azazel asked incredulously. He couldn't take the silence any longer. Yachiro didn't even bother to amuse the man with an answer. Sana simply turned towards Rias's peerage and Azazel. It would be better if you all moved away, that was all Sana said before she signaled her Tsubaki. Promotion, Queen. Genshiro Saji exclaimed loudly, and at the same time, black gauntlets and knee pads appeared on his body. While training with Azazel has helped him a lot to get a hang of his sacred gear. Azazel wasn't happy with the development, but there wasn't much he could do, so he simply signaled Rias and her peerage to back away from the fight. Collateral damage was the last thing he needed right now. Tomo Meguri, Genshiro Saji, were the first ones who made a move. The two of them rushed towards Yachiro followed by Tsubasa Yura. Momo Hanakai, Raya Kusaka. The two bishops of Sana Satrai were joined by Sana Satrai and Tsubaki Shinra. All four of them raised their hands and several magical circles appeared in front of them. Moments later, hundreds of magical attacks were raining down towards Yachiro. Azazel kept watching everything with a little bit of awe in his eyes. The attacks weren't anything out of the ordinary, but all of them were lethal attacks and their coordination was simply brilliant. They only needed minute gestures to communicate. Rias didn't even know why Sana would use a formation like that, but she wasn't going to say anything. She decided to watch the whole fight and gather all the information she could. Rias knew that Sana's peerage was a lot stronger than her own peerage, so gathering some information might come in handy in the future. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Yachiro muttered in a relaxed manner and a translucent shield appeared in front of her. All the magical attacks clashed against the shield, but the shield didn't even crack. Azazel's eyes were shining in excitement, while Rias couldn't believe her eyes. How could a flimsy shield like that stop all those attacks was simply beyond her. Meanwhile, Yachiro used Flash Step to appear behind the group of four magicians, but as soon as she appeared, she found Tsubaki Shinra standing in front of her while brandishing her naginata. Yachiro was slightly surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. Yachiro wanted to avoid Tsubaki, that is why appeared on the opposite side of the group, but she guessed that the group must have been expecting a move like that, so Tsubaki was probably ready to make a move. Yachiro smiled, even though the group was ready for her, it didn't mean that they could stop her. Tsubaki swung her naginata and Yachiro easily parried the attack with her bare hands. Tsubaki didn't look surprised and she simply lowered her head. Sana was standing right behind Tsubaki and as soon as Tsubaki was out of the way, Sana released a stream of purple flames at Yachiro. Yachiro casually raised her hand towards the incoming attack. Heido number 88, Hiryugekizoko Shinton Reiho. A massive lightning bolt erupted out of Yachiro's palm, blowing away the flames, and a shocked Sana and Sabeki had to jump away from the incoming destructive attack. Both Azazel and Rias along with her peerage members gaped at the attack. If anyone was caught in that attack then they would have been severely injured, if not dead. Yachiro was no longer pulling any punches, but both Azazel and Rias knew better. Both of them had seen what the woman could do. Sana's new knight kept watching the whole scene with pure disbelief in their eyes. To be honest, she didn't know what to expect from the fight, but she knew how strong Sana and the other members were. So, she couldn't fathom why Sana and the other members were being so careful. The woman didn't seem to be much, but she did have some odd powers. Thankfully Sana's bishops had already moved away. When Sabeki was attacking Yachiro, they decided to back away as they were completely useless in melee combat against someone like Yachiro Anohina. Once again, Yachiro used Flash Step to move away from her spot as she didn't want to give them any time to recover. This time Yachiro appeared near the Tsubasa Yura. She was the slowest member in Sana's peerage. Usually, Saji was the slowest, but right now he has promoted himself to the position of the queen. The bishops were the easiest targets, but Saji and Megiri were already guarding the bishops. Tsubasa Yura stiffened and stopped running. She twisted her body and kicked at Yachiro, but Yachiro easily parried Tsubasa's leg towards the ground. The foot landed on the ground creating spiderweb-like cracks on ground. But Tsubasa didn't stop. She threw a punch towards Yachiro. She still remembered what happened the last time and she really wanted to avoid getting defeated in such an embarrassing manner. She wanted to at least land a blow on Yachiro or buy as much time as she could before the others could help her. She wasn't delusional enough to think that she could defeat Yachiro. But unfortunately for Tsubasa, Yachiro's plans were very different. Yachiro grabbed Tsubasa's arm and then she yanked at the arm with a lot of force, pulling it out of the socket. Tsubasa wanted to scream, but Tsubasa could do that. Yachiro jabbed her fist on Tsubasa's throat, crushing it. Then Yachiro slammed her palm in between Tsubasa's chest. Tsubasa was blown away several feet. Internally Yachiro smiled in satisfaction. Now Sana's peerage would act irrationally, making it easier for her, and Yachiro wasn't disappointed when she noticed Saji rushing towards her in her peripheral vision. Saji had a look of fury etched on his face. No, Saji. Sana's scream was heard from some distance. Saji finally realized what he had done, but it was too late for him. Yachiro's hand shot out and slammed on his sternum. Saji grimaced when he heard several of his bones snapping under the pressure of the blow, but he finally noticed that Yachiro was yet to withdraw her hand. Heido number 31, Shak Keiho. A red explosion engulfed Saji and blasted away just like Tsubasa Yura, but his torso was marred with very severe burns. Heido number 4, Byakurai. Before anyone could get over the fact that Saji was defeated, a lightning bolt erupted from Yachiro's finger and blew a hole through Raya Kusaka's stomach. The girl spat out some blood while clutching her stomach and dropped on the ground like a sack of potatoes. We need to stop them or she is going to kill them. Sana's new knight screamed as she rushed towards the battlefield, but she was knocked out by Azazel before she could even take more than 2 steps. Azazel, we need to stop them. Rias whispered furiously while looking at Azazel pleadingly. Azazel simply shook his head as he placed Sana's new knight on the ground. Don't be a fool. If you jump into the fray then she would be obviously displeased, and I for one don't want to displease her, Azazel said with a grim smile on his face. Rias gave the man a disbelieving look, but Akeno placed a hand on Rias's arm to stop her from doing anything stupid. Sana. I wouldn't lie, I am very impressed with the coordination of your peerage, but there is still room for improvements, Yachiro said with a gentle smile as she glanced towards Saji. Sana's face remained completely impassive, but internally she was grimacing. Due to Saji's stupidity, she lost 2 members within a second. Sana thought that she had gotten rid of Saji's bullheadedness, but it seemed like she needed to have another chat with him after he was completely healed. Yachiro tilted her head kindly and once again she used Flash Step. Sana's head whipped in the direction of Momo Hanakai and Tomo Megiri, but she was surprised to find that Yachiro didn't attack the 2 of them. So, she immediately turned towards Tsubaki. Apparently, Yachiro had decided to attack Tsubaki. Heido number 78, Zangarin. Yachiro slashed her hand, releasing a yellow whip in the direction of Tsubaki. The other girl immediately activated her sacred gear. Mirror Alice. Tsubaki screamed and a full-body mirror appeared in front of her. Yachiro's attack landed on the mirror and it was reflected back towards Yachiro with double power. Yachiro's eyes grew wide for a moment as this was the first time she saw Tsubaki's sacred gear. Sacred gears, such a nifty tool, Yachiro mused inside her mind. Alice Kudo. Yachiro waved her hand in front of her and a green translucent barrier formed in front of her. The whip landed on the barrier, making it crack, but it was unable to break through the barrier. Moments later, both the attack and barrier dispersed into thin air. Meanwhile, Tsubaki glanced towards Sana with a meaningful look on her face. Sana seemed to contemplate about something, but only after a moment, she nodded her head. Then Sana glanced towards Rias and her peerage and released a defeated sigh. Balance breaker, nostalgia mad tea party. Tsubaki exclaimed, activating her balance breaker. Balance breaker, nostalgia mad tea party. Tsubaki exclaimed, activating her balance breaker. Yachiro watched in interest as 2 more full-body-sized mirrors formed in front of Tsubaki. Slowly ripples started to form on the surface of the mirrors and 1 monster, demon came out from each mirror. The first demon took the form of a large rat and the rat seemed to be expelling some sort of gas from its mouth. The second demon took the form of a large rabbit dressed in a suit. The third demon took the form of a slender creature with a hat on top of his head. A/N. The second ability of Tsubaki's balance breaker will be O. Nostalgia Mad Tea Party is Tsubaki's subspecies balance breaker, which allows her to summon 3 demons that have different abilities from her mirrors. Dormouse, a demon that has the form of a large rat and it expels sleeping gas from its mouth. March Rabbit, a demon that has the form of a rabbit in a suit that forces enemies that were affected by the ripples made by the rabbit bouncing to enter a frenzied state. Mad Hatter, a slender demon that wears a hat and the demon has the ability to create hallucinations from its eyes. Nostalgia Mad Tea Party has a second ability, but Tsubaki didn't have enough power to activate it on her own. N/O/vel/b/c/c/om. Yachiro quickly scanned the creatures and after a few moments of serious contemplation, she couldn't make any heads or tails of the demons Tsubaki had summoned. They didn't look much like demons, so Yachiro decided to reconsider her previous conjecture. These creatures weren't demons, in fact, they were simple monsters with some powers. Dormouse. Tsubaki looked at the large mouse and the mouse immediately started to release a stream of gas in Yachiro's direction. Yachiro simply tilted her head with a small frown on her face while her eyes were filled with disappointment. Heido number 58, Tenran, Yachiro muttered, and a cyclone was released from her hand, blowing the gas back towards the large mouse. The cyclone was so strong that even the mouse was blown away by it. The mouse kept screeching loudly, but it didn't help. Yachiro heard Tsubaki click her tongue in frustration. From the corner of her eyes, Yachiro noticed that Momo Hanakai and Sana were doing something, but Yachiro didn't have the time to ponder as she felt some sort of compulsion on her mind. Yachiro immediately noticed that the third monster was responsible for the mental attack. The monster was releasing some sort of hallucinating attack from its eyes. Yachiro simply forced her will to ignore the attack and she slowly raised her hand and pointed it towards the slender monster. Bakudo number 73, Tozancho, Yachiro muttered, and a blue arrow shot out of her finger. The arrow multiplied up to 4 and the arrows extended upwards to 4 points, forming an inverted pyramid around the slender monster. Only after a moment, the inverted pyramid solidified, turning into a barrier, entrapping the slender monster. Ice Blizzard. Sana and Momo screamed loudly as they finally finished all their preparations. Yachiro immediately wanted to move away, but for whatever reason, she couldn't move her feet. It seemed like her feet were stuck to the ground. So, she couldn't activate Flash Step. Flash Step might seem to be a teleportation technique, but in reality, it was simply a fast movement technique. Yachiro was engulfed by an ice storm that dropped on top of her head out of nowhere. March Rabbit. Tsubaki exclaimed loudly, looking towards the monster rabbit dressed in a suit. The rabbit immediately started to jump on the ground, creating ripples on the ground. Do you think that would defeat her? Tomo asked in a somewhat hopeful tone, but Sana simply grimaced. Highly unlikely. Let's prepare our next attack, Sana said while looking towards Momo. The silver-haired bishop nodded her head with a tired look on her face. The last attack took a lot out of her, but she knew that she couldn't give up right now. Bakudo number 61, Ryukuyakoro. Yachiro's voice was heard from inside the ice storm and a yellow flash ruptured through the side of the ice storm and 6 yellow pillars slammed around the rabbit monster, stopping it from moving or doing anything at all. Heido number 63, Reikoho. Once again, Yachiro's voice was heard from inside the ice storm and moments later, a huge explosion erupted from the center of the ice storm. The ice storm dissipated and Yachiro slowly walked out of the dust cloud. I commend all of you, that was a nice plan, but you should have used a stronger attack if you wanted to harm me, Yachiro said, and she dusted her shiakusho with a gentle smile on her face. Her clothes were slightly ruffled, but besides that, she was completely unharmed. Sana could only chuckle sheepishly. I never suspected that you would walk out of the attack completely unharmed. I made a mistake, Sana admitted in an apologetic tone. But I did discover something. Your teleportation technique isn't actual teleportation. It is a fast movement technique, Sana declared with a proud look on her face. Yachiro also nodded her head. Yes, you are absolutely correct, but what are you going to do with that information? Yachiro asked curiously as she started to slowly walk towards Sana. It would help me with my next attack, Sana muttered with a grin. Parallel zone. Both Sana and Tsubaki exclaimed at the same time and both of them clapped their palms together. A white beam formed in between Tsubaki and Sana while Momo Hanakai dropped to her knees while breathing heavily. Numerous mirrors formed around Yachiro, trapping her inside a dome made of mirrors. Yachiro noticed that the mirrors were very similar to Tsubaki's sacred gear, Mirror Alice. Yachiro also noticed that the gaps between the mirrors were way too thin, so she couldn't escape from the gaps. Once again, Yachiro found herself commending Sana. After a few seconds, Sana, Tsubaki, and Tomo appeared in the mirrors. All the mirrors surrounding her were filled with Sana, Tsubaki, or Tomo's reflections. Yachiro pursed her lips into a thin smile. So you plan to imprison me here? You aren't going to win like that, Yachiro pointed out, and Sana shook her head with a soft chuckle. No, that's not the plan, Sana said, and Yachiro's senses flared and she twisted her body to dodge a sword slash, but before she could counterattack, she had to move away to dodge another attack. Moments later, Yachiro found herself surrounded by magical attacks. Bakudo number 73, Tozancho. Yachiro exclaimed and an inverted pyramid barrier formed around her. The attack slammed against the barrier. The barrier shattered, but it was strong enough to withstand all of the magical attacks. You see, I wanted to spring this attack without losing any of my peerage members, but I have to do with what I have. Sana shrugged and the onslaught of attacks continued. I see. Heido number 78, Zangarin Yachiro said and slashed her hand, releasing a whip towards a couple of mirrors, but she frowned when the attacks were reflected back in her direction with more power. So, the mirrors could also reflect her attacks just like Tsubaki's sacred gear. How amusing, Yachiro contemplated inside her mind as she continued to dodge the attacks. Yachiro didn't know how, but somehow Sana had managed to combine her power along with Tsubaki's sacred gear. Yachiro didn't know enough about sacred gears to make any sort of conclusions, so she decided to use brute force to get what she wanted. Since the mirrors surrounding her could reflect her energy-based attacks, she decided to test a couple of physical attacks to see if she could break them or not. Usually, Yachiro preferred energy-based Kido techniques, but beggars can't be choosers. Heido number 57, Daiichi Tinayo, Yachiro muttered, and the ground beneath her cracked. Chunks of land rose in the air and all the chunks were hurled towards the mirrors surrounding her. The chunks of land collided against the mirrors, but they didn't even put a scratch on the mirrors. Yachiro internally shrugged. It was at least worth a try. This technique you have used is brilliant, but looks like your queen and knight are getting tired, Yachiro said in a kind tone while looking at Sana's reflection. Sana didn't show any reactions on her face, but she internally grimaced. Even after all this, she is still treating us like amateurs, Sana growled in anger and she tightly clenched her fists. But, I can't blame her. In front of her, we are simply amateurs. I wonder if I could ever reach her level, Sana wondered as she relaxed slightly, but she continued to attack. Yachiro landed on her feet and quickly made some hand seals. Rappo Fujin. Yachiro muttered and a green hexagonal barrier formed around her. All the incoming attacks were easily stopped by the barrier and the barrier didn't even budge in the slightest. Sana, Tsubaki, and Tomo frowned and froze for a moment. I have played long enough, Yachiro said in a polite tone as she tilted her head. Sana, Tsubaki, and Tomo paled drastically. Heido number 91, Senjukaten Teiho. Yachiro said and 10 pink energy orbs formed around her. Moments later, the energy orbs were flung in all directions. As soon as the orb collided against the mirror, a devastating pink explosion erupted from inside the dome. The dome of mirrors was obliterated into nothingness and soon most of the training area was engulfed by the explosion. Sana gasped when she finally regained her consciousness. For a moment, she thought that she had been sent to heaven by Yachiro's last attack, but as soon as she tried to move, she cringed in pain. Yep. Still alive, Sana mused dryly as she finally dared to open her eyes. She immediately noticed the familiar ceiling of the infirmary in her mansion. After the Walburga incident, Sirafal thought that it would be appropriate to have an infirmary built inside Sana's mansion. The first thing Sana decided was to check under the sheets. Sana was satisfied to find that she was dressed in a hospital gown even though she was missing everything else underneath. Sana removed the sheet covering her body and sat up. She looked around the infirmary only to find that most of the beds seemed to be occupied by one of her peerage members. At least Momo Hanakai didn't seem to be dressed in a hospital gown, which meant she was probably unharmed. Kimiko Murayama, her new knight, has fallen asleep by her bed. Sana gently shook her new knight. The girl slowly opened her eyes and her eyes became wide in surprise. The girl's face lit up in happiness and tears started to roll out of her eyes. Sana smiled and caressed the younger girl's cheek. For a moment, I thought I was going to lose all of you, the younger girl wailed in despair as she flung her arms over Sana's shoulders. Sana immediately winced in pain, which wasn't missed by Murayama, and she immediately retreated. Sorry? I didn't mean to. Murayama immediately apologized. Sana simply snorted in amusement. It is fine. I will be completely healed in a few hours, and as for losing us, you wouldn't have lost us. Anohina-sensei is an extremely good healer. She wouldn't have allowed us to die, Sana said with a soft smile on her face. Murayama reeled back in shock as she desperately shook her head with a look of disbelief marring her face. You can't be serious? That woman nearly killed all of you. Murayama protested frantically. Sana snorted at the absurdity of Murayama's statement. If she wanted to kill us, then she wouldn't have wasted so much time. You have no idea what that woman is capable of, Sana said in a reassuring tone as she extended her hand towards Murayama. Murayama accepted the offered limb and Sana immediately pulled the other girl closer, and then Sana pointed towards Tsubasa Yura, her rook. Anohina-sensei had crushed her throat. She could have easily slashed her throat or snapped her neck like a twig, Sana said in a firm tone. Murayama gulped in fear. Then Sana pointed towards Genshiro Saji, her pawn. Anohina-sensei, and charred his torso by an explosion. He shouldn't be alive, but Anohina-sensei held back. Sana continued. Then she pointed her finger towards Raya Kusaka, her bishop. Anohina-sensei had blown a hole through her gut. So, if she wanted she could have blown a through her heart too. Sana finished and she finally released Murayama's hand. Murayama didn't know what to think anymore. So, she simply plopped down on her seat with a conflicted look on her face. Then she could have killed us too, but once again she held back. Sana smiled softly and rubbed Murayama's head. Murayama sagged in her seat looking completely defeated. That is also what Azazel-sensei said when I woke up. I didn't want to believe him. Murayama said while looking down at her hands, which were resting in her lap. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. You were knocked out? Sana asked in a slightly curious tone. Yes. I was knocked out by Azazel-sensei when I decided to rush into the fight to save all of you, Murayama said, looking slightly ashamed of her action. Sana pursed her lips into a thin smile. That was extremely foolish of you. I asked you to stand down because you weren't ready for a fight like that. Sana chastised the younger girl, who was completely ashamed of her actions now. Then after a few moments, Sana's features softened and a soft smile appeared on her face. Though, I am really glad that you wanted to help us. I am proud of you, Sana said softly, and she started to pat the girl's head. I think I should call the others, and that woman wanted me to inform her as soon as you woke up, Murayama said with a cheerful look on her face, but it was clear that she still held some distaste about Yachiru Anohina. Don't call Anohina-sensei that woman. If you can't call her sensei, then refer to her as Anohina-san. Aside from you, all of my peerage members are extremely respectful towards her, Sana softly scolded Murayama. Once again, the younger girl looked really conflicted, but she still nodded her head, even though she looked very reluctant. I think I am fine with calling her Anohina-san, Murayama said with a small nod of her head as she got up from her seat, and then, she slowly made her way out of the room. Meanwhile, in another part of the Satrai mansion, Yachiru Anohina was sipping tea with a calm look on her face while the other guests, except for two, were huddled at the opposite side of the room. Some of them were looking at Yachiru warily from time to time. Thank you, Sri Nun said in a monotone when she finally finished devouring all the sweets and tea given by Yachiru. Yachiru smiled kindly and handed over some more sweets to Chiron. The white-haired Nikoshao accepted everything with a blank look on her face, but anyone could have easily noticed her happiness. Do you want some tea? Yachiru asked, and Chiron simply nodded her head. Yachiru eagerly poured some tea for the younger girl. Am I chopped liver? Azazel muttered with a disheartened look on his face. Yachiru's eyes focused on the man, and then she smiled. Azazel could have sworn that he felt his life flash in front of his eyes for a moment, and no matter how much he tried, he found Yachiru's kind smile to be extremely cruel. Did you say something, Azazel-san? Yachiru asked in a gentle tone, but Azazel felt shivers run down his spine. He had faced God in the Great War, and he has even seen Hela. Well, he has never seen the woman in action, but the woman was still pretty scary. But Yachiru Anohina's gentle smile was the scariest thing he has ever seen. No, I didn't say anything. Azazel quickly denied the accusation while frantically shaking his head. By the way, can I ask something about the upcoming rating games tournament? Azazel asked in a pleading manner, trying to change the topic, but he also wanted to see if he could gather some information or not. Yachiru didn't seem to react outwardly, but she was pretty amused internally. She wanted to cackle in mad glee, but that wasn't a part of her kind and gentle persona. So, she refrained herself from doing that. She simply gestured Azazel to continue. I simply want to know if fallen angels can participate in the tournament or not. Azazel asked. Yachiru gazed towards Rias Gremory and her group, and she found that they were paying rapt attention to their conversation. Yachiru knew that Hela hadn't confirmed anything to the fallen angels and angels, but she had left some clues here and there to make them think that she wanted them to participate in the rating games tournament. There was only 1 week left before the tournament, and Yachiru knew that Hela planned to inform them in a day or two. So, Yachiru didn't find any reason to hide the truth any longer. Yachiru assumed that 1 week would be enough for fallen angels and angels, since they already held a huge advantage against the devils with their light weapons. Yes, both fallen angels and angels would be allowed to participate in the rating games, but only fallen angels and angels weaker than ultimate class level can participate, Yachiru answered, and Azazel found himself wanting to know more. I see, that is quite reasonable, Azazel mused. But how are the fallen angels and angels going to participate? They don't have any peerage system. Azazel asked his next question. He wasn't sure if he would get an answer or not, but he still decided to push his luck. We have created special evil pieces just for the tournament. Fallen angels and angels will be able to create their own peerage with these evil pieces without changing anything. These evil pieces will simply designate their position in the peerage, and these evil pieces would also remove injured parties from the battle zone if their injuries pass over a certain threshold. Much to Azazel's surprise, Yachiru answered. That is quite ingenious. Azazel proclaimed excitedly. He honestly didn't expect a solution like this. Azazel wanted to ask more questions, but Yachiru placed her cup on the table and stood up. It seems that I am needed in the infirmary, Yachiru added, and started to walk towards the door, surprising everyone. Moments later, Kimiko Murayama entered the room. She was slightly surprised that Yachiru Anohina was approaching her, but Yachiru simply walked past her without saying anything. Murayama looked around with a confused look on her face. I just wanted to say that Sana-sama has regained consciousness, Murayama said in an unsure tone while looking towards Yachiru's retreating back. Moments later, everyone stood up and decided to visit the infirmary. Can you repeat that? I asked as I started to glare at the red-haired man standing in front of me. At least he has the decency to look ashamed. The red-haired man looked down and started to rub the back of his head sheepishly. I must have made a mistake, my lord. I wanted to say that Sana Satrai is very strong for someone so young. I didn't even need to interfere. Sana Satrai along with her peerage took care of everything, Drake said and started to chuckle sheepishly. I simply palmed my face. But I remember that I sent you to take care of those pesky witches, I said in an annoyed tone, and Drake simply shrugged. After a few moments of silence, I released a defeated sigh. I wonder if Drake was infected by Nara genes when he was rolling around in the dimensional gap along with the Great Red. That must be probably why he has taken up cloud watching. Fine, whatever, I said and waved my hand in a dismissive manner. Then I turned towards my fanatic follower, who seemed to be getting ready to rip apart Drake into tiny pieces with bare hands. I cleared my throat to get his attention and his head immediately snapped in my direction. So, what have you been up to? I asked curiously. Kromkruak coughed in his hand and then he straightened his back. Well, I already knew what he has been up to, but I wanted to hear everything from his perspective. I have made contact with the souls of the other evil dragons. They are very eager to serve you, but I am worried about something else. Kromkruak rattled. I simply raised my brows in question. After watching my reaction, he decided to continue. Hades' death seemed to have put a dent in Rezevim's plans. That is why he is yet to revive your future servants. For whatever reason, he wants to access the Cositus. Kromkruak revealed, and I simply rubbed my chin with a thoughtful look on my face. I didn't know he wanted to access Cositus since he hadn't talked about it to anyone and I was only keeping an eye on him in a passive manner. Since he wants to access Cositus, it means that he wants to release Samael, the Dragon Eater, but what the hell does he want to do with the Dragon Eater? Is he planning to threaten the evil dragons into submission by using the Dragon Eaters? That is plausible, but controlling the Dragon Eater will be hard too, so he can't take Samael everywhere with him. It seems that I need to talk to Afais. Let's see if she knows anything about the Dragon Eater or not. I see. I need you to do something for me. I turned towards Drake, who flinched at my glare. Of course, my lord. Your wish is my command, Drake proclaimed proudly and slammed his fist on his own chest. I simply gave him a blank look. I see he is laying it quite thick and from his expressions, he is also quite aware of it. Drake, I think it is about time you pay a visit to your arch-nemesis. You will find Afais there, just tell her to meet me, I said, and at first, Drake looked completely ecstatic, but as soon as I mentioned Afais, he seemed to pale slightly. His fear is quite understandable. You wouldn't mind if I stick around to give that filthy white-scaled beast beat down, would you? Drake quickly gathered his bearings and asked me in a more than slightly hopeful tone. I could see his eyes glowing in excitement and anticipation while he started to subconsciously release his draconic energy. I wouldn't mind, I said with a grin. I could understand his eagerness and both Albion needed to be reminded that he had denied my gracious offer. Moments later, Drake was gone. So, I also sent away Kromkruak. Right now, only a few gods have access to Cositus, but I haven't seen any of them making contact with Rezevim. Shall I allow him to release the Dragon Eater? Ardat is going to absolutely adore that thing. Asgard, DXD world. This Asgard is very different from my Asgard. This place seems to be pretty bland. I was expecting more gold and the Bifrost is also bland. It should have been a rainbow. Unlike my father, this Odin seems to lack taste. Hela muttered angrily as she looked around in Asgard. Grafia pursed her lips and kept walking behind Hela with a bland look on her face. The two of them continued to walk towards the royal palace and only after a few minutes, did the two of them see a lot of Valkyries approaching them. Hela couldn't help but smile when she remembered how she had butchered the Valkyries in her world. Their security also seems to be quite lacking and I also didn't see Heimdall, Hela added in a monotone. She was somewhat glad that Heimdall wasn't here, she never liked that creepy pervert. Apparently, the man could see everything, except for the things that mattered. The Valkyrie force landed on the ground, surrounding Hela and Grafia. The Valkyries immediately pointed their spears and lances towards the two invaders. Hela simply smirked in amusement while Grafia didn't even bother to react. Grafia Lucifuge, why did you invade Asgard? The Valkyrie who seemed to be the leader of the group asked with a serious look on her face. Before Grafia could say anything, Hela decided to interfere. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. My. I didn't expect to be ignored. I want to meet Odin and that is why I entered Asgard, Hela admitted as she took a step forward. The Valkyries immediately pointed their weapons towards Hela. The green-eyed goddess simply crushed the tip of lead Valkyrie's weapon, shocking everyone except for Grafia. My name is Hela, goddess of death and war. You must have heard of me. Now, take me to meet Odin, Hela demanded while glaring at the lead Valkyrie. The Valkyries paled as soon as they heard Hela's now. Hela was a pretty famous goddess in the supernatural world right now. Hela has taken over the three great faction with brute force and she was also known for her brutality, ruthlessness, and savagery. Hela had the reputation of killing anyone on a simple whim. Hela was pleased by the reaction of the Valkyries. The Valkyries were scared but they didn't want to admit defeat in their home realm, so they kept pointing their weapons towards Hela even when their hands were shaking in fear. The lead Valkyrie simply nodded her head and decided to lead Hela towards the palace. Inform Brynhildr about our uninvited guests, the lead Valkyrie said while looking towards one of her underlings. The Valkyrie nodded her head and flew away towards the palace before anyone else could say anything. Follow us, the lead Valkyrie said in a shaky tone while looking towards Hela. The green-eyed goddess didn't say anything and decided to follow the Valkyries. Grafia was already wondering if Asgard was going to be subdued by Hela or not. She was already making some plans inside her head in case Hela ended up conquering Asgard. Grafia was a diligent maid, and it was her duty to plan ahead. Hela and Grafia finally entered the royal palace and they found a lot of Valkyries waiting for them in front of the gates. One of the Valkyries stood out the most, as she was the only one who didn't look afraid of Hela and she was also wearing a different type of armor. Greetings? My name is Brynhildr. The All-Father is waiting to meet you inside the throne room, the differently dressed Valkyrie said while looking at Hela. Then all the Valkyries turned around and started to lead the unannounced duo through the royal palace. Hela wasn't pleased with the interior. It lacked both green and gold. She couldn't complain much about the green since her Asgard also wasn't sporting that particular color, but gold was necessary. Instead, the whole palace was marred with silver. Silver was the color of second. Well, Hela supposed that she couldn't complain much since this wasn't her Asgard and everyone seemed to be pretty weak compared to her. The whole entourage finally arrived in front of the pair of massive doors. Brynhildr looked towards Hela. It seemed that she wanted to say something, but she decided against it. Brynhildr pushed the door and the massive doors opened with a loud bang. Hela's eyes immediately found the geezer sitting on the throne. Apparently, there were a couple of things similar between her father and this Odin. Both of them were fans of dramatics and both of them had lost one of their eyes. Additionally, this Odin seemed to be an open pervert too. Well, she shouldn't have expected anything less from the old bastard. Hela quickly scanned the room. She easily found Thor and Loki along with a few more gods inside the room. Odin was holding Gungnir in his hand. I wonder how they are going to react if I reveal my ancestry. Hela mused in amusement. So, you must be Hela, Odin stated as he slowly stood up from his throne. He was trying to look imposing, but neither Hela nor Grafia were impressed. Grafia had been following around Hela for months, so someone at Odin's level could never impress her. Yes, but I am sure that you already know about me. After all, you have been mingling with the fallen angels. Hela smirked and Odin simply couldn't hide his discomfort at the revelation. From the looks of it, a couple of gods and goddesses weren't privy to this information. Especially, Loki didn't seem to be pleased at all. He glared at the old man, but for now, he decided to hold back his tongue. Well, I simply wanted to form an alliance between our factions, Odin answered, trying to act completely normal. Oh, I don't doubt that, but you should have contacted me if you wanted to discuss an alliance. After all, I am the current leader of fallen angels, Hela argued back and Odin nodded his head after a few moments of silence. At that time, I didn't know that the fallen angels were under different management. That is why I approached Azazel, Odin said with a small smile as he stroked his beard. He knew that he was playing a very dangerous game, but he needed to take his chances and dissolve the situation. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I see. Well, now that I am here we can freely discuss an alliance between our factions. You wouldn't mind that, would you? Hela viciously grinned and once again, Odin found himself at a disadvantage. Yes, it was true that he was planning to form an alliance between the fallen angels and Asgard, but that wasn't the complete truth. He knew that the fallen angels and the devils were under new management, but he decided to approach the fallen angels since he was already sort of friends with Azazel. Additionally, he only approached the fallen angels after Hela had left. In truth, Odin wanted to gather all the information related to the Destroyer and his group from the fallen angels. The proposal of an alliance was simply a veil covering the actual truth. Now, Odin was stuck in between a rock and a hard place. He simply couldn't agree to an alliance, especially when he was dealing with this insane murdering maniac standing right in front of him, and at the same time, he simply couldn't say refuse. Azazel had warned him multiple times that you can't simply say no to Hela if you want to continue living. Now, he finally understood what Azazel meant by those words. Odin was one of the oldest gods in existence, and even though Hela's bloodlust was completely suppressed, Odin could feel it. So, Odin did the only thing he could do right now. Odin forced himself to smile cheerfully. Of course, I would love to discuss an alliance between Asgard and your factions. Shall we move to a more comfortable place? Odin suggested, and Hela nodded her head with a grin. Of course, lead the way. Hela smirked and Odin started to lead Hela and Grafia out of the throne room, followed by his sons and a few Valkyries. Even though Grafia seemed to be completely stoic, she was curiously looking around. This was the first time she has come to Asgard. The whole group finally arrived in a hanging garden-like area. The Valkyries accompanying them decided to stand guard near the door. There was a fairly large table set up in between the garden. Odin politely gestured Hela and Grafia towards the table. At first, Grafia didn't want to sit beside Hela, but one pointed look from Hela made her think otherwise. This is my eldest son, Thor, and this is my younger son, Loki. Odin politely introduced his sons while stroking his beard. I have heard about them. By the way, this is Grafia Lucifuge, my maid. Hela introduced Grafia and the silver-haired maid bowed her head respectfully. I know her. She is quite a celebrity in the underworld. After all, she holds the title of the strongest queen, and this isn't the first time I am meeting her, but I think this is her first time in Asgard. Odin rattled off with a grin on his face. Former queen, she is no longer a queen. She gave up the position when she became my maid, Hela pointed out, and this seemed to surprise both Odin and Thor, but Loki continued to sneer and scowl. Hela decided that if the meeting turned out uneventful, then Loki was going to be the first one to die. She could easily kill the three men sitting at the opposite side of the table and be done with it, but then managing the remaining Asgardians would be really hard. Even revealing her own heritage wasn't going to help her. That is why she always refrained from killing any of the leaders, or she would have liked to get rid of Surtsk's Lucifer. That guy was pathetically annoying. That is news to me, Odin admitted with a small nod of his head. So, what do you have in mind for our alliance? Hela asked as she leaned back in her seat. Before Odin could answer, several maids arrived with trays in their hands. The maids quickly placed the trays on the table and left the hanging garden. How about we start with a business alliance? Odin suggested. Obviously, Hela wanted more, but it might turn out to be counterproductive. She was already ruling 3 factions, but her grip over those said factions was barely holding. She has only left for 3 weeks and some were already trying to raise opposition to her ascension. She needed to remove all the unstable elements within her factions. Only after that, she would try to subjugate another faction. What sort of business alliance are you proposing? I don't like to talk in circles, Hela said in a neutral tone, but her expressions were anything but neutral. Her eyes were looking really menacing. Import and export. I don't think you know, but Asgard is quite dependent on the human world and some other factions. We could become self-sufficient, but it is easier for us to export a few things rather than growing them here, Odin finally revealed after a few moments of silence. For example, fruits or some specific types of grains. So, I wanted to form an alliance with the fallen angels since they have access to what we want. We could negotiate a price profitable for both of our factions. Odin finally finished his explanation and Hela kept looking at the 3 men sitting in front of her with a blank look on her face. To be honest, Grafia didn't have any idea that Asgard imported stuff from the human world. She never paid any attention to Asgard's import and export policies, it never held any sort of importance to her. But she felt like she failed as a maid since she couldn't help Lady Hela by giving her input regarding the matter. Then all of a sudden, Hela burst out laughing. Grafia didn't know why Hela was laughing, so she simply kept looking towards Hela worriedly. Odin, Thor, and Loki kept staring at each other, but none of them said anything. Hela finally stopped laughing and leaned on the table. Tell me, Odin, did you just think of that whole thing right now or were you planning to feed the same bullshit to Azazel? Hela asked in an amused tone and for a moment, Odin flinched, but he quickly gathered his bearings. I don't know what you are talking of. Odin tried to dismiss it, but Hela cut him off before he could finish his words. Don't fuck with me, Hela growled. Do you take me for a fool? Did you really think that I won't catch your lies? Hela spat out in a menacing tone and her eyes started to glow eerily. It has been some time since somebody had tried to fool her in such a manner. It was her father who had tricked her in such a manner and once again another Odin was trying to lie his way out and trick. Obviously, Hela wasn't impressed. Thor immediately shot up on his feet and lightning started to crackle around his body. I don't know how strong you are, lady, but if you think that you can threaten my father inside our own home then think again. Thor declared angrily and his renowned hammer appeared in his hand. Sit down, weakling. Hela growled menacingly and released her full power and her full bloodlust at the same time, making Thor weak around his knees. The Valkyries standing guard near the door simply passed out due to the pressure, while Odin and Loki stared at Hela with horrified looks on their faces. Thor's eyes rolled up towards the back of his head and he also passed out. Then, he slumped into the chair while frothing from his mouth. Now that we have confirmed that you are a bunch of weaklings, should we start talking about the alliance you have been spouting about? Drake landed in front of a large mansion. He looked around with a bored look on his face, but internally he was very excited. He was about to face his arch-nemesis after a long time and now he had his own body. This body was also way stronger than his original one. He was so excited that he didn't even ask for a location. He located them on his own. It took him some time, but it was worth it. He could have located those pesky witches too, but they weren't worth the effort. So he had left them to do their own thing. Drake noticed an ignorable alert barrier surrounding the house, but he simply triggered the barrier instead of breaking it. He wanted them to come to him. His plan worked like a charm when a couple of humans, along with a yokai, and a couple of devils rushed out of the house, weapons drawn. He easily noticed the wielder of Albion among the group. A devil-human hybrid was in the possession of the divine dividing. But before he could indulge himself in a much-awaited clash against his arch-nemesis, he needed to address the dragon god hiding behind the group. Before Drake could speak up, Aphais moved everyone standing in front of her and came forward. Drake Aphais greeted with a blank look on her face, surprising her group. Drake was slightly surprised by the avatar Aphais was using, but he still smirked. Aphais, you seemed to have changed your appearance, Drake greeted back in a dry tone. Aphais gave a small nod. I wanted to try something new, Aphais answered in her usual expressionless tone. I see. Well, I wanted to tell you that the Destroyer wants to meet you, Drake said, and once again Aphais gave a small nod. I understand. Aphais trailed off and then she slowly turned towards Valik, the wielder of divine dividing. I am leaving. I will return after meeting with the Destroyer, Aphais added in a monotone. Wait, how can you trust him? And what do you mean by Drake? Vali asked hurriedly with a slightly worried look on his face. That is because he is Drake, Aphais answered with an obvious look on her face. Come on, Albion. How long are you going to hide inside that hybrid? I know for sure that you can sense me, Drake said with a mocking look on his face. As soon as Drake finished his words, 2 blue draconic wings appeared behind his back. It has been some time since we have met and this time you seem to have your own body. Albion's voice was heard from the wings and the wings were blinking along with the voice. The Destroyer had offered you the same, but you denied him, Drake retorted with a smug grin on his face, and this time Albion didn't have anything to say. Yes, he regretted not accepting Destroyer's offer, but there was nothing he could do now. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So, he really resurrected you? Albion, you never mentioned that Drake could take a human form. Vale asked Albion. He has heard from Kurika that Drake has been resurrected, but neither Albion nor Vala believed that the destroyer had done that out of goodwill. Both Albion and Vala were quite adamant that Drake must have paid a steep price to get resurrected. So, what did you have to pay to get resurrected? Albion questioned, and Drake started to chuckle in amusement. Nothing? That is the thing. He didn't ask me for anything. He simply gave me an offer and I accepted. Do you perhaps feel jealous? Drake asked with a Cheshire cat-like grin on his face. If Albion had a body, then he would have popped a vein in rage and frustration. Can I take the others with me to meet him? All of a sudden Afais decided to interrupt their banter. Drake simply shrugged dismissively, so Kurika, who was present among Vala's group, decided to pitch in her opinion. I don't think that would be a problem, Kurika said while looking towards Drake, who again shrugged dismissively. I don't mind all of you going, but I don't think I am going to allow him to leave. Both of us seemed to have some unfinished business, Drake said and pointed towards Vala. Why? The monkey Yukai questioned curiously as he twirled his staff. We are destined to fight. Even though I am reborn and no longer sealed inside a sacred gear, we are still destined to fight. We need to see who is the stronger one in between us, Drake answered Bai Kao's question. Arthur, we need to help Vala, the blonde-haired big-boobed magician requested while tugging at the bespectacled man's clothes with a pleading look on her face. Drake wanted to say something, but Vala beat him to the beat. No, you can't interfere. This is something we must do. I am destined to fight the Red Dragon Emperor, Vala said in a firm tone, leaving no room for argument. The rest of the group except for Kurika and Afais reluctantly agreed to leave. Kurika quickly prepared a teleportation circle, and the whole group sans Vala disappeared after a bright purple flash. For a moment, Drake kept intently staring at Vala. Let's change our location. I don't want to destroy the mansion, Vala suggested, and Drake gave him a stiff nod. Two red bony draconic wings appeared behind his back, and moments later, both Vala and Drake were flying away from the mansion at breakneck speed. After some time, Vala and Drake landed at a remote location. The place was completely desolate, so neither of them could destroy anything except for their desolate surroundings with their fight. Balance breaker, divine dividing scale male. Vala exclaimed loudly as he activated. He went straight into his balance breaker. Both Vala and Drake knew that they couldn't play around. Vala has been crushed by Hela effortlessly. He desperately wanted to avoid a result like that. Unfortunately, I don't have a balance breaker. I suppose I had to do with what I have, Drake said in a mocking tone, and two red metallic gauntlets formed on his arms while shins were covered by a similar type of metallic armor. Neither Vala nor Albion tried to humor Drake with a reply. They simply lunged towards Drake, cracking the ground beneath them, and Drake also lunged towards Albion in a similar manner, cracking the ground underneath him. Nox, Kuoth Forest. Kurika along with the others arrived right outside Nox. For a moment, everyone beside Kurika and Afais looked around to see where they were. They knew that the destroyer had staked a claim on the Kuoth Forest, but this was the first time they were visiting this place. Are you sure that we did the right thing by leaving Vala to face Drake? Bai Kao asked in a saddened tone. The Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor are destined to fight each other. It happens every generation. They won't stop until one of them dies or the loser submits to the winner, Afais explained with a blank look on her face. But I still feel bad for leaving him, Ellie Faye said in a saddened tone while shaking her head. Even if we had decided to stay, we couldn't have helped Vala. Drake is a heavenly dragon, while Vala can also tap into the power of another heavenly dragon. We would simply have been in the way, Kurika said while shaking her head, but unlike the others, she had a hardened look on her face. I have seen Crom Kruik and Drake fight in the training area and their fight was devastating, Kurika admitted with a somber look on her face. Crom Kruik? Where did you find him? The Cows Brigade had been looking for him for quite some time, or whatever is left of Cows Brigade, Arthur blurted out hurriedly. Kurika started to chuckle nervously while rubbing the back of her head. Sorry. I forgot to tell you guys about him. He lives in the mansion, but sometimes he is out. He has been staying here since Itsuki Ryo appeared in this world, Kurika said in a sheepish tone, and Arthur nodded his head in understanding. Kurika wasn't worried about revealing Crom Kruika's location because it wouldn't matter. Even though Vala's group was a part of the Cows Brigade, they maintained a lot of distance from Rezevim's faction, who were the core group of the Cows Brigade. Kurika, are you sure that it is fine that all of us decided to accompany Afais? Ellie Faye asked in a worried tone. She didn't want to get on the shit list of the destroyer. Don't worry. It will be fine. All of you are my friends, so I decided to bring you here to show you around. None of them care about being spied on or anything, because all of them could kill you before you could actually hurt anyone in his family, Kurika reassured the whole group. Kurika was about to lead them inside the house, but she stopped when a house elf appeared in front with a soft pop, freaking out everyone beside Afais and Kurika. Thankfully nobody was startled enough to attack the little creature. Master Ryo be waiting for all of you in the backyard, the house elf said and popped away, leaving behind a gobsmacked Arthur. Ellie Fa, what the hell was that? Bai Kao shrieked like a little girl while pointing at the spot where the house elf had been standing. Kurika giggled after watching his reaction, and moments later, Kurika started to cackle madly. Bai Kao growled in anger and stumped his foot in indignation. Seriously, Kurika? Arthur scolded Kurika, and Kurika finally started to calm down. She grabbed her stomach with one hand and wiped off her tears with the other hand. Your reaction was seriously hilarious. I can't believe you just did that. Kurika babbled with an amused look on her face. Both Bai Kao and Arthur only scowled after hearing Kurika's words. Well, anyway, it was a house elf. Kurika finally answered Bai Kao's question and received incredulous stares from everyone beside Afai's. A house elf? Ellie Fei asked with a confused and interested look on her face. I don't know much about them, but from what I know, they are a parasitic variant of elves. The house elves need to bond with someone or something magical. The house elves need magic to survive, which they get through the bond. So, in return for magic, they worked around the house, like servants. Kurika explained with a thoughtful look on her face. It has been some time since the others had told her about the house elves, so she needed to think a lot while answering. Oh, and they love to work. Kurika added in a chirpy tone. The others including Afai simply nodded their heads in understanding, but unlike the others, Afai simply had a stoic look on her face. Come on. We have wasted more than enough time. Kurika waved her hand, gesturing the others to follow her. Since she knew that Rio was waiting in the backyard, she didn't take the group inside the house. She simply led them around the house. The group finally arrived in the backyard and they found a nice meeting place that was already arranged. Come, have a seat, Rio said with a small smile while looking at the group. It was obvious that except for Kurika and Afai, the others were somewhat nervous. The whole group took their seats and gave Rio a grateful smile. Moments later, various types of snacks and non-alcoholic drinks appeared on the table. Rio smirked at their shocked expressions, but at the same time, he was slightly disappointed to see that Afai was still stoic as ever. House elves, Rio pointed out when he noticed the questioning glances directed in his direction. So, what do you want to talk about? Afai questioned in a monotone and picked up a cookie from the table. She was familiar with this type of cookie, so she decided to start with that. Rio smiled as the others also started to help themselves with the snacks. He would have been a bad host if he didn't offer them anything, especially when it was him who invited Afai to meet him. He expected the others to accompany the dragon god since they thought that it was their duty to protect her. Rio couldn't fault them since they were right. Afai was the second strongest being in this world if he didn't count himself and his women, but Afai was very naive. She wouldn't even suspect if anyone was using her for their own gain, which is happening right now. Almost all members of the Cows Brigade has, or had their own agenda even though Afai created the group to fight the Great Red. Most of these members didn't even want to fight the Great Red. They simply wanted to use Afai's power to further their own agendas. Tell me, Afai, do you want to reclaim your silence? Rio asked with a grin on his face, surprising all of Afai's companions, but once again Rio was disappointed when he saw that Afai was still stoic as ever. Unknown location, Underworld. Vala's armored fist slammed on Drake's face while Drake's armored fist slammed on Vala's armored face, creating two massive shockwaves. Vala's headgear shattered and he was blown away by the force of the blow, while Drake only took a few steps back. Drake grinned as he started to walk towards Vala. Vala had landed a few meters away after he was blown away by Drake's blow. He spat out some blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. He released some of his demonic power and his headgear fixed itself. Divide, divide, divide. Albion's voice rang out. Moments later, Drake's metallic gauntlets and shin guards flashed with green lights, returning his power to the normal level. This time, it was Drake who was the first one to lunge towards Vala. Albion's voice kept ringing out as Vala continued trying to divide Drake's power, but Drake in a similar fashion kept boosting his power to match his original power level. Vala was completely taken off guard by Drake's speed, but he was still able to cover his face with his arms, but Drake's fist slammed on Vala's chest, cracking his chest plate. A second punch landed on Vala's chest, making more cracks appear on his chest plate. Vala tried to kick Drake, but Drake was much faster and kicked away Vala with little to no effort. Drake started to laugh when Vala landed a few feet away with a loud thud. Come on, Albion. It seems like you aren't even trying to fight. You are making it too easy for me, Drake mocked haughtily as he started to slowly approach Vala. Vala, you are seriously outmatched here. He is a heavenly dragon transformed into a human and you are a devil who is using the power of a heavenly dragon, Albion warned inside Vala's mind. I know, Albion, but I simply can't admit defeat or I would be letting you down. This fight means the most to you, my friend, Vala retorted internally as he slowly stood up with a lot of difficulties. He is a heavenly dragon, so I am also going to use the power of a heavenly dragon. What do you say, Albion? Vala asked Albion. Unfortunately, I agree with you. You have to use the Juggernaut drive or you don't have any chance of winning, Albion answered, and Vala simply smirked under his headgear. Let's give him the fight he wants, Vala declared inside his mind, and Albion hummed in agreement. I, who is about to awaken, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I am the White Dragon Emperor who will take the law down to the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure Emperor of White Dragon, and I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Vala exclaimed, and Drake simply tilted his head with a confused look on his face. From what he remembered, this wasn't the chant for activating the Juggernaut drive. He had heard the chant multiple times throughout history. Slowly Vala started to transform, growing in size. Drake guessed that Vala's Juggernaut drive might be some type of subspecies. He wasn't an expert in sacred gears, so he refrained from making any comments. Meanwhile, Vala's powers started to multiply as he went through the transformation. It has been more than a month since he was completely and utterly crushed by Hela. After waking up, he kept remembering how easily Hela had dominated him throughout the whole fight. He couldn't do a single thing to oppose that woman. Vala knew about the voices belonging to the past possessor sealed inside Divine Dividing. He had been in contact with them since he had been able to access the Juggernaut Drive. He hated those voices, they tried to influence him, take control of him. So, getting defeated by Hela gave him an idea. He decided to dominate the wills of the past possessors. At that time, he simply wanted to get rid of the voices. He didn't want to get influenced, but he ended up unlocking something greater by achieving the feat of dominating the will of past possessors. Vali unlocked a completely new transformation which was way stronger than the original Juggernaut Drive. Since last month he has been tirelessly working on this transformation. He was far from perfecting it or anything, but it was still very much usable. Unlike the Juggernaut Drive, this new transformation didn't consume his life force to maintain the transformation. Instead, this transformation consumed tremendous amounts of stamina. That is why it was very hard to maintain. Right now, Vala could maintain this transformation for slightly more than 5 minutes. Vala finally finished his transformation. Empire O Juggernaut Overdrive. Vala roared loudly towards the sky releasing huge amounts of power. Whew, that's impressive, I wouldn't lie, Drake muttered while staring at Vala. Drake noticed that Albion's color was also looking quite different. Instead of the usual white, the transformation's color was silver. Additionally, Vala was releasing way more power than normal Juggernaut Drive, so Drake was obviously excited, but at the same time, he was slightly jealous too. He had also been sealed inside a sacred gear, but none of his wielders has achieved a feat like this. Drake felt somehow defeated, but he vowed that he was going to return the favor to Albion and Vala several folds. Drake might seem to be petty, but strong beings are allowed to be petty. Slowly Drake also started to transform into his true form. He could probably beat Vala and his new transformation while remaining in his human form, but he wanted to leave a long-lasting impression in Vala's mind. Oh, yes. Drake decided not to kill Vala. He wanted to defeat the hybrid and keep him alive so that he could keep tormenting the boy throughout the rest of his life and always rub the fact on the boy's face that he was weak. Yes, Drake can be really petty if he wanted. Death would be too easy for the hybrid. No, he needed to be taught a lesson. Drake finally finished his transformation and flared his nostrils. Drake rolled his shoulders and moments later, he started to float in the air. Come on, Vali. Show me what that transformation is capable of. Drake growled and rushed towards Vali, who also rushed towards Drake in a similar manner. Both of them were so fast that anybody watching the fight would only see 2 beams. One red and one silver. Both beams collided against each other, creating a massive shockwave. The shockwave was so strong that it ruptured the ground beneath them even though both of them were floating in the air. Divide, 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 divide. Several chants rang out endlessly. In a similar manner, a different chant rang throughout the area. Boost, 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 boost. Both of them kept using their primary abilities without a pause. As soon as the first impact subsided, both beams shot out towards the sky, then all of a sudden they changed direction when Drake landed a blow on Albion. Only after a few moments, once again they changed direction when Albion landed a blow on Drake. The whole scene kept repeating for a couple of minutes where neither of them seemed to have the upper hand in the situation, but if anyone would watch closely then they would easily notice that Vala was having a hard time keeping up with the incoming blows from Drake. Only after a few seconds, Vala faltered for the first time during the second round of their fight and Drake tossed Vala towards the ground. Vala crashed on the ground creating a giant crater underneath him. Drake stopped moving and his chest plate opened. Boost, 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 boost. Chants rang out from Drake as the green orb on his chest started to glow brightly. Long Inu Smasher. Drake exclaimed and a massive green-colored beam shot out of the orb, heading towards Vala who was still lying on the ground. Compression Divider. Albion's strained voice rang out, and the massive green-colored beam heading towards Vala started to become smaller until it flickered out of existence. Compression Divider. Vala activated the ability for the second time, but this time he used the ability on Drake. Boost, 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 transfer. Drake's voice rang out and he simply transferred all the boosted raw power into his physical body to avoid Vala's attack. Slowly Drake's wings transformed into 2 cannons, but he still kept fighting. Dragon Blaster. Drake exclaimed and fired the cannons. This time 2 beams shot out towards Vala who was still lying on the ground. Fortunately for Vala, he was able to get back some of his strength while Drake was posturing in the sky. So, Vala swiftly moved away from his spot and moments later, the beams landed on the ground, obliterating a huge chunk of ground. Drake simply clicked his tongue and the cannons transformed back into wings. Drake took a deep breath and spewed out red flames from his mouth. The flames easily burned through the dust cloud and it burned through anything it touched, even the ground. Vala flew out from the dust cloud, desperately trying to avoid the flames. No matter what happens, don't allow those flames to touch you, Vala. I am immune to them, but they will burn you into nothingness even through the armor and even souls aren't spared from those flames. Albion screamed inside Vala's mind. He didn't want to lose Vala in such a way. How did you unlock these flames? From what I remember the god of the Bible has sealed away this ability, Albion asked, and Vala arrived in front of Drake. The red dragon grinned viciously. At least Vala and Albion thought that Drake was grinning. Yes, that is when I was sealed inside a sacred gear. Now that I have my own body, I am free from all the shackles he had put on me, in an attempt to control me, Drake answered back in a smug tone. But you don't have to worry, Drake said, and the flames went out. Internally, Albion was relieved that those blasted flames were gone, but he wouldn't say it out loud. I am not going to kill Vale, Drake said and immediately rushed towards Vale. Vale was completely taken off guard by the attack and he couldn't do anything, but watch as Drake's clawed fist slammed on his face, cracking the armor. Before Vale could gather his bearings, another clawed fist slammed on his face. Drake continued to rain down punches on Vale, and when he was satisfied with the damage, once again, he threw Vale towards the ground. Drake's wings transformed into cannons. Boost, 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 transfer, dragon blaster. Two massive beams shot out of the cannons. Vale could only watch the beams as they approached him. He was still in the sky. He no longer had any power to muster any type of defense. He was about to lose his transformation too. He couldn't believe that he was still so outmatched even after using a transformation stronger than the Juggernaut drive. Now, he knew that once again, he was completely and utterly defeated. Sorry, Albion. It seems I was no match for him. Vale apologized to Albion inside his mind. No need to apologize, Vale. You tried your best, Albion said, and that was the last thing Vale heard before he was engulfed by the energy beams and his whole world turned completely black. Citri Mansion, Kuok Town N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Yachiro was torment, ahem, training Sana and her peerage as usual while sipping tea with a gentle and kind smile on her face. All of a sudden, Drake in human form teleported inside the room with a charred lump of flesh flung over his shoulder. Yachiro furrowed her brows and placed her teacup on the table. Heal him, that was all Drake said, but for whatever reason, Drake had a shit-eating grin on his face. Take him to the infirmary, I will be there in a moment, Yachiro said, and once again Drake was gone after giving her an understanding nod. Yachiro then turned towards her Victahem students. All of you keep training, I need to save someone's life, Yachiro said. Sana and her peerage members nodded their heads in understanding even though they were barely holding up. Moments later, Yachiro dissolved into red mist. Royal Palace, DXD Asgard. So, what do you think of my offer? Hela questioned with a grin as she leaned back in her seat and placed her feet on the table. What you are proposing is not an alliance, Odin spat out while gritting his teeth. Hela grinned and shrugged dismissively. Alliances can only be formed between two equal parties. We have already established the fact that we aren't equal. Still, I offered you an alliance, am I not being magnanimous to you? Hela cooed softly in a mocking tone. Odin barely held himself back from slapping the woman, but he knew doing that would start the Ragnarok. Hela's offer of an alliance was basically, I will allow you to keep your throne, but you will be following my orders, and she said that with a straight face. Odin simply couldn't believe the audacity of the woman. She even told him to spread the news and get rid of all the opposition by the end of the Raiding Games tournament. If he could do that, then she would allow him to keep his throne. At first, Odin thought the woman was probably joking and she had a really bad sense of humor. So, he looked towards Grafia to get the confirmation, only to find that Grafia had a strained smile marring her face. Only after that, Odin and Loki realized that Hela was completely serious. He had heard from Azazel that Hela had given him two options, either surrender or die. Looks like he was in a similar situation right now. That is not an alliance? It is servitude? Loki spat out in disdain. His eyes were radiating utmost hatred and loathing. Hela simply grinned at his expression. She wasn't even bothered in the slightest. They would surrender if they know what is good for them and if they decide to fight. Hela would never say no to a war. So, Hela questioned, looking like nothing was wrong. Well, anyway, since I am magnanimous, I will let you have some time to think. The future of Asgard depends on your decision, you must think this through. Oh, and if you decide to deny my offer of alliance, then I will have to show you the error of your ways, Hela said with a mocking grin and stood up. Come on, Grafia. Prepare the teleportation circle, Hela ordered, and Grafia was already working on a teleportation circle. Both Odin and Loki continued to glare at Hela. Grafia was finally done with the teleportation circle after a minute. Hela gave her a nod and Grafia finally activated the teleportation circle. Hela waved at Odin and Loki with a charming smile on her face, and moments later, both Hela and Grafia were gone with a silver flash. Tell me, Afais, do you want to reclaim your silence? I asked with a grin on my face, surprising everyone beside Afais. Once again I was disappointed to see that Afais was still stoic as ever. I really wanted to shock her or surprise her, at least get some reaction out of her, but it was all for the naught. Yes, that is the only thing I want, Afais answered with a blank look on her face. If it was anyone besides Afais, then I would have been sure that they were being sarcastic, but unfortunately, it seems that Afais had no idea how to show emotions. Do you specifically want the dimensional gap, or any other place would do? I asked curiously, and Afais seemed to be contemplating my offer. At least, I think that she is contemplating my offer. After all, her face is still as inexpressive as ever. Having a conversation with her must be very hard. I would have preferred having the dimensional gap since that is where I was born, but I can have my silence in a different place, then I won't complain, Afais said and picked up a few cookies from the plate placed in front of her. Wait, how do we know that we can trust you? It was Arthur Pendragon who questioned me. You don't, but if I wanted to harm Afais then I wouldn't have done it in such a roundabout way. I can kill Aphais with a flick of my hand. I don't need any elaborate plans, I said while looking straight into his eyes. Arthur shivered in fear after hearing my words. Baikao and Li Fei immediately turned towards Aphais to get confirmation. Can he really do that? Baikao asked incredulously. Yes, he could kill me, but I would be reborn after some time since I represent a concept, Aphais answered in a monotone as she continued to nibble on cookies. But I don't know if I would retain my memories or not, Aphais added, and everyone besides Kurika gulped in fear while looking really worried. Yes, I have done some research. You won't remember anything after you are reborn, I added, and Aphais gave me a curt nod, but aside from that, she was completely unbothered. So, why don't you just go and kill Great Red? That would solve all the problems, right? Baikao asked, looking confused. I looked at him trying to discern if Baikao was an exception or his whole clan was just as stupid as him. Doing that would be disastrous. Great Red might be lurking in the dimensional gap, but he is in fact protecting this world from invaders like me. Why do you think that I am the only one who decided to grace your world? Well, my lovers are there too, but that is beside the point, I pointed out, and it seemed that realization finally dawned on Baikao's face. This is the first time I have heard of this, Li Fei whispered in a low tone. It is something Great Red isn't going to advertise. After all, he didn't want to give any ideas to people like Rezevim or Cao, I explained with a shrug, and this time, both Arthur and Li Fei nodded their heads in understanding. Kurika was being Kurika, so she was listening to what I was saying, but she was completely unbothered by everything I was saying. By the way, what happened to Cao? Of course, if you don't mind me asking. There are some rumors flying around that Cao and his group had attacked Yasaka, the leader of Kyoto Yukai faction, and he along with his group was killed by Yachiru Anohina, Arthur asked me in a respectful tone. Yes, that rumor is right. Cao and his group had attacked Yasaka, and that was the last thing they did. They were killed by Yachiru. Were they your friends? I asked as I grabbed the cola glass from the table. No, they weren't exactly my friends. Both my sister and I were part of their group, but later we decided to join Vala's group, Arthur said while shaking his head. He wasn't saddened or anything, but he was slightly uncomfortable since he knew those people. Li Fei placed her hand on Arthur's shoulder, trying to comfort the man. It seems that Vala lost the fight. No surprise there, I revealed while looking in a different direction. 4 gasps were heard as Kurika also perked up after hearing that Vala was defeated. Is he alive? Li Fei asked me in a hopeful tone. She looked almost desperate for a positive answer. Kurika, Baikao, and Arthur were in similar states. He will live. Drake took him to Yachiru to get healed, I answered. Li Fei, Arthur, and Baikao paled, but Kurika released a sigh of relief as she sagged in her chair. This time, Kurika found herself being the center of attention since the others were staring at her for an answer. It seemed that Aphais was also waiting for an answer even though she didn't look worried. What? Kurika questioned incredulously. Yachiru-san is the best healer I have ever seen, Naya. She could practically heal you as long as you are alive, Naya, and she doesn't discriminate between her patients, Naya. Kurika quickly explained why she was relieved. Finally, the others decided to drop the matter and trust Kurika's words for now. So, where is he now? Arthur questioned me in a polite tone. Right now, he is in Satrai Mansion. If you want, you can't visit him later, I said in a dismissive manner. The whole group beside Aphais sighed in relief. Aphais, did you know that Rezevim is planning to release Samael? I asked, and Aphais simply tilted her head with an unreadable expression on her face. You mean the Dragon Eater? Aphais asked, and I nodded my head in confirmation. No, I didn't know that he was planning to release Samael. Using Samael would make it a lot easier to get rid of Great Red, Aphais answered in a monotone. The others kept looking at us with questioning looks on their faces since they had no idea who or what Samael or the Dragon Eater was. But you are a dragon too, or did you forget that? I asked, and Aphais didn't give me an answer. After a few moments of silence, she simply grabbed her juice glass and took a long slurp through the straw. But why would he try to hurt me? He works for me. Aphais questioned and tilted her head. I almost palmed my face after hearing her question. I was right. Aphais is extremely naive. No, you might think that he is working for you, but in reality, he isn't. He is simply trying to cause destruction and sow discord, I sighed. From the looks of it, Aphais still looked confused, but she gave me a small nod after a few moments. So, Aphais, are you ready to see the place I told you about? I asked, and Aphais quickly nodded her head as she slowly climbed down from her chair. Having that lowly body must be really inconvenient. I remember the time when I had to climb up on the chairs too. Then Aphais turned towards Kurika. All of you wait here, Aphais said, and I honestly don't mind them staying here. By the way, Aphais, thanks for asking my opinion. I thought sarcastically. They can accompany us if they want. They won't be having any sort of problems, I quipped from the side. The others hurriedly stood up with excited looks on their faces. Before anyone could blink, the 6 of us found ourselves floating in space. Everything around us was mostly black as there wasn't anything around us. This part of the Omniverse is completely empty. There are no stars, black holes, or any type of mass. This part of the Omniverse is simply empty. Though this place is of great significance. This is where I had fought with Ikajan, and everything around us had ceased to exist during the fight. The nearest system to this empty space is the Marvel Multiverse. Apparently, the Marvel Multiverse came to exist because I died in that place. I am the Leviathan of destruction, and a whole multiverse came to exist due to my death. Pretty ironic. So, what do you think about this place? I asked, looking at Afaiz, who was looking around us, her eyes slightly glowing with interest and excitement. Wow, I was finally able to see some sort of reaction from her. Yes, this place is more than adequate, Afaiz said dryly, but everyone noticed that there was a small undertone of excitement in her voice. It was almost negligible, but anyone who knew her for some time would easily notice it. Are you sure that I can keep this place? Afaiz asked in a monotone, but her eyes were almost desperate. Don't worry, you can keep this place. Nothing is going to exist in this place for billions of years, and if someone comes here then you need to simply tell them that the Leviathan of Destruction allowed you to stay here, I explained, and Afaiz nodded her head in understanding. Can we go back? I want to meet Vala one last time before I start residing here, Afaiz said while looking at me. I simply nodded my head and all of us found ourselves back in our backyard. With that, I have finally dealt with the main power base behind Cow's Brigade. Do you think this is going to work? Jean asked, staring at their latest creation with awe in her eyes. According to the tests it is supposed to work, Fleur quipped from the side. She also had a look of satisfaction in her eyes. We can't say anything without testing it and we don't have any way to test this. Momo was satisfied, but at the same time, she was annoyed too. She couldn't be proud of something if she didn't know if the thing would work or not. That is why they needed to test their creation before celebrating or anything. Momo, Fleur, and Jean had finally completed modifying the king piece. Supposedly, they have removed any shortcomings and negative points, but they had no way to confirm it. We can always ask Hela for some test subjects, Jean suggested meekly as she didn't know how the others were going to react to her suggestion. For a moment, Fleur turned towards Momo, who simply shrugged. I don't have any problems with live testing. There must be prisoners in the underworld. We can use the ones who are sentenced to execution or life imprisonment, Momo suggested, and Jean eagerly nodded her head in agreement. Then both of them turned towards Fleur, who still seemed to be thinking. I can't imagine Hela keeping prisoners, Fleur pointed out, and for a moment, both Momo and Jean frowned. They couldn't disagree with what Fleur just said. I suppose as long as we aren't using innocence it is going to be fine, Momo suggested with an unsure look on her face. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, both Fleur and Jean agreed with Momo's suggestion. Then let's call Hela before anything else, Jean said, and Momo immediately pulled out her mobile and called Hela. After a few seconds, the call was accepted. Hello, how may I help you, Yayo Rosa-sama? It was Grafia who had accepted the call. Momo internally groaned. She didn't like being referred to as Yayo Rosa-sama. It made her feel old, and she insisted that she wasn't old enough to be called Yayo Rosa-sama, but Grafia always ignored her requests. Both Fleur and Jean started to snicker. They knew how much Momo hated being referred to as Yayo Rosa-sama. Momo shot them a dirty look, but Fleur's and Jean's snickers only became louder. As soon as the call ended, they were going to tease Momo mercilessly. How many times have I told you to not call me Yayo Rosa-sama? Momo growled, and she only received silence in answer. Momo was about to snap, but fortunately, Fleur snatched the mobile from her hand. Grafia, where is Hela? Fleur asked. Lady Hela is busy cleaning garbage, Delacour-sama, Grafia answered after a small pause. Momo, Fleur, and Jean tilted their heads with questions on top of their heads. Then all of a sudden, realization dawned on all three of them at the same time. Is the garbage alive? Momo questioned, and once again, she received silence from the other side. Momo was about to snap a vein. She was sure that Grafia was doing this for her sadistic pleasure. Yes, after a few seconds of silence, Grafia admitted the truth. Can you tell her no to kill them? We need some test subjects for the king piece, Jean spoke out hurriedly, shocking both Fleur and Momo. I will inform Lady Hela of your intentions, Grey-sama, Grafia said, and ended the call. What? Hela was going to kill them either way. If we use them for tests then at least their deaths would have a meaning, Jean explained, and neither Momo nor Fleur could find any fault in Jean's logic. So, the three of them decided to wait for a reply. After a few minutes, Hela sent a text message on Momo's mobile. Momo immediately opened the message and smiled brightly. She quickly showed the message to the others. I am bringing the guinea pigs. That was all Hela has written, but it was enough for all of them to understand. So, the three of them immediately started to prepare their lab for live testing. They knew that they would be needing some space, so Momo pressed a few buttons and all the platforms melted into the floor. After a couple of minutes, Hela finally teleported inside the lab with 14 devils. All of them were being held down by Hela's astral army, and some were already missing a few vibes. None of the injuries were made by a sharp weapon. Hela had ripped off their limbs with her bare hands. Hela threw a mangled body towards the three inventors. Start with her. I don't think she is going to live for long, Hela said with a neutral look on her face. The three inventors looked down at the body and they immediately cringed. It was the body of a middle-aged female devil. The woman was missing both of her arms, along with both of her legs, and she was also missing her ears. At least the woman had an eye left. Momo signaled Fleur, who grabbed a king piece. The Lucifuge crest appeared on the floor and Grafia teleported inside the room with a silver flash. Fleur leaned down and placed the king piece over the dying woman's chest. The king piece started to glow brightly and moments later, it disappeared into the woman's body. The woman started to grow back her limbs along with her missing ears and eyes. Grafia decided to stand beside Hela and watch the whole scene unfolding in front of her eyes. The king pieces aren't supposed to regrow limbs and organs, right? Hela asked, looking in between Momo and the devil woman who was returning from death's door. No, Momo swiftly answered. We decided to use Fleur's and Jean's healing flames to stabilize the power boost. Previously, if the king piece was used on someone too strong or someone with special ability, then there was a very high chance that they might die, Momo explained and continued to observe the changes in the devil woman. Hella, can you create some more astral figures to hold her down? Jean requested and Hella simply complied. After that, Momo decided to continue her explanation. They died because their body couldn't handle the sudden power boost, and even if they survived, the sudden power boost caused a lot of damage inside their bodies. But that won't be happening if you use the new pieces. After all, the body is being healed and reconstructed to handle the power boost. Momo finally finished her explanation. Looks like the transformation is complete, Fleur declared. The woman was struggling very hard to get free from the astral figures. Her newfound power was obviously helping her. Let me go, you bitches. I will hand you over to the dogs as soon as I am free. The woman continued to scream, but everyone ignored her. Momo, Fleur, and Jean continued to observe the changes and see if the changes were stable or not. After nearly half an hour, the three of them finally stopped prodding the woman, who was still struggling to get herself free. Momo released a satisfied sigh and both Fleur and Jean had huge grins on their faces. Get rid of her, she is no longer needed, Fleur said dismissively, while she continued to stare at her day top hat. As soon as the words left Fleur's mouth, the woman was beheaded. Hella would have preferred ripping apart the woman for the second time, but she concluded that the gore would be too much for the three inventors. The first test was a complete success, Jean declared with a grin, and both Momo and Fleur followed Jean's example. But we need to continue testing. Hella, can you grab us the strongest devil you brought? Jean requested, and some astral figures immediately came forward with a male devil. The man was missing an arm, and from the way the man was groaning, it seemed that Hella had turned his jawbones into powder. Fleur quickly grabbed another king piece and placed it over the man's chest. From the readers, they could see that the man was almost at ultimate class level. So, this man was a perfect candidate for the test. The king piece started to glow brightly, and moments later, it disappeared into the man's body. The man's missing arm started to grow back while his jaw also started to heal. The man's power level started to rise up and the king piece was working like it was supposed to. By the time the transformation was complete, the man's power levels have reached Satan class. The man used his newfound power to get himself free and immediately lunged towards Fleur, as Fleur seemed to be the weakest among the five. He wasn't planning to kill her, he was going to take her hostage to get out of this place. He wasn't delusional enough to think that he could defeat Hella even with his power boost. But his intentions were left unfulfilled as Hella's hands grabbed his head and she quickly slammed him on the table. Hella used so much force that she snapped the man's spine like a dried-up twig. Hella stood up and placed her feet on the man's back, and then she started to pull on his arms. Keep holding him like that and don't rip off his arms. You can do whatever with him after we finish our test, Momo said as she started to record the data. After a few hours, they were finally done. You can get rid of everyone. We don't need to conduct any more tests. We are sure that the King Piece 2.0 are working perfectly, Momo declared with a huge smile on her face. They conducted the test a few more times, before giving their new invention a green light. Fantastic! Hella exclaimed and crushed a man's skull under her heels, spilling the contents on the floor. Just like she had suspected, the three inventors cringed at the sight in front of them. At least, none of them emptied their stomachs. Vala gasped when he finally regained consciousness. He had no idea where he was, but his surroundings were very much unfamiliar. So, he tried to move. He wanted to get a better understanding of where he was and maybe remember how he ended up here. Only a pitiful groan escaped his lips when he tried to move. Vala felt like his whole body was on fire. So, you are finally up. Vala heard a very familiar voice from the side. With some difficulties he looked up, only to find Azazel sitting near the window. Where am I? Vala asked in a raspy voice. His throat was very dry, and he was finding it very difficult to talk. You don't remember what happened? Azazel asked, and when he noticed the complicated look on Vala's face, he could only release a sigh. Yachiru Anohana had warned him about this. Vala had gone into a shock when he was getting healed, so it might take his brain some time to recall everything. Don't worry, you went into a shock. The memories will start coming back to you shortly, Azazel explained, and Vala wasn't happy with the explanation, but he didn't have the strength to argue. Don't you want something else? Azazel asked softly as he approached Vala's bed. Water, Vala rasped out with some difficulties. Azazel nodded his head and grabbed the glass of water which was placed on the table beside Vala's head. After that, Azazel placed the glass near Vala's lips and he slowly chugged down the whole glass worth of water. How long have I been here? Vala questioned curiously as he looked under the sheets. At least, he wasn't naked under the sheets. Vala also noticed that he could talk more freely now. It has been a few hours, Azazel answered and sat down beside Vala's bed. Before Vala could ask about anything else, he felt a stinging pain in his head and he slowly started to remember the events which led him here, wherever he was. Vala clenched his fists in anger and bit down on his lower lip. Once again, he was soundly beaten and he has also embarrassed Albion, who has been his partner since the time he has learned how to access his sacred gear. You shouldn't worry about me. I won't lie, I feel defeated, humiliated, but this isn't anything new for me. There were other wielders too who were soundly defeated by boosted gear wielders in the past. Albion began, trying to console Vala. Seeing that Vala was intently listening to his words, Albion decided to continue speaking. I think you should be proud. Unlike my past wielders, you were fighting against the real thing. No matter what a wielder tries, they could never reach our original powers. Drake held a huge advantage over you if nothing else. Albion continued, and even though Vala frowned, he didn't denounce Albion's words. It is said that the power of the Juggernaut Drive is comparable with the power of the original Heavenly Dragons. He has used Empyro Juggernaut Overdrive in the fight, which was much stronger than the Juggernaut Drive, but he still lost. So, in theory, he should have been stronger than Drake, right? But Drake was simply playing around with him during the fight. Now that he thought about it, Drake only used his ability when his power was divided. That was a hard pill to swallow for Vale, but there was nothing he could do. So, did you finally remember how you ended up here? Azazel asked with a smug grin on his face. Vale wanted to slap the man to remove that cocky grin from his face, but he couldn't even move without wincing due to pain surging through his body. Where am I? Once again Vale asked as he still had no idea where he was. You are in Satrai Mansion. Sana Satrai has graciously agreed to host you, so be respectful to her, Azazel said in a warning tone. Vale gave him a confused look. Now he knew where he was, but he has no idea why he was brought here, instead of being taken to Grigori to get healed. And as for why you were brought here? You were in a very bad space when the fight ended. You were barely breathing, so Drake decided to bring you to the best healer he knew, and it seems that I have to agree with him. Yachiru Anohana is the best healer I have seen, Azazel admitted in a respectful tone. Vala didn't know what to say, but he decided that he was going to thank Yachiru Anohana for saving his life as soon as he meets him. Vala has been this close to death. In fact, Vala had accepted his death when he was engulfed by the energy beams. Thank you, Azazel-san. I am glad that you appreciate my healing skills. Vala was brought out of his musing when he heard a woman's voice. Yachiru Anohana entered the infirmary with her usual kind and gentle smile marring her face. Thank you for saving my life even though you didn't have any obligations to help me, Vala said, looking really grateful and respectful. Nov. L. B //JNN. As a healer, it is my duty to heal you. I don't need any obligations to heal someone. Yachiru said kindly as she drew some hand signs and her palms started to glow. She quickly inspected Vale and after a few minutes of continuous prodding, Yachiru stopped whatever she was doing. You are mostly healed, but I would suggest that you shouldn't move. I had to regrow a lot of your muscles and tendons. That is why you are feeling pain when you are trying to move. You were badly burnt when Drake has brought you here, Yachiru said and pulled out a parchment from her sleeve. She handed the paper to Azazel. This is the list of injuries he had sustained. You may show him the list, but that is going to be your decision, Yachiru said while looking at Azazel, who nodded his head in understanding. Then Yachiru turned back towards Vale. You should also refrain from eating foods which are difficult to digest, Yachiru added with a smile. Please take care, Yachiru said and turned around to leave the room, but she stopped near the door and turned around. Your friends have been waiting for you. I am going to allow them to visit you, but you must refrain from moving or I would be displeased, Yachiru warned and her eyes and smile darkened as she warned Vale. Both Vale and Azazel shivered in fear. Once again, Yachiru gave them a kind smile and walked out of the room. Only after a couple of minutes, Vale's group members entered the infirmary along with Afai's. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, a different type of conversation was taking place. So, how may I help you? Sana asked as she crossed her fingers under her chin and leaned in front of the table with her elbows as support. I want to join your peerage, the small girl sitting in front of Sana declared with a determined look on her face. Even Sana's peerage members who were present inside the room were surprised by the girl's straightforwardness. The girl has long dark purple hair along with sleepy golden eyes. Her hair was tied in a long braid by a bow with a purple skull, reaching all the way down to her hips. The girl's skin was inhumanly pale. The girl was dressed in a light blue dress and a black and white hood resembling a jester cap with an emerald gem at the tip. She was also wearing elbow-length gloves covered in golden neon lines with gems at the back of her wrists. She also had a cape hanging behind her and lastly, she had a skull mask hanging by her waist. I don't think you gave me your name, Sana reminded the girl. A look of realization finally dawned on the girl's face. Oh, sorry, the girl apologized sheepishly and started to chuckle nervously. Moments later, her demeanor shifted and she became upbeat and cheerful. Hello, my name is Benia Arcus, it is nice to finally meet you. The girl exclaimed with a bright smile on her face. Sana was slightly taken off guard by the cheerfulness of the girl. May I know why do you want to join my peerage? I don't think I am that famous, Sana questioned and the girl became slightly sad after hearing Sana's question. I don't have anywhere else to go. The destroyer killed Hades along with most of the Grim Reapers. My friends and I were out on a mission, that is why we weren't able to answer his summons. Now, I think that's a good thing or we would have been slaughtered, Benia shivered. We heard that you along with your peerage destroyed Hexenasht and you personally defeated Walburga. So, we thought that joining you was the best option since you reside in the human world, Benia explained and Sana nodded her head in understanding. I see. I don't have any reasons to deny your request and with the upcoming raiding games tournament, I need all the help I can get, Sana declared with a smile on her face and Benia almost beamed at Sana after hearing her decision. Thanks. I going to get my friends. After that, you can resurrect us as your peerage members. The former Grim Reaper exclaimed cheerfully and skipped out of the room after Sana gave her the permission to leave. Come on, Grafia. Don't be a stick in the mud. Come on, join us. Hela almost whined, but it was clearly not a whine since Hela doesn't whine. She growled menacingly and demanded. So, there was only one thing Graphia could do. She quickly took off her clothes and placed them in the basket and shyly entered the massive bath. See, that wasn't that hard, right? Jean asked with a grin, and Graphia could only nod her head. This wasn't the first time Graphia was taking a bath with other women, but this was definitely her first time taking a bath with her superior. Well, she had been working in Gremory household before Hela decided to recruit her for a life filled with gore and gruesome sights. Everyone in the Gremory household treated her like a servant, which she was, and she also preferred to be treated like a maid, but everyone in this house treated her like a member of the family. That was something completely new for her. She has never experienced something like this. Graphia couldn't understand why, but she felt really happy that they were treating her in such a manner. That wasn't how it was supposed to be. Graphia was a servant, so she should have been treated like a servant, right? This certainly feels nice. It has been quite some time since I have taken a bath in a hot tub, Graphia muttered with a smile, and the others also grinned after hearing her words. The water feels so good since it is coming straight from a hot spring, Momo added, and Graphia's eyes grew slightly at the revelation. From what she knew, there weren't hot springs near Kuok town, but Itsuki Ryo has space powers, so making a connection in between his house and a hot spring wasn't that hard. So, what are you going to do with the king pieces? Fleur asked as she poured sake for everyone. Most of the time, Fleur preferred having wine over anything else, but sake was absolutely the best in the bath. I might give one to Sana. I will talk with her, but I might give a couple of them as prizes in the tournament. Hela shrugged as she leaned back in the bath. So, are we invited to watch this tournament? Momo asked as she decided to rest on the other side of the massive bath. Of course, you are. All of you are going to be invited, Hela declared with a grin on her face. Fleur finally distributed the drinks. Everyone expects all of you to be there. This is the first time when the Destroyer's family is going to be publicly present in an event. Hela added and chugged down her whole drink in one go. Wow, should we expect attacks from unhappy devils, fallen angels, and angels? Jean asked dryly. You should add Asgardians in that list too. Graphia practically whispered, but Momo, Jean, and Fleur had extremely sharp senses, so they clearly heard the silver-haired woman's mutterings. Hela. I don't even know what to say, Fleur said in an exasperated tone. Well, Graphia isn't wrong, but the angels are all right. They aren't going to try anything, but fallen angels and the devils might, though you shouldn't worry about them. They wouldn't do anything if they know what is good for them. Hela explained in a dismissive manner. I didn't know you were so optimistic, Fleur commented dryly. I am not being optimistic, but I know that everyone is afraid of me, and if someone is brave enough to try something, then I will make an example out of him, or her. Simple. Hela finished with a grin. Everyone decided to drop the topic. For a few minutes, all five of them kept relaxing in complete silence. Everyone was completely calm and silent until Jean elbowed Momo. The black-haired woman opened her eyes only to find Jean gesturing towards Graphia with a mischievous grin on her face. Momo also grinned like Cheshire Cat, but she quickly got rid of that grin. Graphia, Momo called out, and Graphia immediately opened her eyes and turned towards Momo. What can I do for you, Yayo Rosa-sama? Graphia asked respectfully. She was already back in her maid persona. Momo internally cringed, but she decided to move on with their plan. So, when do you plan to make a move on our man? Momo asked with a soft smile on her face, but the corners of her lips were twitching violently. As soon the question registered in Graphia's mind, she lit up like a Christmas tree. That would teach her not to tease me, Momo thought with a smug grin inside her mind. Graphia choked and started to sputter incoherently, unable to form any sort of statement. Hela started to laugh boisterously. This was going to be too much fun. I do don't know what you are talking about. After a whole minute, Graphia finally stuttered out an answer, and Momo simply made her way towards the silver-haired maid, who simply wanted to run away or dig a hole for herself to hide. Tisk tisk tisk. Momo wagged her finger in front of Graphia with a smug grin on her face. You shouldn't lie, Graphia. Good maids don't lie. Aren't you the best maid? Momo asked, and Graphia felt like she had been punched in the gut. That was a low blow, but there was nothing Graphia could do to escape. Did you really think that we wouldn't notice your glances? The way you look at him from time to time during meal times or whenever he is around. Fleur whispered from the side. Graphia has never felt so embarrassed. She couldn't believe Lady Hela was right. She honestly never expected Lady Hela to be an expert on these matters. It was a mistake. See, Graphia, I wasn't the only one who had noticed your glances, Hela shrugged with a grin. Graphia shot her a pleading look, but once again Hela shrugged. She wasn't going to displease Momo. She might be stronger, but Momo was higher on the hierarchy, and you don't mess with hierarchy. I am sorry. I will stop, Graphia stammered out with a defeated look on her face. She was about to apologize, but Jean cut her off. Graphia, none of us wants you to stop, if that is what you want, and from the looks of it, you are very much interested in him, Jean consoled the silver-haired maid. Graphia's head snapped towards Jean, who was smiling at her. Then she turned towards Momo and Fleur, only to find that they were smiling too. Nov, L, B /JNN. But I am just a serva. Graphia began to speak, but Hela cut her off. Nobody cares about that. Have you seen any of us treat you like a servant? I know that you grew up being trained as a servant, but that doesn't mean that you need to live your life like a servant. And who said that servants don't deserve happiness? Hela questioned in a menacing tone. It doesn't matter as long as you and Rio are fine with it. We aren't going to say anything or stop you. In fact, you are free to ask for our help, Momo added with a gentle smile on her face. I see, but Ryo-sama hasn't made any advancements. Is it alright for me to make the first move? Grafia asked in a worried tone. Fleur and Jean simply rolled their eyes. Men are just like that. Most of the time, they are completely oblivious to all the signals. Rio isn't an exception to that rule. Fleur griped with a somewhat irritated look on her face, and Jean also nodded her head in agreement. Momo and Hella wanted to tell them that Rio wasn't oblivious to their signals, but they decided to refrain from doing that. They didn't want Grafia to back out right now. Grafia nodded her head in understanding after hearing Fleur's words. So, all of you think that I should make a move and you don't mind sharing your future husband with me? Grafia asked, glancing at everyone's face. Everyone beside Grafia immediately nodded their heads. Grafia didn't know how to react, so she simply leaned back in her bath. So, should I invite him on a date? Grafia asked with an embarrassed smile on her face. While Momo, Fleur, and Jean agreed with Grafia, Hella had something completely different in her mind. That would be way too mundane, Grafia, Hella said and snaked her arm around Grafia's shoulder. I think you should become his maid, show him how much you want to please him, then let him relieve his stress with your body. Hella continued to whisper sinful words into Grafia's ear. With each passing moment, the blush on Grafia's face kept getting brighter. Grafia wasn't going to lie. Hella's words did seem to be more than slightly enticing. Grafia started to imagine scenes where she was the innocent little lamb and Ryo-sama was the big bad wolf. Just imagining the way he would bully her was simply orgasmic. The idea of being forcefully taken from behind after an extremely stressful day almost made her come. Yes, Grafia very much liked the idea. Yes. Grafia breathed out huskily with a bright blush on her face. Momo, Fleur, and Jean already knew that the silver-haired maid was already a lost cause. So, they simply shrugged. They weren't going to judge anyone after living with Nemuri and Dora for so many years. Yes, I am going to become Ryo-sama's maid, Grafia said while staring into Hella's eyes. The green-eyed woman simply grinned in victory. Shouldn't you be helping Hella? I asked as I stared at the woman standing in front of me. I had to use quite a bit of my mind powers to stop my eyebrows from twitching. No, Lady Hella is doing something secretive and she doesn't want anyone to find out about it. She said that she wants to surprise everyone, including me. That is why she sent me here, Ryo-sama. Grafia answered my question in a respectful tone. Except for the flushed look on her face was completely stoic. Grafia is really good at lying. Hella is simply lazing in front of the heavens system while thinking about how to cause more discord and destruction. I have also heard the stuff the girls have been discussing in the bath. I already knew that Grafia was interested in me, but I had no idea how to make a move on Grafia. Grafia also seems to have a masochist kink. Surprising, right? Though, I wouldn't mind having a beautiful maid like Grafia who is also one of my women. I would have preferred if she stopped being a maid, but that wasn't going to happen. Lucifuge clan was the servant clan of the original Lucifer clan. So, the members of the Lucifuge clan were trained to serve the Lucifer clan since they were small. Grafia has been also trained in a similar manner, so being a maid is a part of her life. She would never give up being a maid, no matter what, and it would be very cruel of me if I make her give up being a maid. Since Grafia was small, she always dreamed of being the best maid. Being Hella's maid has made her dream come true. At least, Grafia believed that. Fine. I accepted Grafia's request, but there is no way that I would make the seducing Ryo-sama and get boned part easy for her, and she is a masochist. She might have just realized the fact, but that a masochist is a masochist. After dealing with Nemuri and Dora, I learned quite a bit about them. So, I am sure that Grafia would love the dismissive play. You can accompany me even though I don't have much to do except for some wedding shopping, I said, and Grafia smiled brightly. Of course, Ryo-sama. I would love to accompany you, Grafia declared, and I would have cackled in mad glee, but doing that would have given away my real intentions. We spent the rest of the day visiting various shops. I could have used my powers to get everything with a simple thought, but for whatever reason, the girls wanted me to buy everything by physically visiting shops. I don't have any idea why the girls would ask something like that, but I knew not to argue with them. By the end of the day, Grafia was both annoyed and frustrated. She was frustrated because I was acting completely oblivious to all of her advances, and she was annoyed because she was liking the feeling of growing frustration. Don't worry, Grafia, you will thank me later. I kept our interactions completely professional, and that frustrated her to no end. I loved the look on her face when I refused her offer of body message, saying that I wasn't tired. Technically, I didn't lie since I truly wasn't tired, so it was fine, and only after a few days, I would get much more than just a body massage from her. So, Grafia, what are your plans for the future? I asked her once we finally returned to my mansion. I plan to keep serving Lady Hella. Of course, if she wants to keep me, Grafia said with a small smile on her face. I see. Don't you have any plans of having a family? I mean a husband and children? I asked, and for a moment Grafia froze. Only after a moment, she resumed to follow me. I don't know. My priority is to keep serving Lady Hella. Grafia trailed off with a hint of longing in her eyes. It was quite clear that she was very good at hiding it, but you could notice her desire for family if you know what you are looking for. I see. So, are you excited about the upcoming raiding games? I asked Grafia when we finally arrived in the living room. I called a few house elves as I pulled out everything I had bought today from my storage space. The elves gladly accepted the duty with bright smiles on their faces and popped away. I am pretty excited about it, but I don't know everything Lady Hella has planned for the tournament. She did mention that she was going to show us the prizes before a day of opening, Grafia explained, and I nodded my head in understanding. Though I already know what Hella is planning to give away as prizes. Oh, so, who do you think has the highest chance of winning the tournament? I asked while I gestured Grafia to sit on the other side. She reluctantly accepted the gesture and plopped down on the other side of the couch. I summoned a house elf and asked him to bring some snacks for us. Grafia seemed to contemplate my question for a few seconds before she started to answer. I can't say for sure. Sana-sama is being trained by Anohina-sama. Sana-sama has become extremely strong, but there are some good opponents too. Like Vala Lucifer or Sareorg Bale, Grafia answered. Vatican. I have a message from Lady Hella. Michael declared as he teleported inside the meeting room. The meeting room was filled with various church officials and holy knights. Michael has sent a message through one of his brave saints to the Pope, asking the man to arrange an emergency meeting. The Pope has been quite displeased with the angels, especially Michael, since the man has selfishly abandoned them. So, by extension, the Pope was quite displeased with Michael's brave saints too, but when the Pope heard that the meeting was of utmost importance, he reluctantly agreed to call a meeting. So, here they were, waiting for Michael's arrival, but as soon as they heard Michael's words, several protests of outrage rang throughout the room. Michael was expecting a reaction like this, so he simply raised a hand in placating manner, but still screams of outrage rang throughout the room. Michael finally understood how far his grace or the grace of heaven has fallen. He knew that humans were selfish creatures. This wasn't the first time he had seen them acting in such a manner. It has happened in the past too. The people of the church were responsible for the Inquisition, but the angels were blamed when everything was put to a stop. In a corner of his mind, Michael felt really glad that the survival of angels no longer depended on humans. The Pope finally raised his hand in a placating manner and everyone became silent. He subtly gave Michael a smug grin, but Michael simply ignored the man since he had much more important things to do, like delivering a message. So, your esteemed Lady Hella had decided to finally address us? So, what does she want? Complete surrendered. One of the holy knights asked in a mocking tone. Several knights around him simply sneered at Michael in agreement. Tell her we aren't angels, we won't surrender. Someone screamed from the back. Michael wasn't able to see the woman's voice. It was obviously a woman since the voice was feminine, but Michael could be wrong too. Humans seem to have weird sorts of kinks. Michael simply shrugged. He would have felt insulted, but he has been maintaining the heavens system for quite some time, so he was used to getting cursed and insulted by the humans. I assume that all you have heard about the raiding games tournament. Lady Hella wants Holy Knights or the Crutch faction to participate in the tournament, Mikhail revealed, and everyone gaped at him for a moment. And why would we do that? The Pope asked curiously. He really wanted to know why the madwoman thought that he would follow her demands or orders. For your continued survival. This is what Lady Hella had said. If teams belonging to church faction don't show up, then first, I will kill every single human residing in that puny city without exception, then I will track down every single human who visit church, and then I will kill them along with their whole families in front of the church. I will continue doing that until nobody dares to speak the word church. That is what Lady Hella said. I hope you make the right choice. Michael delivered the message and teleported away. Silence ensued for minutes even after Michael's departure. Nobody was laughing now, they simply kept staring at each other for minutes, and finally, all hell broke loose when one of the knights started to curse in a very colorful language. Seventh heaven. Only one day was left before the big opening of the Rating Games tournament, and every group of training tirelessly for the tournament. Hela was extremely happy with the development. She is the goddess of death and war. She arranged this tournament so that she could watch different races clash against each other in an arena. So, Hela was finally leading a group of 3 towards to show them the prizes she had arranged for the tournament. When the tournament was finally over, there will be only a few factions with the power to oppose her, but she wouldn't be revealing that to anyone. At least not now. She suspected that Rio already knew about her intentions, but she was sure that he was fine with it. So, Grafia Lucifuge, Sirafal Leviathan, and Diehauser Belial were led to the place where Hela was keeping the prizes. Hela pushed the door open, revealing everything to the 3 devils. Grafia, Sirafal, and Diehauser didn't know, drastically paled as soon as they read the plagues placed over the prizes. I am not going to lie. The things you have done to this place is very breathtaking. Fleur complimented the green-haired former devil king standing in front of her. Ajuka Beelzebub graciously accepted the compliment with a huge smile on his face. Ajuka Beelzebub was a man of science. He wasn't arrogant, but he knew how to credit for things he have worked for, and he wasn't shy about it. Besides, this wasn't the first time he was being complimented for the arena he had created. My lady, unfortunately, I can't take all the credit. It would have been impossible without the assistance of both Sirafal Leviathan and Diehauser Belial. Ajuka Beelzebub might have accepted the compliment, but like any other aristocrat, he knew that he shouldn't ignore the ones who were responsible for the tournament. The rating game tournament was going to take place inside a massive arena created by Ajuka Beelzebub. Usually, rating games took place inside the game field. The game field is located inside a section of the dimensional gap, protected by a barrier. Naturally, the original field was also created by Ajuka Beelzebub. So, he simply decided to modify and upgrade the existing game field, so that they could host the Rating Games tournament. The game field was capable of providing a simulation of any environment or scenery for a game to take place in. Ajuka also needed to upgrade and expand the game field because according to Lady Hella, the venue needed to be epic. So, the sitting area for the spectators was also expanded drastically. Several magical screens were fitted near the spectator seats so that everyone can enjoy the games even if they are sitting very far from the combat zone. Sirafal Leviathan suspected that there were chances of fights breaking out among the crowd and Daihoer seemed to completely agree with her. At first, mainly 5 groups were going to participate in the rating games, but after Hela's visit to Asgard, the number of groups increased by 1. So, they were going to have spectators and supporters from all 6 groups. Even though all those groups were under Lady Hela's rule, there was no love among these groups. Obviously, the Krush faction, the Norse faction, and the Yukai faction thought that they weren't under Lady Hela's rule, but in reality, they were her subjects. They simply didn't know that, yet. Hela could always show them the error of their ways on a later date, so it was probably fine. Now, back to the spectators' viewing area. Allowing the supporters from all 6 factions to sit together was the recipe for disaster. That is why Sirafal Leviathan proposed to make separate spectator areas for each faction separated by a barrier. Diehauser Belial instantly agreed with Serafal's suggestion and her suggestion was finalized for the spectators area. Then there was another problem. Except for TH Devil faction, the other factions didn't know the ins and outs of the rating games. So, they also needed to explain everything before starting the tournament. Just like the spectators, the participants were also being kept separate. They didn't want ant fights breaking out before the tournament. Rio and lovers obviously found themselves sitting in the VIP box along with the leaders of the other factions. This was the first time Yasaka was meeting Hela face to face, and boy, Yasaka was basically shaking like a leaf in fear. Yasaka is a 9-tailed fox yukai. Yukais are naturally very attuned to nature and intent, being a 9-tailed fox made simply magnified her connection with nature. So, Yasaka could feel and see the true nature of Hela. She has met Yachiro Anohana before and she thought that Yachiro was the epitome of cruelty, brutality, and viciousness, but now Yasaka knew that Yachiro Anohana didn't hold a candle in front of Hela. The tall green-eyed woman had probably killed billions if not trillions. Goddess Amaterasu has decided to accompany Yasaka and she was also maintaining her distance from Hela and Yachiro. Thankfully, Kunu was too young to become attuned to nature like Yasaka, so she wasn't wary of them and she was also getting treats from Rio, which obviously helped. Kunu had rushed at Rio as soon as he has arrived along with his lovers. Kunu remembered him as the kind uncle who gave her ice cream when she felt scared and afraid. The kind uncle and his lover have saved them from bad guys who wanted to harm them, so the kind uncle was already good in her books. She also knew Nemuri and Dora, who were also Rio's lovers. So, as soon as arrived in front of Rio to greet him and thank him again for saving them, she found herself being cooed and coddled by several beautiful women. Kunu desperately tried to escape, but her tormentors were way too strong. So, after a few minutes, Kunu found herself sitting on Rio's lap, eating ice cream. Once again, the kind uncle had saved her. Yasaka kept throwing worried glances towards her daughter, but when she saw that her daughter was genuinely happy sitting on that man's lap, she couldn't find herself to complain anymore. Kunu never had a father figure in her life and Yasaka suspected that Kunu has started to see the destroyer as her father figure. All of a sudden everyone inside the VIP box became completely silent when a loud bang was heard throughout the whole arena. Even the spectator stands became completely silent as they wanted to know what was happening, but the ones who were present inside the VIP box already knew that it was about to start. Moments later, several people started to pour inside the arena from 6 different gates. All of them stopped when all the groups arrived around the elevated platform at the center of the arena. The spectators roared in support of the ones who were representing their factions. All the magical screens were activated. The screens in the spectators area focused on their respective representatives. Once again, another loud bang rang throughout the whole arena, making everyone silent. The picture was the magical screens were replaced. The screens were focusing at the platform. A teleportation circle of Lucifuge clan appeared on the platform and moments later, Grafia Lucifuge appeared out of the teleportation circle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Lady Hela, I welcome all of you to the Rating Games tournament. Grafia yelled, her voice was magically intensified so everyone clearly heard her words. Grafia knows how to be dramatic. Rio deadpanned while looking towards Dora. The neon green pixie-haired girl simply looked away while whistling, but Rio couldn't blame the woman. At least, Dora has ended up teaching something useful to Grafia. At least Grafia wouldn't find herself out of depth while addressing such a large crowd. Dora has simply given the silver-haired maid a few pointers on how to command the crowd. Dora has also shown her a few videos of consorts and stuff to give Grafia a rough idea. Grafia was obviously grateful for the help. This wasn't the first time Grafia was given the responsibility of narrating the events but has never been able to command the crowd. Now, I know that all of you are very excited, but I would ask all of you to be patient. Obviously, we devils know how these rating games work, we are extremely familiar with them, but the other factions present here are at a disadvantage. Grafia said looking around at the crowd. She was paying more attention to the other factions and they were paying her rapt attention. So, I will be explaining the rules of rating games before anything else so that all of you could enjoy the tournament. The raiding games take the form of a strategic battle between two kings and their peerage members. Now, all you must be wondering how the representatives from the other factions are going to participate when they don't have the peerage system. Do not fret, as Ajuka Beelzebub has come forward with a solution. Graphia declared dramatically, and a wooden box appeared in her hands. She slowly opened the box, revealing the contents to everyone. The box was filled with evil pieces, but unlike the normal evil pieces, these evil pieces seem to be made of glass. These are not normal evil pieces. These evil pieces were created with only the tournament in mind. The evil pieces will function like any other normal evil pieces, but your race won't change. Using these evil pieces, you would be able to assign positions to your group members, and these evil pieces are also capable of the promotion function. These evil pieces would also allow us to teleport the injured parties out of the combat zone. We have already given out these evil pieces to the representatives of each faction other than the devils. Now, let us move on to the next rules, Graphia said as once again she looked around at the crowd. She wasn't going to say it out loud, but she definitely loved all the attention. The participants will only be eliminated if they are injured over a certain limit or if they surrender. This place is known as the game field, and it will be able to take any forms which have been agreed upon by the participating peerages. For example, Shibuya Crossing, Graphia said, pointing her hands towards the game field, and it slowly transformed into the perfect replica of the Shibuya Crossing, Tokyo. Gasps of shock, surprise, and awe were heard from the crowd. Rome Coliseum, Graphia said, and once again, the game field started to transform and everyone found themselves sitting inside the Rome Coliseum. Even the representatives who were standing right in the middle of game field couldn't find a single fault with anything around them. It felt like they were actually standing inside the Rome Coliseum. Even the stone walls felt completely real. I assure every one of you, we would be witnessing a lot of beautiful places throughout the tournament, Graphia declared in an amused tone, and some cheerful laughter was heard from the crowd. Some spectators also hummed in appreciation, but they were drowned by the cheers of the crowd. Once again, Graphia started to speak when the crowd finally calmed down. Aside from the normal rules, there are many special rules for the raiding games. Aside from the standard rules, the games can also feature unique variations depending on the nature of the raiding games. There are 8 variants of raiding games, and special rules are applied according to the type of raiding game. I will explain each variant of raiding games as soon as they come up. I wouldn't want to waste your time with boring explanations. So, let's get the games rolling. Graphia exclaimed, and the crowd roared in excitement. Now, these are the names of the groups participating in the raiding games. Graphia announced, and the list of names appeared on the magical screens. The names of the representatives of their respective factions appeared on the screens in front of them. Meanwhile, all lists were displayed inside the VIP box. There were 6 teams representing each faction. Devil faction, Sareorg Bale, Diodora Astaroth, Rias Gremory, Sana Citri, Seek Vera Agars, Zephyr Glacia Labelas, Fallen Angel faction, Vala Lucifer, Tobio Isuk, Bathin, OC, Lix Tetrax, OC, Orias, OC, Onos Kelis, OC. One particular name on the list of Fallen Angels faction raised quite a few eyebrows inside the VIP box. The former Devil Kings obviously shot questioning looks towards Azazel, who was smiling wryly. Vala Lucifer? Is he connected to the old Satan faction? Sertsk's Lucifer, one of the former Devil Kings, questioned Azazel. I don't remember giving you the permission to ask him anything. I knew about the boy and he is still alive, so you don't have to worry about him, Hela spat out while glaring at Sertsk's, who simply flinched back in fear. Hela smiled in satisfaction, and once again everyone started to pay attention to the screens. Yasaka and Goddess Amaterasu were quite surprised to see that the former Devil Kings were completely afraid of Hela. Sirafal Leviathan wasn't present in the VIP box, so they didn't know about her, but the other 3 former Devil Kings were a completely different story. Odin and Thor were also quite surprised by the exchange, and just like Yasaka and Amaterasu, they refrained from making any comments. N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. Angel faction. Griselda Corda, Jessica Lagerqvist, Nemo Raimondi, Kiyo Torashinra, Caesar Villers, Ryu Heiken. Hey, why is Griselda Corda on the list? Azazel asked out loud. Hela almost rolled her eyes, but she still decided to answer the question as it was a genuine question, and it seemed that all the leaders wanted to know the answer. Anyone under the ultimate class power level is allowed to participate. Griselda Corda is this close to being an ultimate class, but since she isn't an ultimate class, she has been allowed to participate. Hela shrugged and everyone nodded their heads in understanding. After hearing Hela's explanation, there wasn't anything they could do. Church faction. Toji Shido, Irina Shido, Zenovia Corda, Lind Selzen, Diet Helmwald Siemler, Ursula Rusmond, OC. Norse faction. Helmwidge, Ortlinda, Grimgard, Schwertleida, Rossius, Hildr, OC. Yukai faction. Akahidi, OC. Kohena, OC. Ryder, OC. San Kunkuk, OC. Yuji, OC. Voni Benkot, OC. So, you allowed Akahidi to participate? Nemuri questioned when she noticed the first name on the list of Yukai faction. Nemuri had met the boy before and he was a 9-tailed Yukai, so Nemuri obviously remembered the boy. Yes. He has been very excited since he heard that Yukais can also participate in the tournament. Yasaka answered with a small smile on her face. Now, it is time to start the games. Since there are 36 peerages in total, we are going to start with an elimination round. Since the Devil faction is already familiar with the rating games, we will be starting with the Devil faction. The participants from other factions are free to watch the games to familiarize themselves. Right now, there are 6 peerages in each faction, but only 3 peerages will be qualifying for the next round from each faction. Now, I will ask the participants from the other factions to return to their respective waiting areas. Grafia announced, and the participants from the other factions started to return without any complaints. It might seem that the devils are at a disadvantage, but in reality, they aren't, as they will be also allowed to watch the games of the other factions. Grafia finally glanced towards the devils standing in front of the platform. She opened her palm and a transparent glass bowl appeared in her hand. There were several pieces of paper inside the glass bowl. Now, I would ask the kings to join me on this platform, Grafia said, and the kings started to climb the stairs. When the kings finally arrived in front of Grafia, she pointed towards the glass bowl in her hand. Please pick a paper from the bowl. Each piece of paper has a number written on it, Grafia explained, and the kings quickly picked a paper for themselves from the bowl. Number 1 is going to fight number 2, number 3 is going to fight number 4, and lastly number 5 will fight number 6. Grafia continued her explanation. Grafia noticed how Zephyr Glaciolabelis was leering at her and she wanted to slap the filth straight into Dimensional Gap, but she decided to hold herself back. For now, Diodora Astaroth was the first one to open the paper and he was holding the number 4. Quickly the other kings also followed his example and opened their papers. Number 1 Seekvera Agars. Number 2 Zephyr Glaciolabelis. Number 3 Sana Citrai. Number 4 Diodora Astaroth. Number 5 Rias Gremory. Number 6 Sarayorg Bale. Moments later, the matchups appeared on the magical screens. First match Seekvera Agars vs Zephyr Glaciolabelis. Second match Sana Citrai vs Diodora Astaroth. Third match Rias Gremory vs Sarayorg Bale. Everyone in the VIP box noticed that Sertsk's Lucifer and his parents blanched after they saw the matchups. Milika's Gremory was also in attendance, but the bee decided to continue cheering for Rias, which was a good thing. Rias herself was looking very pale while Sana was looking at her sympathetically. Grafia vanished the glass bowl in her hand. Moments later, another glass bowl appeared in her hand, then she extended the bowl towards Seekvera Agars and Zephyr Glaciolabelis. Now, either of you pick a paper. There are 8 papers in total. On each paper, a specific type of rating game is mentioned. Grafia continued her explanation. Zephyr Glaciolabelis pushed forward haughtily. Seekvera threw him a dirty look, but he simply ignored her and picked a paper from the bowl. Then he quickly opened the paper, revealing the name of the rating game. Moments later, the name of the rating game appeared on the screens. Seekvera Agars and Zephyr Glaciolabelis were going to face each other in an object break type rating game. The devil side of the spectator stand roared in excitement, but the other stands simply kept looking at each other with confused looks on their faces as they have no idea what object break game was. Do either of you have any preferences for the arena? Grafia questioned, and Zephyr Glaciolabelis sniffed haughtily. I don't care about the arena, no matter where we fight, I will be the one who ends up victorious, Zephyr Glaciolabelis proclaimed arrogantly. Inside the VIP box, Falbium Esmeduz and Zephyr's parents only shook their heads in embarrassment and disappointment. Since Zephyr denied the privilege of seething up the game field, Grafia turned towards Seekvera Agars. Amazon Rainforest, Seekvera requested, and Grafia nodded her head in understanding. Seekvera Agars along with her peerage had been trained inside Amazon Rainforest for the last 2 months. She was going to have a huge advantage, not that Zephyr bothered to acknowledge the fact. The rating game will be taking place in the Amazon Rainforest. The game will start in 10 minutes. Seekvera Agars, Zephyr Glaciolabelis, you can wait here for 10 minutes with your peerage members, or you could return to your waiting area with the others, but you must return before the rating game is started or you will be disqualified, Grafia explained. We will wait. Both Seekvera and Zephyr decided to wait in the arena, and the other kings along with their peerage members returned to the waiting area assigned for the devils. Seekvera and Zephyr walked away along with their peerage. Instead of getting bored while waiting, allow me explain what object break game is. I am pretty sure that some of you don't have any ideas. With that, Grafia started to explain object break game to the majority of the crowd. Who do you think is going to win? Ororo asked Rumi as both silver-haired battle lovers checked out to participants. My bet is on the bespectacled girlie, Rumi said out loud, not bothering about the fact that former devil kings along with parents of all the young devils were also present inside the room. Lord and Lady Agars didn't like how their daughter was being referred to, but they didn't have the guts to say anything out loud, but at the same time, they were also interested to know why Rumi thought that their daughter was going to win. There were some other families too, who were having similar types of thoughts, but the Glaciolabelis family head wasn't pleased with Rumi. He knew his son was a moron, and he was probably going to lose, but shouldn't say that out loud. I can't find myself to disagree with you, Ororo added dryly. It has been years since she had been training and sparring with Rumi. She might not be experienced as Rumi when it comes to physical battle, but she could easily understand a lot about people from their body language. Is Seekvera Agars really going to win? Since Rumi or Ororo didn't bother to lower their voices, Kunu obviously heard them too. So, Kunu decided to ask Rio about his opinion. Yes, there are lots of factors in play here. First of all, Seekvera Agars will have a territorial advantage. She is quite familiar with Amazon forest or she wouldn't have asked for it. Secondly, she seems to be much more prepared along with her peerage members, but I can't say the same for the heir of Glaciolabala's family. Rio answered the girl's question with a smile. There were a few more factors in play here, but Rio decided to refrain from mentioning them as they were simply unnecessary. Kuna finally nodded her head in understanding and turned back to stare towards the arena. The others inside the room missed Rio's words and they found that they agreed with Rio's deduction. The way Sikvera Agars and her peerage members carried themselves, it was pretty obvious that they have trained very hard for this tournament. Hey, Rumi, fancy having a new student? Ororo asked and Rumi raised her brows in question. You mean her? Rumi asked pointed towards a screen focused on Sikvera Agars. Yes, her, Ororo added and Rumi cocked her head sideways. I will decide after I watch the match, Rumi said and nodded her head. Ororo shrugged and decided to follow Rumi's lead. The girl seemed to have a lot of potential, but that doesn't mean that she was going to become an exceptional fighter in the future. However, this time, Lord Agars was unable to stop himself from speaking up. These women were talking about training his daughter. He knew that both women were romantically involved with the destroyer, so he wouldn't mind if his daughter was being trained by them. So, Lord Agars stood up from his seat and approached Rumi and Ororo. Rio obviously noticed the man, but he didn't bother to do anything since the man didn't have any hostile intent. Knit that the man could hurt either Rumi or Ororo in the first place. Excuse me, Lord Agars spoke up when he finally arrived beside Rumi's and Ororo's seats. Both of them had noticed the man approaching them as soon as he had stood up. Yes, Ororo asked in a polite tone. Greeting, my name is Velmont Agars, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Is it true that are planning to train my daughter? The head of Agars' family asked in a polite tone. He had heard them clearly, but according to traditions, it would have been rude if he didn't confirm their standing clearly. That depends on the fight, Rumi answered with a straight face. Yes, of course. I assure you that my daughter won't disappoint either of you. She has been working really hard since the tournament was announced. Velmont Agars rattled off. He was quite pleased with the development. If she is any good, then you don't have to worry about her. We will take her under our wing, Ororo assured the man, and Velmont Agars beamed at the statement, but he didn't want to ruin the mood by continuing the conversation as there was not much to say. So, he quickly made his way back to his seat. He noticed the jealous looks he was receiving from the other families. With a smug grin on his face, he finally reclaimed his seat. Rating games field. Instead of getting bored while waiting, allow me explain what object break game is. I am pretty sure that most of you don't have any ideas. Graphia took a small pause to look around at the crowd. When she was finally satisfied that almost everyone was paying attention to her, she decided to start her explanation. Object break game, a variant of the normal rating game where the goal is to break the objects. These objects are in the shape of fallen angel and devil women. These objects will be scattered around the battlefield and there will be 13 of these objects in total. The first team to break 7 of these objects within the 12-hour time limit will win the rating game, and just like in the normal rating game, you can also defeat the enemy king to achieve victory. Graphia finished her explanation. Once again, Graphia looked around at the crowd and found that most of the people understood her explanation, and those who haven't understood anything were being explained by the people sitting beside them in the spectator stands. Graphia is a devil, so her eyesight is extremely good. After a few seconds, Graphia activated a teleportation circle and teleported away from the platform. As soon as Graphia was gone, the teleportation circle started to dissolve into the ground. The rest of the 10 minutes were finally gone and the game field transformed into the Amazon rainforest. Greeting, I am Graphia Lucifuge and I will be officiating all the rating games. Sikvera Agars along with her peerage and Zephyr Glaciolabalas along with his peerage has been teleported to the opposite sides of the game fields. As you can see on the magical screens, Graphia's voice rang throughout the arena. The objects have been also placed around the game field in a random manner. Now, it is time to start the rating game, Graphia announced, and a communication circle appeared near Sikvera's ear and Zephyr's ear. Yes, both Sikvera and Zephyr declared at the same time. With this, the first rating game of the tournament has commenced. Graphia announced cheerfully and the crowd roared in excitement and anticipation. Inside Devil Faction waiting room, do you think Zephyr has any chance of winning? Genshiro Saji questioned Sana, whose eyes were fixated on the screen. Close to none, Sana answered blandly. But he might try something underhanded like taking someone hostage. One of Sana's newest pawn asked in a worried tone. Maka has been a Grim Reaper, but unlike Benia Arcus, she was a full-fledged Grim Reaper. After the death of Hades, she had nowhere to go, so she along with her friends had decided to join Sana. Sana Satrai has resurrected her as a pawn, just like her friends. Benia has been also resurrected as a pawn, but she has consumed 2 pawn pieces, while her other friend Ibis has taken only 1 pawn piece just like her. Yes, there is a chance that Zephyr might try that when he finds that he is fucked, but chances of something like that happening are very low, Sana answered. The previous Sana would have never used such crude words, but this Sana was much more different. First of all, Sikvera is a smart girl. This isn't your usual rating game. She only needs to break 7 objects to win the game, so she would probably avoid any type of direct confrontation. And secondly, Zephyr is a huge moron. He wouldn't think of taking someone hostage. Sana deadpanned and Sabeki nodded her head in agreement. After that, Sana's peerage members started to discuss among themselves while Sana kept staring at the screen in front of her. The waiting room was very big, so everyone had their own space. so Sana wasn't bothered by the fact that someone might be eavesdropping on their conversation. From time to time, Sana kept glancing towards Diodora Astaroth and his peerage. There was something odd about his peerage members, all of them were women, and all of their faces were covered by hoods. Diodora was acting like a benevolent young lord, but Sana could swear that it was an act. She never liked Diodora Astaroth, there was slimy about him and suspicion only grew stronger with time. Previously she haven't questioned anything, but after being trained by Yachiru she had started to see the world in a different light. No matter what, Sana wouldn't trust the fucker as far as she could throw him. After that, Sana glanced towards the corner where Rias was sulking. Sana released a sigh, there was nothing she could do to help her best friend. Rias might have won if she was fighting against Zephyr and she would have a chance against Sikvera too, but there was simply no way that Rias could defeat Sarayorg. Sorry, Rias. You can't pull a miracle out of your ass. Sana pondered and turned back towards the screen. Looks like you were right, Kaiko. Sikvera Agars has planned to avoid any sort of direct confrontation. Tsubasa said with a grin and Sana could only nod her head. Now, it was just a matter of time. Just like Sana has predicted, Sikvera avoided any sort of direct confrontation. As soon as Sikvera's peerage would notice the enemy peerage members, they would quickly hightail out of the area. Obviously, Zephyr's peerage members reported back to him regarding this phenomenon. After that, Zephyr used his infinite wisdom and came to the conclusion that Sikvera must be afraid of him. Zephyr was sure that Sikvera had selected this forest as their battlefield so that she could easily hide from him. So, he ordered his peerage members to stop looking for the objects and search for Sikvera instead. That was his first mistake. Zephyr wanted to leave this forest as soon as possible, but unfortunately for him, Sikvera had been able to avoid him masterfully. 2 objects have been destroyed by Sikvera Agar's peerage. All of a sudden Zephyr froze when Graphia announced that 2 objects had already been destroyed. Zephyr didn't know how to continue. Should he continue to look for Sikvera or should he tell his peerage members to search for the objects? After a few minutes of contemplation, in his infinite wisdom, he decided to do both at the same time. He asked half of his peerage members to keep looking for Sikvera while he told the other half to search for the objects. After another hour, his peerage was finally able to locate 1 object. So, he decided to destroy the object before he could continue to look for Sikvera. Unfortunately for him, Sikvera had also located another object. So before Zephyr could celebrate, another announcement rang throughout the arena, making Zephyr grit his teeth in anger. 3 objects have been destroyed by Sikvera Agar's peerage. After a small pause, another announcement was heard. 1 object has been destroyed by Zephyr Glacialabala's peerage. Zephyr was almost frothing from his mouth. The Agar's bitch was making him look bad, and if this continued at a pace like this, then he would lose the game. So, he asked his servants who were looking for the objects to fan out. He wasn't bothered by the fact that by separating his group, he was allowing Sikvera to hunt down his servants one by one. And that is what started to happen only after a few minutes. 1 bishop of Zephyr Glacialabalas has been eliminated. The announcement rang out throughout the arena and Zephyr froze with a dumb look on his face. He simply couldn't believe this was happening. It must have been his weaker bishop. Yes, that was the most probable reason. He will deal with her later. 4 objects have been destroyed by Sikvera Agar's peerage. Only after a few moments, another announcement rang throughout the arena. Zephyr could only grit his teeth in anger. Even after the failure of his so-called brilliant plan, he decided to continue using the same plan. 2 pawns of Zephyr Glacialabalas has been eliminated. Another announcement rang throughout the arena and this time, Zephyr was downright furious. He was sure that Sikvera was somehow cheating and there was a chance that the girl was cheating. Zephyr was about to start moving again, but all of a sudden he froze and moments later, he threw himself to the side and several magical attacks rained down on the spot he had been standing. Zephyr wasn't going to get a break as several magical attacks slammed on his side as he tried to get up. Zephyr was belated away and slammed against a tree. He spat out some blood and started to look around, and he finally noticed where the attacks were coming from, but there wasn't anything he could do about that right now since several attacks were coming in his direction. Zephyr used all of his power to jump away from the spot where he had landed. His face was marred with complete disbelief. He couldn't believe he was being pushed around by none other than the king of enemy peerage, Sikvera Agars. He continued to gape in disbelief as the girl kept pushing him around with magical attacks. Magical attacks? Magic was the speciality of the Glacialabala's clan and he was pretty sure that he was the best among the young devils, so how did Sikvera Agars get so good at it? And that wasn't the only problem, she was so good with her magic that he wasn't getting any chance to counterattack. How did you get so good at magic, you bitch? Zephyr screamed out in rage. He couldn't keep jumping around like this. He was feeling like a monkey and the previous attack had injured him more than he had expected, now he was having troubles moving around. For whatever reason, Sikvera didn't bother to humor Zephyr with an answer and continued to attack him from a safe distance. Enough? I won't be treated like this by an uppity bitch, Zephyr exclaimed in anger as he pointed his palm in Sikvera's direction. Several Glacialabala's clan magical circles appeared in front of his palm, but before he could activate them, he felt something slash against his back. Gah! Zephyr turned around only to find Sikvera's knight has attacked him from the back like a coward. The stupid bitch wasn't alone like he had thought, but he was going to make them pay. Unfortunately for Zephyr, his desire was going to stay unfulfilled as several magical attacks slammed on his body from the side. Zephyr was surprised and distracted by the knight's attack, and Sikvera only needed a small distraction to deal with the moron. So, while Zephyr was planning on how to make them pay, Sikvera decided to deliver the final blow. Beep! Zephyr started to stutter something, but he faded into white particles. Zephyr Glaciolabalas has been eliminated. Sikvera Agars herself along with her knight has secured the victory for their peerage by eliminating the king of their opposing peerage. Grafia exclaimed loudly, and the arena was filled with cheers of the crowd. The factions might not like the devils, but all of them knew how to appreciate a good victory like this. That wasn't that hard, Sikvera's knight declared while releasing a content sigh. He was a moron. He made it a lot easier for us to win. If he wasn't stupid enough to split his peerage members like that, then we would have to work much harder, Sikvera replied with a grin. Yep. He was really stupid to lurk around on his own, Sikvera's knight. Bayfiel Furkas agreed with Sikvera. With this, the first raiding game of the Devil faction elimination round is finally over. Grafia announced the Amazon forest started to disappear. The second raiding game of the Devil faction elimination round will start after a 30-minute break, Grafia added, and the Amazon forest completely disappeared. Now, I would ask Sana Citrai and Diodora Astaroth to join me on the stage, so that we could decide what your variant of raiding game is going to be, Grafia announced, and everyone still present inside the arena knew that it was their cue to leave. So, Sikvera quickly gathered her peerage members and they happily made their way towards the Devil faction waiting room along with the disheartened, saddened, and afraid members of Zephyr's peerage. Devil faction waiting room. I suppose that's our cue, Sana said with a blank look on her face. She gave a sidelong glance towards Diodora Astaroth and his peerage members. She didn't know what was wrong with the group, but she is going to find it. After a couple of minutes, Sana Citrai and Diodora Astaroth found themselves on top of the stage. On the way to the stage, Sana Citrai along with her peerage members congratulated Sikvera Agars on her victory, while Diodora Astaroth simply gave Sikvera a polite nod. Once again, Grafia summoned the glass bowl filled with paper slips. Diodora politely asked Sana to choose, so Sana simply shrugged and picked up a paper slip. She slowly opened the paper slip, revealing what was written on the paper. As soon as Sana read the contents, a displeased look appeared on her face. She couldn't help but curse her own luck. She got the most annoying variant of the raiding games. Anything would have been better than what she had picked up. Moments later, the name of the raiding game appeared on the screens. Sana Citrai and Diodora Astaroth were going to face each other in a rampage ball type raiding game. The devil side of the spectator stand groaned in annoyance. Just like the last time, the spectator stand could look at each other with confused looks on their faces. Do either of you have any preferences for the arena? Grafia asked. Even Grafia was displeased with Sana's luck, but she was going to follow through with her job like a real pro, or she would be making a bad impression of Lady Hela. After all, Grafia is Lady Hela's maid. So, Grafia acted completely normal. Even Diodora didn't know what to say, so he simply stared at Sana for a moment, and then he turned back to Grafia. Random. Diodora said politely with a small nod of his head. Then after that, Grafia glanced towards Sana. Random. Sana also decided to go with the random option. She simply wanted to get over with the game. She had lost all of her excitement. Random it is, Grafia confirmed with a nod of her head. The kings have decided to go with the random option. The AI will be selecting an environment for the game on its own, Grafia announced looking at the crowd. She told Sana and Diodora that they could either wait in the arena or they could go back to the waiting room. Both Sana and Diodora opted to stay and wait in the arena. Then once again Grafia decided to address the crowd. Now, I am sure that the other factions must be wondering what this rampage ball type raiding game is. Then don't fret, just like the last time, I will be giving all of you an explanation. Rampage Ball is a variant of raiding game where the objective of the game is to score points by shooting a golden ball the size of a basketball, through a glittering golden hoop that serves as the goal, within the time limit of 2 hours. The game field will be vast, just like in the previous raiding game, but there will be no obstacles in the game field to obstruct the view of the players. There will be some water replenishment stations scattered across the game field so that the players could keep themselves hydrated. The number of points for each score a team gets will depend on the evil piece of the person or if the king scores. The number of points for the king and each piece scores is as follows. Grafia announced and waved her hand towards one of the magical screens. A small list appeared on all the screens. King equals 10 points. Queen equals 9 points. Rook equals 5 points. Bishop equals 3 points. Knight equals 3 points. Pawn equals 1 point. Grafia gave the crowd a moment to digest all that information. After a few moments of continued silence, Grafia finally decided to continue. Now there is a small twist. After a team scores, the goal will disappear and reappear in a random location within the game field. The goal may appear somewhere far away from the goal's previous location, so the teams would have to rush to score first. A/N, I will add one rule to make the game more interesting. I never understood why they called this game Rampage Ball game, but there is no way to hurt other players and there are no rampaging balls. Retirement is also ineffective in the game as players must remain on the game field as long as the timer is on. If any players are injured then they can only be healed after the timer runs out. The only way you can attack the opposing player's IB by using the golden ball. Using any other forms of attacks would lead to straight-out disqualification. If 3 members from your team are disqualified then, your team will be disqualified too, making the other the winners by default. The winner of the raiding game will be decided by points. The team which scores the most points at the end when the timer runs out. Grafia finally finished her explanation. Now the spectators from the other factions finally understood why the spectator stand of the Devil faction didn't seem to be enthusiastic. VIP box. I still don't understand why everyone still insists on treating this game as a variant of raiding game. It should have been scrapped long ago. Lord Satrai growled in anger. Almost all the devils hated the Rampage game with passion. They simply couldn't understand why this game is still considered a raiding game. Hela also wasn't happy. It has been only 2 months since she had taken over the devils. There were a lot more important things to do rather than inspecting the variants of raiding games. Well, Grafia did say that it is completely fine to smack each other with those balls. I don't know, maybe they can still smack each other like in that Muggle game. Dora suggested with an unsure look on her face. Do you mean dodgeball? Nat inquired and Dora beamed at the crimson-haired woman with a grin on her face. Yep, that is what I was talking about, Dora said with a grin. Fingers crossed, Nemuri said while glancing towards Hela and Yachiro with a worried look on her face. She could feel that they were about to go into their extremely violent modes. She could sense their auras shifting, but they were obviously holding themselves back. You were on the Devil Council, weren't you? You could have petitioned to get it scrapped, Rio said while staring in the direction of Lord Satrai. We have tried, but some of the late council members refused our petition, and after Lady Hela took over, the topic never came up. Lord Satrai answered in a respectful tone. Don't worry, the game is going to be quite nice. All of a sudden Luna cooed with a dazed look on her face while patting something. Luna, is that a snake wrapped around your body? Jean asked in a dry tone. Luna beamed at the redhead. Why, of course, yes. What else would it be? This is Orakai. Say hi to everyone, Luna said while showing off her new pet to everyone. The snake hissed loudly while waving its tail. That is a basilisk, right? Fleur questioned lamely, and once again Luna excitedly nodded her head. I wanted to get a partner for Adela. She is such a pure soul, but she is so lonely. So, I decided to hatch a partner for her. I am sure that she would be delighted if she doesn't end up eating him, Luna answered in a cheerful tone, receiving blank looks from all the residents of Nox while the others present inside the VIP box could only stare at her with confused looks on their faces. I see. Well, as long as you take care of Orakai, I don't see any problems, Rio shrugged. Kuna found herself slightly scared, and at the same time, she was entranced with the said creature. All of a sudden, Luna's gaze focused on the little girl sitting on Rio's lap. Do you want to keep him? I don't mind, but you have to take care of him, Luna said, and she appeared in front of Kuna, surprising the little blonde kitsune. Yasaka immediately sprung up on her feet, wanting to protest, but Amaterasu grabbed her hand. Yasaka's head snapped towards Amaterasu, who was shaking her head. Yasaka wanted to ask why Amaterasu has stopped her, but Amaterasu was already answering. There is a familiar bond forming in between your daughter and that snake. Don't interrupt, Amaterasu whispered with a serious look on her face. Yasaka finally calmed down, but she was still a bit uncomfortable as she had heard that it was a basilisk, but she didn't know what a basilisk was. Since Amaterasu had whispered the words, nobody aside from Rio's group heard her words, but everyone present in the room kept watching the scene with bated breaths. The snake hesitantly placed his head on Kuna's palm. The little kitsune was also nervous. Moments later, an excited and happy glint appeared in Orakai's eyes while Kunu also beamed with a bright smile on her face. Orakai finally left Luna's body and wrapped himself around Kunu. Orakai hissed in content, and Kunu also smiled brightly as she continued to pat Orakai's head. Yasaka wanted to know more about this basilisk species, but after watching how happy her daughter was, she decided to postpone the questioning session. Rating game field. So, how are we going to do this? Diodora has 8 pawns, he is going to have an advantage over us by promoting them into knights, Tsubaki pointed out. Sana was waiting in the game area, thinking through multiple scenarios. Sana simply agreed with Tsubaki's speculation with a nod of her head. True, they were obviously stronger than Diodora and his peerage, but Sana was at a disadvantage. One of her knights was completely new, she hadn't gotten used to her speed and she would easily get tired in a matter of minutes if she pushed herself too hard, and it was the same with the Grim Reapers. They were strong and fast, but haven't gotten used to the promotion ability, so they wouldn't be able to utilize the speed of a knight. Saji can obviously handle himself, and Saji was stronger than all the pawns of Diodora combined, but the Rampage Ball game wasn't about strength, it was about speed. Sana only had 2 peerage members who could utilize the speed of knights, Tomo Megiri and Genshiro Saji, after he promoted himself to knight, but Diodora had 10 peerage members who could utilize the power of knights. 2 experienced knights and 8 experienced pawns. There is one thing we could do. I hate being a brute, but we beat them into the ground using the golden ball. Sana finally reached a decision. Everyone aside from the former Grim Reapers and Murayama nodded their heads in understanding. There are obviously a few loopholes in the rules, we will exploit them. We can't use anything besides the golden ball to attack them, but we simply charge it with raw devil energy, and Bob's your uncle. Sana explained her plan with a grin on her face. Sana's peerage members aside from the new additions grinned viciously. And the rules don't say anything about summoning the golden ball using magic, and there is no rule about defending yourself using magic. Sana added, and everyone could already see their victory. The new additions of her peerage found themselves a little bit uncomfortable though. This was the first time Sana and the others have revealed their vicious side in front of them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. They wouldn't know what hit them. Tsubasa gushed out excitedly while rubbing her hands together in excitement. With the plan prepared, they only needed to wait for the game to start. They spent the rest of their waiting time talking about mundane stuff. Sana wasn't arrogant or anything, but she was simply confident in her own power. It was finally time. It is time. Let's start the game. Grafia announced, and moments later, Sana and her peerage found themselves standing in the middle of a barren wasteland, and it was the same with Diodora and his peerage too, but they were nowhere near Sana and her peerage. Let's hunt some devils, Sana declared with a grin, and the older members of her peerage cheered loudly. Let's get the ball before anything else, I suppose, Sana muttered, and black leathery bat-like wings appeared behind her back, and moments later, she was in the sky. Obviously, the rest of Sana's peerage followed their king's example and started to fly in the sky, all of them searching for the golden ball. Diodora Astaroth also decided to use the same strategy when one of his knights noticed several miniature creatures in the sky. Diodora obviously connected the dots. Fortunately, for Diodora, his side was the first ones who found the golden ball. So, the ball came into their possession and they immediately started to search for the golden hoop. It took them a couple of minutes to find the hoop, and it was Diodora who decided to score so that he could get a 10 points lead in the game. Diodora Astaroth has earned 10 points for his team, Grafia announced in a somewhat cheerful manner. Since she was Lady Hela's dutiful maid, she obviously wanted Sana to win. After all, Lady Hela had invested a lot of her time and effort to nurture Sana and her peerage. Keep looking for the ball. Only a couple of minutes has passed since the game has started, Sabeki barked out when she noticed that new members of the peerage became slightly frantic after hearing the announcement. The new members could only nod their heads with determined looks on their faces as they didn't want to disappoint their king and queen. They noticed how the older members of the peerage weren't bothered by the announcement in the least, so they also decided to give their best. At least, this is just the beginning and they still had a lot of time to return the favor. I found the ball. Raya Kusaka's voice was heard through the communication circle and Sana couldn't stop herself from grinning. Put a summoning spell on it and pass it over to Tsubasa. The first blow needs to be devastating. Sana smirked viciously and pushed up her specs. After a few seconds, a huge gust of wind was released when Raya passed the ball over to Tsubasa. None of the members of Diodora's peerage noticed it, since they were way too far from Sana and her peerage members. Tsubasa was a rook, so she easily caught the ball without any problems, even though Raya had used a lot of power to throw the ball. The blue-haired rook grinned and her gaze focused on one of the peerage members of Diodora Astaroth. The member was a little bit far from the rest of the group, so she was going to be the easiest target. Unfortunately, Tsubasa couldn't recognize what type of piece that girl was, not that it mattered in the end. Tsubasa started to use her raw devil energy to charge the ball. When she was satisfied with the power she had put into the ball, she shifted her position and she pulled her arm back. Throughout this whole time, Tsubasa's eyes were fixated on her target. Moments later, Tsubasa threw the ball, creating a sonic boom. Before anybody could react, the ball slammed into the girl's chest and she dropped from the sky, unmoving. Tsubasa wasn't worried about accidentally killing. It wasn't her fault that their opponents were too weak to withstand their attacks. Additionally, the ball was quite soft, unlike the real basketball or dodgeball. Finally, Diodora realized what happened and he became furious. For the first time, his mask of the polite young master cracked in front of the others. They are using magic to summon the ball. Diodora froze midair when he received a message from one of his pawns. That's cheating? Why isn't anyone being disqualified? Diodora shrieked, looking towards the sky. His action might seem to be stupid, but in reality, it wasn't, as moments later he received his answer. No rules have been broken. No magic was used in the attack, one pure and raw devil energy was used, and there are no rules against using summoning magic on the golden ball, Grafia clarified. Her voice rang throughout the arena and the whole arena was drowned by the cheers erupting from the spectator stand of the devil faction. The name of the rating game was revealed. They were seriously disappointed since they knew that they weren't going to get any real action. Usually, whenever a rampage ball game was played, all the participants simply ran around trying to get the golden ball, and after getting the ball in their possession, they would simply try to shove the ball through the hoop after locating it. And the whole thing kept repeating until the timer ran out. It was simply boring when compared to the standards of the other variants of the rating game. For the first, they were watching something new and they were glad that they were going to see some action. No matter what anyone says, rating games were designed to be a more civilized form of blood sports. So, devils were always disappointed whenever this game came up. But Sana Satrai has given a completely new meaning to the rampage ball game, and there was no way that the devils were going to live this down. This time the ball landed on Momo Hanakai's hands. She tossed the ball over to Genshiro Saji. Rampage ball game is a game of speed and tenacity. Anybody can push themselves for a short period of time, but there were no breaks in between the game. So, all the players had to use their energy carefully or they would end up becoming completely useless. Tsubasa wasn't tired or anything, but Sana didn't want to give away the true limit of her peerage members, so she decided to do a bit of rotation. Promotion? Rook. Genshiro Saji exclaimed and started to charge the ball with pure and raw devil energy. Just like Tsubasa, Saji shifted his form and pulled back his arm. Saji threw the ball towards the next target, creating a sonic boom. Saji's aim was a bit off, but it wasn't going to be a problem, since the target won't be moving again for the rest of the game. Diodora Astaroth could only grit his teeth as his peerage members started to drop like flies. VIP box. That is really ingenious. Why has nobody thought of trying to use this strategy in a rampage ball game until now? Zyticus Gremory asked with a thoughtful look on his face. To be honest, it wasn't just Zyticus. Most of the devils inside the room were completely bewildered by the display Sana Citrai and Peerage were putting on. Wendell Citrai and Eileen Citrai were the ones who were most surprised. They knew their daughter to be a strategist. True, Sana Citrai has developed a completely new strategy to deal with the rampage ball game, but they never thought their daughter to be so ruthless and vicious. It was pretty clear that Sana Citrai and her peerage members weren't worried over the lives of their opposing peerage. The two of them finally understood that their daughter had changed a lot since the last time they had seen her. I suppose that nobody thought about the loopholes in the rules, Azazel suggested cheekily, trying to answer Zyticus Gremory's question. Yes, Azazel's speculation was pretty stupid and simple, but sometimes something stupid and simple can be the answer to most of the problems. Hella is an avid follower of this logic. If someone is creating problems, then kill them. Problem solved? Yachiru also used to be like that in the past, until she decided to hide her true self behind the mask of a kind and gentle healer. Now, the gentle and kind mask was also a genuine part of her. Wahaha, that's it. There is the action I have been waiting for. Hella burst out laughing. Once again, she was assured that her choice of nurturing Sana Citrai was a good decision. The girl has become quite ruthless and vicious, and in the future, she will be the perfect candidate to hold the helm of the devil faction. Everyone aside from Rio's group cringed and decided not to interrupt the murderous woman. Since Rio wanted to protect Kuna's innocence, he decided to use his powers to stop Kuna from hearing anything. Even though Hella didn't say much, her laughter was pretty scary and he didn't want to scar Kuna. Oh boy, Azazel muttered with a deep frown on his face. Hella also stopped laughing and her eyes started to glow eerily in anger. She would have started to release her killing intent, but Rio had warned her through their connection not to do that. What do you know about this, Ajuka? Azazel asked as he continued to stare at the screen in front of him. Ajuka Beelzebub shook his head with a frown. I don't know. Lady Hella, I assure you that I knew nothing of it, Ajuka said, and Hella didn't even bother to give the man an answer. She continued to glare at the screen. Everything was completely fine until Diodora Astaroth decided to use some foreign power to create a barrier to protect himself. Everything was going completely fine and Diodora's peerage members were steadily decreasing. By the time Tsubasa and Saji had taken down half of their peerage members, Diodora had decided that it wasn't worth it to keep flying in the sky and become an easy target. So, he ordered his remaining peerage members to stick to the ground. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. That was a very bad move. Since the attackers were still up in the air, they were still on a better vantage point to continue their attacks. The onslaught continued and this time, the attacks were much more precise than the last time. Diodora Astaroth finally understood his mistake, but it was too late to rectify anything. He was the last man standing, literally. After all, Diodora Astaroth didn't have any men in his peerage. A couple of his peerage members were dead, while the rest were severely injured. None of them would be getting up anytime soon. Diodora had never imagined that Sana Citrai would be so vicious. For fuck's sake, Sana Citrai and her peerage members weren't supposed to be this strong in the first place. Diodora finally realized that there was no way he could win now and outright surrendering would ruin his reputation. He also realized that defending himself with magic wasn't against the rules. So, he created a barrier to protect himself, but the barrier wasn't strong enough to withstand the onslaught. The barrier shattered like glass only after 2 attacks. Diodora barely threw himself to the ground. The golden ball attack passed over his head. Diodora immediately decided to use the power he has received. He was sure that nobody would notice it since he was still going to use the devil magic to defend himself. Several people immediately noticed that something was wrong with Diodora's magic. Diodora's magic surged forward as he created a new barrier. His magical power was multiplied several times in a span of a few seconds. Obviously, even an average-brained person would know that something was wrong. Once again, the barrier was attacked by Tsubasa, but this time, the barrier didn't even shake when the golden ball collided against the barrier. Ha ha ha, you can't bring down this barrier. This is my strongest barrier. Diodora started to boast. Not that. Sana heard his words since she was very far away from Diodora. We don't need to attack the moron anymore, Sana ordered, and Saji stopped who was about to attack Diodora with the golden ball. Let him stay in there. We will simply defeat him by scoring more points. After all, the team with more points would win the game when the timer runs out. Sana shrugged with a devious grin on her face. Saji also shrugged and passed the ball to Tsubaki. They already knew the location of the golden hoop, so Tsubaki simply threw the golden ball into the golden hoop, earning 9 points for the team. Tsubaki Shinra has earned 9 points for Team Sana Citrai. Grafia announced cheerfully. This time she was much more cheerful than the last time. Grafia also knew that something was very wrong with Diodora Astaroth, but she wasn't going to act since it wasn't her place to act in the first place. Sana Citrai has earned 10 points for her team. Once again Grafia announced in a cheerful tone. After that, similar types of announcements were heard throughout the arena for nearly an hour. Sana and her peerage members became bored and decided to play pass the ball. That was more interesting than scoring goals when they had already won the game. Diodora was still hiding inside his barrier. Sana didn't know why Diodora hadn't surrendered yet, but it wasn't her place to judge a moron, so she simply shrugged and decided to ignore the stupid moron. Meanwhile, Diodora Astaroth was seething in anger. He has never felt so humiliated by anyone. He knew that he would be safe inside the barrier, and he was right. He was completely safe inside the barrier, and that was the only thing he had speculated correctly. He had thought that Sana Satrai would continue to attack and humiliate herself, but the girl had stopped attacking him and continued to score goals. Now, Diodora could dismiss the barrier, but he wouldn't be able to create a barrier like this for the second time. So, he had to hide in here like a coward while Sana Satrai continued to score more points for her team. What was even more humiliating was the fact that they stopped scoring any more points and play past the ball. Diodora felt like he had been slapped on his face. In fact, he felt that it would have been much better if he had been slapped on the face. Diodora finally started to regret his decision of using barriers to protect himself. Diodora gritted his teeth so hard that it was a surprise that his teeth didn't shatter under the pressure. I forfeit, Diodora declared while looking towards the sky. Previously, Diodora had decided not to forfeit the match to protect his reputation, but right now, forfeiting the match was much better than being humiliated for the rest of the match, especially when he already knew that he couldn't win anymore. Diodora Astaroth has decided to forfeit. Sana Satrai wins the second rating game of the Devil Faction elimination round, Graphia announced, and Diodora along with his peerage members were teleported into the infirmary as soon as the game field was dissolved. The third rating game if the Devil Faction elimination round will start after a 30-minute break, Graphia announced, and slowly platform rose up from the ground. Moments later, Graphia teleported on the platform. Now, would ask for Rias Gremory and Sarayorg Bale to join me on this stage, Graphia said, and Sana knew that they were dismissed, so she quickly led her peerage towards Devil Faction waiting room. The boring game had taken a toll on them, but it was quite good when they were laying waste on Diodora's peerage. It was good while it lasted. Rias Gremory was a nervous wreck. She knew that she was going to lose. She wasn't delusional enough to think that she could pull a miracle and end up winning the game. Sarayorg was on a completely different level. Rias has already accepted the fact that she was going to lose, but that didn't make it any better for her. Rias was so lost in her thoughts that she even forgot to congratulate Sana. Sarayorg along with his peerage members obviously congratulated Sana when they met her on their way to the platform. Sarayorg was pretty impressed with the display. Yes, he would have preferred if Sana wasn't so callous about killing, but that was also a part of the game, so he couldn't complain. Sarayorg had also expected that the Rampage Ball game was going to be boring as usual, and he was really disappointed over the fact that there were still some devils who still considered the Rampage Ball game to be one of the variants of the rating games. The inclusion of Rampage Ball game in the category of rating games was simply hilarious, if not downright insulting. Sarayorg and his peerage had been quite surprised by the way Sana had twisted the rules of the game to get her way and turn it into a battle. Sarayorg had heard a lot of things about Sana Satrai. He knew that the Satrai family heiress was known for her smarts, so Sarayorg honestly wasn't expecting her peerage members to be that strong. Sarayorg couldn't help but feel excited over the prospect of fighting such strong opponents. Both Sarayorg and Rias found themselves standing on the platform in front of Graphia. Graphia produced the glass bowl filled with paper slips and extended it towards Rias and Sarayorg. Like a gentleman, Sarayorg allowed Rias to pick the paper slip. Rias took a deep breath and grabbed a paper slip from the bowl. Before Sana's graphic display in the Rampage Ball game, Rias would have preferred to participate in the Rampage Ball game against Sarayorg, but now she desperately wanted to avoid picking up the Rampage Ball game. She knew that Sarayorg wasn't probably vicious or ruthless like Sana, but it would be better if she could avoid that game altogether. Rias slowly opened the paper slip to reveal the contents of the paper, and she almost released a relieved sigh when she saw what was written on the paper. Moments later, the contents of the paper were displayed on magical screens. Once again, the Devil Faction spectator stand roared in cheers. Rias Gremory and Sarayorg Bale were going to face each other in a Yggdrasil climb type rating game. Yes, you could win the game by defeating the king of the opposing peerage, but this game was much better than the options for Rias Gremory since Yggdrasil climb wasn't a combat-centric variant of rating game. It was very to fight while climbing the Yggdrasil. Unlike the other rating games, Yggdrasil climb game could be only played in a specific setting of the arena. You can't have a custom arena in Yggdrasil climb. So, Graphia simply told them to wait in the game field or they could return to the waiting room. Both Rias and Sarayorg opted to stay. Then Graphia decided to address the crowd since none of the other factions besides the Devil Faction knew what Yggdrasil climb was, but it wasn't that hard to deduce since there was born Yggdrasil and climb in the name of the game. Some of you might have already guessed the objective of the game, but allow me to clear all of your doubts. Graphia announced as she started to explain what Yggdrasil climb was. I suppose, they have to climb a giant tree. Well, that is not obvious at all, Nemuri said dryly while glancing around in the VIP box. Her gaze landed on Hela, who looked completely uninterested even before the variant of the rating game came up. She wasn't interested in Rias' rating game in the first place. Nov. L. B /JNN. Come on, Nemuri. You shouldn't be so dismissive. It might turn out to be something nice like the last game Nat tried to placate Nemuri. The purple-haired Kitsune decided to give it a try, but she wasn't having any high hopes. While Nemuri and Nat were chatting among each other, the same thing was happening among the leaders of the other factions. The leaders of Asgard were having a kind of very interesting conversation. As soon as the name of the rating game was revealed, they already knew what was going to happen. I can't believe they decided to use Yggdrasil for naming a variant of rating game, Thor whispered furiously. He had been throwing worried glances towards Hela from time to time. He was extremely afraid of the woman and he wanted to avoid crossing the woman at any cost. Don't be so quick to judge. I think they simply took the idea, Odin said with a smile on his face as he stroked his breath. The women in the Destroyers group were extremely beautiful, so Odin obviously wanted to leer at them, but for whatever reason, he simply couldn't turn his head or eyes in that direction. Odin was persistent if nothing else, so he continued trying to stare in that direction, but he quickly decided to give up when he heard a voice inside his head. If you don't stop then I will beat you into Asgardian paste before erasing you. His voice was completely neutral, but Odin easily sensed the underlying malice. So, Odin decided that there were other birds too. After all, staying alive was much more important. Father, I am worried Sana Satrai. She was hiding a lot of power, Thor muttered, and Odin solemnly nodded his head. I also sensed holy aura from her. How a devil can possess holy aura is simply beyond me, Odin grumbled, and then he glanced towards Azazel and Michael. I am not the only one who has sensed it, but the old crow didn't seem to be surprised like Michael, so I suppose that the crow already knows something about this, Odin pointed out, and Brynhildr couldn't stop herself from frowning. I have heard that Saraorg Bale is supposed to be the strongest young devil, but it seems that we have been lacking a lot of information. Brynhildr scowled and Odin simply hummed while stroking his beard. Don't underestimate Saraorg Bale. See that guy? Odin gestured towards an orange-haired young boy in Saraorg's peerage. Both Thor and Brynhildr gave Odin a questioning look. Both of them had noticed the boy, but the boy didn't seem to be anything special. Did they miss something? He seems to be nothing special, but I say, he is the most special in that peerage. In reality, that boy isn't a devil, he is the spirit of a sacred gear, Odin revealed with a grin on his face. Both Thor and Brynhildr gaped after hearing Odin's words. They wanted to ask more questions, but Odin simply raised his hand to stop both of them. The crow had noticed it too. Odin grumbled and released a sigh. She has also noticed it, but she hasn't said anything. Odin said, gesturing towards Hela. I can't sure as I am not an expert of sacred gears, but I think that the boy is the spirit of the Longinus, Regulus Nemia, Odin revealed, and once again Thor and Brynhildr could only gape in shock and surprise. For now, let's wait and see what happens. It seems that Grafia Lucifuge is about to explain this Yggdrasil game, Odin said as he continued to stroke his beard. For now, both Thor and Brynhildr decided to wait. They could always have a discussion with Odin after returning. Rating game field. Some of you might have already guessed the objective of the game, but allow me to clear all of your doubts. Yggdrasil Climb is a variant of rating game where both teams will need to run up the artificial Yggdrasil, and the one who reaches the goal on top of the Yggdrasil is the winner. Grafia decided to take a small pause so that everyone can digest the information she gave them. Unlike in the Rampage Ball game, you can also win by eliminating the king of opposing team. Pawn promotion is restricted until you reach the halfway point. The ability of flight will be also restricted in this game. Grafia finished her explanation and teleported away from the platform. Yggdrasil Climb game is going to take a lot of time if the teams aren't planning to attack the kings of the opposing team. In the game of chess, king is not the most powerful or the fastest piece on the board. Instead, the king is the most vulnerable piece on the board. The general objective of a game of chess is to take the enemy king while protecting your own king, but that wasn't the case in a devil peerage. The evil pieces might be based on a chess set, but there are some glaring differences between the actual game and a devil peerage. In a devil peerage, the king is the strongest member, at least technically. Most of the time, the difference was pretty obvious. For example, all the former devil kings. All 4 of them were the strongest members within their peerages. So, you can't always think about attacking the king of the opposing team when you can achieve victory in an alternate way. It was obvious that Rias Gremory won't be looking for direct conflict. In fact, she would be trying her best to avoid any sort of direct confrontation, and there was a chance that Saraorg might try to attack Rias directly, but Saraorg was a pretty righteous guy, so he might leave the confrontation to chances and try to reach the top of Yggdrasil to win the game. So, what are you planning to do, Rias? Akeno asked in a slightly worried tone. Rias simply released a sigh and then she smiled. She didn't have any pawns, so the pawn promotion was completely out of question. She did have 2 knights, but only one of them could utilize the speed of a knight, and then there was Konako. Rias suspected that right now, Konako was probably the strongest member in her peerage. She hasn't seen everything Konako is capable of, but she had seen him fighting against those magicians in Kuok Town, and Konako was amazing. Rias had to grudgingly admit that Konako was strong enough to participate in that fight even though she didn't want her to. We are going to aim for the top. There is no way that we could defeat my cousin if we try to fight him directly. He is known to be the strongest among young devil, and probably Sana is the only one who can oppose him directly, Rias said while rubbing her head. Akeno couldn't help but agree with Rias. Kiba, you must avoid any sort of direct confrontation at any cost. Even if it means that you need to leave someone behind, Rias said. Kiba wanted to protest, but Rias raised her hand to stop him from saying anything. You are the fastest member of my peerage. If I lose you then I have already lost the game, Rias added, and Kiba reluctantly agreed with Rias' words. Good. Konako, I want you to accompany Kiba and Akeno. You will be also going with them, Rias said, and she immediately received a bewildered look from her queen. What about you, Rias? Don't you think that I should stay with you? Akeno questioned, and Rias shook her head. No, if Saraorg decides to attack me directly then we have already lost. It won't matter if you are with me or not. I want you to support Kiba, as the only way we can win this game is by reaching the top, Ria said with a serious look on her face, leaving no room for any more arguments. Fine, but you must keep yourself safe, Akeno said with a huff, and Ria simply smiled. That is the plan. I will be staying with Gasper, Asia, and Katace, Ria said, and Akeno nodded her head. Meanwhile, Sareorg was having a similar type of conversation with his peerage members. So, how do we do this? Going after your cousin would be the fastest way to finish this game, Kuisha Abadan, Sareorg Bale's queen suggested. A few members of the peerage seemed to agree with Kuisha Abadan's suggestion. Yes, I admit that attacking her would be the fastest and the easiest way to win the game, but all of you already know that I don't like doing things in an easy way, and I also want to give her a fighting chance, Sareorg said with a confident smile on his face. None of his peerage members argued or looked displeased with his suggestion. But if we encounter any of them, then we take them down, Sareorg added and slammed his fist on his other palm. They spent the rest of their time taking care of some minor details. Soon, it was already time to start the game. It is time. Let's start the game, Grafia exclaimed, and both Sareorg and Rias found themselves standing near the trunk of a massive tree along with their peerage members, but both of them were on the opposite sides of the trunk. The tree was reaching past the clouds, and both teams immediately knew that this was going to be a long game. The trunk of the tree was so thick that if they try to go on the other side, it will take nearly 15 minutes or probably more. You can only find the members of the opposing team on the higher part of the tree. Both of the teams have prepared their plans, so there was nothing else to do besides climb up. The thing is, the game didn't turn out as Rias had expected. Kiba was the first one from her peerage to be eliminated. With Kiba's elimination, her already lacking chances of winning were also eliminated. One knight of Sareorg Bale has been eliminated. Another announcement rang out, followed by the announcement of Kiba's elimination, and Rias immediately perked up after hearing the second announcement, but she wasn't expecting anything more than that. She simply closed her eyes and decided to wait for the next announcement. Konako and Akeno had been accompanying Kiba. So if Kiba was eliminated, then she was expecting that her queen and rook were also going to be eliminated. After all, she had ordered Kiba to abandon the two of them and escape if somebody found them. Since Kiba was unable to escape even with his superior speed, it could only mean one thing. They have been overwhelmed. So there was a very small chance that Konako or Akeno would be able to hold out for long. Rias admitted that Konako was probably the strongest member of her peerage, but could only do so much. One rook of Sareorg Bale has been eliminated. Another announcement rang throughout the game field. Rias froze up for a moment as soon as the words of the announcement registered inside her mind. Now, Rias didn't know what was happening, to be honest, but once again, didn't dare hope for any miracles. With Chiron a few minutes ago, Chiron was climbing along with Kiba and Akeno. She had stopped hiding herself in front of the others, so she had her ears and tails out. The three of them had been steadily climbing for the last couple of hours, but they still haven't reached the halfway point. If it was just Kiba and Chiron, then they would have made much more progress, but unfortunately, Akeno was with them. Chiron was supposed to be the slowest among the three of them since she was a rook, and rooks were never known for their speed, but surprisingly, Chiron was able to easily match Kiba's speed. It was Akeno was the slowest among the three of them, nothing too surprising. Yes, Akeno had been training for the last 2 months, but her training wasn't anywhere near intense as what Chiron had gone through. Kurika had been training her in Senjutsu, and she had been training on her own too. She has also sparred with Rumi and Aurora a couple of times, and she has learned a lot of things from the two of them in such a short time. Chiron wanted to train under either Rumi or Aurora, but she would have been very happy if she was being trained by both of them, but she was way too shy to ask them. Asking them for a spar had taken her weeks to prepare herself. Chiron always had been a shy girl since she was small, and then the trauma of her sister abandoning her had changed her completely. She became a really closed-off person, who was also unable to express her emotions. After reuniting with her older sister, she had been improving. In fact, she has improved a lot, but therein came another problem. Now that she could once again express her emotions, she found her shyness returning to her. Most of the time, she was comfortable with people around her, but she became very shy whenever she needed to ask for a favor. She was still working on expressing herself in front of others besides Kurika. She has failed spectacularly, but the world wasn't ending tomorrow, so she still had a lot of time. No hurry at all, but Chiron vowed inside her mind that she would ask Rumi and Aurora to train her. In fact, she would be extremely happy even if only one of them agrees to train her. All of a sudden, Chiron's ears started to twitch. "We are going to have some company," Chiron said in a monotone. Both Akeno and Kiba froze as soon as Chiron's words registered in their minds. "Kiba, you must escape," Akeno said while looking at Kiba, who seemed to be rather reluctant to follow the order. After a few moments of internal arguments, Kiba reluctantly nodded his head and he was about to make his escape, but all of a sudden, he dropped to his knees and hands. The ground beneath Kiba cracked. Nov, L, B / JNN. Meanwhile, Chiron jumped towards the incoming enemies. There were 4 of them in total. 1 knight, 2 rooks, and 1 bishop. Chiron easily noticed that the knight was responsible for Kiba's condition, so she decided to target him first. The man's eyes were glowing yellow and Chiron didn't notice anything, so the man probably possessed a scared gear. Unfortunately, Chiron wasn't fast enough to reach them. The group was still quite far from them, and they weren't on a flat surface. Instead, they were climbing a tree. The knight used some sort of freezing magic to turn Kiba into a popsicle while the bishop used some sort of impact magic to attack Kiba. The spells impacted his chest and Kiba was thrown back several meters. Moments later, Kiba was dissolved into white particles. One knight of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. An announcement rang throughout the whole arena. Akeno was finally brought out of her stupor when she heard the announcement. Everything happened so fast that Akeno was too surprised to do anything. Now, she was feeling like a complete bitch for not helping him. She immediately turned around to look for Chiron and Akeno's eyes grew wide when she noticed that Chiron was already close to their attackers. The knight was about to smile in satisfaction, but he froze when out of nowhere a small figure appeared in front of him. His eyes grew wide and he tried to jump away, but it was already too late for him. Chiron's fist slammed on his man's chest, shattering the man's ribcage. The knight spat out a mouthful of blood and was starting to drop to his knees, but before his knees could even hit the ground, he dissolved into white particles. One knight of Sarayorg Bale has been eliminated, Grafia announced, but Chiron didn't have the time to be satisfied. She was already dealing with the two rooks. Chiron easily noticed that the bishop was trying to find a chance to attack her. Akeno-senpai, deal with the bishop. I will take care of the rooks, Chiron said in a monotone when she noticed Akeno approaching them. Akeno wanted to argue, but it wasn't time to argue, so she simply attacked the bishop with her with magic. The bishop easily defended herself and then, she returned Akeno's favor with ice lances. Sarayorg's knight, Liban Krosel accompanied by one of the bishops, Corina Andre Alphys, and the two rooks, Ladora Bune and Gondoma Balam had decided to separate from the main group with Sarayorg's permission. They simply wanted to look around and maybe find another path, but the four of them ended up finding members of the opposing team. So, they decided to eliminate them. To be honest, the four of them had thought that it would be an easy task. True, eliminating the knight was so easy that it wasn't even funny, but they never expected that their own knight, Liban Krosel, would be eliminated before they could even feel the satisfaction of eliminating someone. That was simply rude and scary. The rooks were having a hard time dealing with Chiron, but Chiron was having a lot of fun fighting against the two rooks. They were strong, no doubt, and that is why Chiron was having fun. One of the rooks, Gondoma Balam, had stone-like skin, so his defense was extremely strong, but Chiron was sure that she could bring down the man with a couple of blows. She swung her leg and landed a roundhouse kick on the man's knee. Groff! Gondoma screamed loudly as his knee was bent in an unnatural direction. Unable to support the weight of his own body due to the sudden imbalance, the man dropped to his knees, and before he could do anything, Chiron rained a barrage of blows on his face and chest. Gondoma simply plopped on the ground and moments later, he dissolved into white particles. One rook of Sarayorg Bale has been eliminated. Another announcement was heard, but Chiron was already busy, trying to take down the last rook. You won't be able to get me that easily, Ladora Bune snarked and his body started to glow. Moments later, he started to become bigger and scales started to appear on his body. Chiron wasn't going to allow him to finish whatever he had started, so she simply attacked him while he was still going through his transformation. Chiron punched the man in the gut, who looked like he was about to keel over. So, Chiron continued to rain down attacks on the man, and with a strong kick, she embedded the man in the tree trunk. Chiron was quite surprised to see that she wasn't able to get rid of the man. In fact, the man was still transforming. The man finally stopped transforming and for a moment Chiron gaped at the sight in front of her. It was a dragon. The man has transformed into a freaking dragon. She was right to attack him while he was still transforming and now she felt bad that she didn't use all of her power to get rid of the man. Well, she was glad that she didn't end up using all of her power, or she would have become useless for the rest of the game, and she really wanted to fight Sarayorg Bale. The dragon growled and spat out some blood from his mouth. Now that the transformation was over, Chiron easily noticed that there were several cracks on the scales of the dragon. That was very rude of you to attack me while I was transforming. Ladora growled in anger and spewed out flames from his mouth in Chiron's direction. Chiron jumped up in the air. Thanks, but no thanks. Chiron deadpanned and landed a right hook on the dragon's head, once again embedding the dragon in the tree trunk. Chiron was having a lot of fun. The dragon was obviously strong, but the dragon wasn't very fast and your strength is completely useless if you can't land a blow on your enemy, and that is what was happening here. Chiron kept hitting the dragon from its blind spot, but no matter how much she tried, the dragon was quite fast enough to cover his vitals. Except for hitting him on the face just after he finished his transformation, she hasn't been able to hit him on the face again. Chiron simply needed a small distraction. One bishop of Sarayorg Bale has been eliminated, Grafia announced, and this was enough for a small distraction Chiron needed. Ladora Bune glanced towards where Coriana Andre Alphys has been fighting. Chiron used this chance and sneaked past his guard and she landed a solid uppercut on Dragon's chin. The dragon howled in pain as he dropped on his back. Chiron lunged forward and started to rain down blows on the dragon without a pause. This was probably the only chance Chiron was going to get, so she decided to push her power to the very limit, and that is when she started having some problems. Chiron felt an invisible force trying to restrict her power from growing. This wasn't the first time she has felt this invisible force. She had asked her sister about this and fortunately, Kurika knew why this was happening. Rias Gremory is the king of her peerage and she was weak as fuck. Her weakness was the cause of this restrictive force. It was a well-known fact that a king cannot resurrect someone who is way stronger than them. Yes, there is a way around this problem. The king could use multiple pieces to resurrect that being, but this solution was still a hit or miss. There was another solution: mutated pieces. Mutated pieces are extremely rare and they are considered to be a bug in the evil piece system because of obvious reasons. Now that Chiron's power was surpassing her king's power, the evil piece system was trying to reign in her power due to the limitation of her piece. If her rook piece was a mutated piece, then she shouldn't have been having this problem, or Chiron had both rook pieces stuffed inside her body. The evil pieces are directly connected to the king, so if a king isn't strong, then he or she wouldn't be able to resurrect strong people as their peerage members. At the same time, the evil pieces would try to restrict any of the peerage members from becoming way stronger than the king. Ajuka Beelzebub didn't put this function intentionally, it was simply a side effect of how the evil piece system worked. Most of the devils didn't even know about this problem since kings were generally the strongest members within a peerage, so almost nobody faced this problem. The only reason Kurika knew about this problem was because the Nehru's clan had done extensive research in the evil piece system. They needed to research the evil piece system. After all, they were trying to create a super devil using a resurrected devil. So, whenever Chiron tried to go above a certain level, she felt the restrictive force trying to suppress her power. Since this wasn't the first time Chiron was feeling this restrictive force, she has gotten quite used to this feeling. The force wasn't able to restrict her completely, but it could still restrict a lot of her power. Chiron climbed down from the dragon's chest, who has been knocked out the barrage of continuous attacks. The last rook of Sareorg Bale has been eliminated, Graphia announced, and Chiron slowly made her way towards Akeno. Akeno couldn't believe that Chiron just defeated a member of the Bune clan who was capable of dragonification. House of Bune is one of the extinct clan from the 72 Pillars. Bune clans were known to be dragon tamers, and with extensive training, the members of the Bune clan could transform into actual dragons with the actual skills of a dragon. Akeno also had a hard fight, but unlike Chiron, she was barely standing. Her left hand was broken and she was also walking with more than a slight limp. "Are you okay, Chiron?" Akeno asked in a worried tone. I should be the one asking that, Chiron deadpanned in an emotionless tone, and Akeno couldn't help but smile after hearing Chiron's words. "I will live. So, what do we do now? Kiba has been eliminated, so Ria's plan has been already derailed," Akeno pointed out, and Chiron nodded her head in agreement. "But I don't want to give up. There is something I want to do even though we can't win," Chiron said, and Akeno immediately became curious, so she urged Chiron to continue speaking. "I want to fight Sareorg Bale," Chiron declared with a completely straight face, and Akeno started to wonder if she heard Chiron correctly or not. For a moment she also considered that Chiron might be joking, but after a few seconds of silence, Akeno realized that Chiron wasn't joking. She really wanted to fight Sareorg Bale. "Are you sure? I know you are strong, but..." Akeno trailed off in a worried tone. She didn't even bother to finish the sentence since she thought that Chiron probably knew what she was going to say. "Yes, I am sure," Chiron declared with a determined look on her face. Akeno kept looking at Chiron intently for a few moments and she finally released a sigh. "I see. Then as your senpai, I can't allow you to go on your own. Give me a few minutes, let me heal myself, and then we will go and look for Sareorg." Akeno smiled kindly and Chiron stared at Akeno for a couple of seconds before she gave Akeno a curt nod of agreement. VIP box. "Ajuka, there is something I heard recently." All of a sudden Hela spoke up after Chiron finally knocked out Lodora Bune. Ajuka Beelzebub immediately straightened up and he was about to stand up and approached Hela, but Hela simply gestured him to stay where he was. "Did you know that there is a restrictive function in the evil pieces? None of the peerage members can reach way beyond the power level of their kings until they were resurrected by a mutated piece or multiple evil pieces," Hela asked, making all the devils inside the stiffen. While the devils were completely stunned, the other factions decided to listen closely, trying to get all the information they could. "Yes," Ajuka admitted nervously. To be honest, he never thought that a secret like that was going to come out since something like this has never happened, but he found that he was wrong. "Then why haven't you solved this problem? Does it have something to do with keeping your servants oppressed?" Hela asked with a lopsided grin on her face. Nobody dared to say anything, because Hela was indirectly accusing Ajuka of creating a slavery system. "No, not exactly. It has nothing to do with me or anyone. It is just how the evil piece system works. Evil pieces are connected to the king. We know that a devil gets their evil pieces according to their strength and potential, and a king can resurrect someone way stronger than them because the evil pieces are drawing power from the king when they are resurrecting someone. So, the connection stays there when even after the said person has been resurrected. This connection also serves as the connection between the king and their servants, so we can't sever those connections. Even if I tried, I can't fix this problem. The only two ways to solve this problem. First, I would need to completely redesign the evil piece system from the scratch n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Second, we can promote the said party to the status of high-class devil. They would get their own evil pieces and then they choose to leave their previous peerage, Ajuka explained with a shrug. Even the devils, including the former devil kings, were completely oblivious about this fact. "I see," Hela said with an amused glint in her eyes as she rubbed her chin. "Lady Hela, maybe I presume that someone is facing this problem?" Ajuka asked in a respectful tone. This was the first time someone was facing this problem. Ajuka knew about this problem, but this was probably the first time someone was experiencing it. Ajuka used the word probably because someone else might have faced it too, but they never came to him because they didn't know what was the problem in the first place. Yes, someone is facing this problem and I have been contacted regarding this matter. What do you propose I should do? After all, I am a magnanimous leader, Hella said with a straight face, and almost everyone present inside the room beside Rio and his lovers had to stop themselves from calling the woman a shameless liar. They could have called her that and that would have been probably the last thing they ever did. Giving him or her the status of high-class devil and their own evil pieces would be the most viable solution, Ajuka suggested, and Hella smirked after hearing the man's words. That is probably the best choice, Hella agreed with a small nod of her head. Sareorg Bale honestly didn't know how to react right now. After all, this was the first time he was experiencing this. He had been in rating games before, but none once anybody had dared to directly challenge him. Of course, Sareorg wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could defeat the high rankers of the rating games like Diehauser Belial, Roygan Belphegor, or Bediza Abaddon, but he knew for a fact that he was the strongest among all the young devils. Well, he wasn't so sure right now since he had seen the performance of Sana Citrai and her peerage members. So, you want to fight me? Sareorg asked curiously as he continued to stare at the white-haired girl standing in front of him. Yes, the girl answered in a monotone. Sareorg knew who the girl was. He might be confident about his strength, but that didn't mean that he couldn't investigate the peerage members of his opponents. Rias Gremory might be his cousin, but she was also his opponent. Tujao Konako was the only rook in his cousin's peerage. He knew a lot about the girl. The girl is a Neko Shao Devil hybrid. Her older sister was being experimented on by some of the members of the Neighboruse clan. Her older sister, Kurika, killed her own master to protect her sister. After that, Kurika abandoned Konako and ran away, but in truth, Kurika left behind Konako to protect her. Kurika knew that she was going to be declared a criminal by the devil faction. But it didn't work out like that. Konako was to be executed, but she was saved by Surtsk's Lucifer and then she joined Rias Gremory's peerage as a rook. After many years, the truth finally came out and the Neighboruse clan was wiped out by Lady Hella as an example. That was the gist of it. Sareorg was sure that there was more to it since Lady Hella wouldn't have paid attention to a simple rook. He had seen what sort of cruelty Lady Hella was capable of, so she shouldn't have been bothered by a little bit of experimentation, right? After all, Lady Hella wasn't known for her bleeding heart. You are Tujao Konako, right? Sareorg obviously knew that girl's name, but he still wanted to act somewhat oblivious. He simply wanted to hide the fact that he had investigated them. Chiron. I prefer Chiron, the girl corrected him in an emotionless tone. Then, I accept your challenge, Chiron, but what are you going to do while we fight? Sareorg asked as he glanced towards Akeno Heimjima. The black-haired girl simply shrugged. I don't have much power to keep going. So, I would probably stand aside and watch the fight, Akeno said in an unsure tone. Sareorg, are you sure? This might be an elaborate trap. Kuisha Abaddon warned Sareorg in a worried tone. Sareorg simply smiled after hearing her warning. He waved his hand and stepped forward. It might be. This would probably be the most viable strategy right now since their knight has been eliminated and Rias doesn't have any pawn to promote, Sareorg admitted with a thoughtful look on his face, and then he shrugged. Then why? We could just defeat them and be done with it. There is no reason to duel, Kuisha asked with a bewildered look on her face. She couldn't why Sareorg was taking such a risk even after he knew that this might be an elaborate trap. Well, where would be the fun in that? Sareorg asked with a grin, and Kuisha couldn't form an answer after hearing Sareorg's words. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Fun indeed, Chiron added in a monotone, and Sareorg started to chuckle after hearing Chiron's words. Kuisha turned towards Akeno to see how the opposing queen was reacting. Akeno's eyes met with Kuisha and Akeno shrugged dismissively. Akeno knew from the reports that Sareorg liked to fight, but she had no idea that Chiron was also a battle maniac. Kuisha simply released a sigh and decided to let them do whatever they wanted. Then she finally turned towards Regulus. He is the only pawn of Sareorg Bale. Sareorg had to use 7 pawn pieces to bring Regulus into his peerage. Master, what do you want me to do? Regulus asked, and Sareorg shook his head. Regulus is extremely loyal to Sareorg, and that is why he refers to him as master, and he always keeps asking Sareorg if he needs any help, much to Sareorg's annoyance and delight. For now, nothing. This is my fight, Sareorg said in a firm tone. Regulus seemed to be very reluctant, but he would never go against Sareorg's order, so he could only nod his head and walk away from the exact area of the upcoming fight along with Kuisha. Akeno also did the same, but she maintained her distance from Kuisha and Regulus. Sareorg kept intently staring at Chiron while Chiron was also doing the same. After a few moments, both of them nodded at each other, and that was the only cue both of them needed. Sareorg and Chiron lunged towards each other. The ground underneath them cracked as they lunged, but neither of them were worried about it. Both of their fists collided mid-air, creating a small shockwave. The ground beneath Chiron's feet shattered and she had to jump back to maintain her footing. Due to her short stature, Chiron was at a disadvantage from the beginning, but besides that, both of them were on kind of equal footing. Obviously, neither of them were going all out, and it would have been a waste to do that from the get-go. This time Sareorg was the one who took the initiative to attack, and Chiron easily blocked his kick and returned the favor with her own kick. Sareorg grinned as he continued to exchange blows with Chiron. The white-haired Nico Xiao might be unable to express her emotions correctly, but internally she was also feeling just like Sareorg. After a couple of minutes of exchanging blows, both of them decided to take a small break, so the two of them jumped away, creating some distance in between them. You are quite good, Sareorg grinned, and Chiron simply nodded her head at the compliment. I think we should kick it up a notch. What do you say? Sareorg suggested, and once again Chiron simply nodded her head. Chiron slowly started to raise her power level, and once again she felt the restrictive force, trying to suppress her, but she kept pushing forward. After only a few moments of silence, both Sareorg and Chiron lunged at each other. This time, they were much faster and their blows were much stranger too. While Sareorg had the advantage of a bigger stature, Chiron's small stature also had a few advantages, like she could easily get past Sareorg's defense if she was fast enough. Now that Chiron was much faster than before, with a little bit of timing, she managed to get past Sareorg's defense and landed a solid blow in his gut. Sareorg grunted as he skid back due to the force of the blow, but the smile didn't leave his face. This time it was Chiron who pressed on to keep Sareorg on his back foot. Both of their fighting techniques were on par, so neither of them were at an advantage in that regard. Chiron was able to land 2 more blows before Sareorg finally returned the favor to her. Chiron grunted as she finally stabilized herself after getting hit. She quickly got into her fighting stance as Sareorg continued to attack. Chiron started to keep increasing her power output, trying to get an opening, but Sareorg was also doing the same, trying to get another opening. The two of them kept going on in a similar manner for a few minutes without a pause. Opposing the restrictive force, which was trying to suppress her power, was finally taking a toll on her face. She had to use a lot of stamina to keep on going while opposing the restrictive force. Finally, Chiron decided to use Senjutsu arts. Unlike Kuruka, who had decided to hone her Jujutsu, Chiron had decided to hone her Toki. It wasn't like that Chiron couldn't use Jujutsu, it was simply a matter of preference. Chiron quickly covered herself in ki, increasing her strength, defense, and speed. Sareorg knew that something must have changed because he could feel that Chiron's aura has changed, but he couldn't put a finger on it. His eyes grew wide when Chiron appeared in front of him out of nowhere and he was barely able to dodge the blow. Chiron knew that she needed to finish the fight quickly or she would lose by being unable to move any longer. 2 blue orbs surrounded Chiron's hands as she started to use Senjutsu to concentrate power on her fists. Meanwhile, Sareorg also decided to stop holding back. Sareorg grinned as he continued to match Chiron's blows with his own blows. Their fight has already devastated everything around them, and Kusha, Regulus, and Akeno had to move farther away to stop themselves from getting tangled in the fight. After a couple of minutes, Chiron finally started to become slow. She was dead tired and she was only fighting due to her sheer determination. Sareorg also noticed that Chiron was getting slower and her attacks have also lost a lot of power. So, he decided to respect Chiron by defeating her when she was still able to fight. He could at least do that much. Chiron was much younger than him and she was still able to match him blow to blow. Sareorg could and would respect that. So, he finally used a burst of power and landed a punch on Chiron's gut. Chiron groaned and tried to return the favor, but she was much slower and Sareorg's fist slammed on her shoulder, dislocation her shoulder. Looks like this is the end, Chiron said in an emotionless tone and lunged forward. Yes, it is, Sareorg said, and he also lunged forward. Both of their fists landed on each other's faces, creating a massive shockwave, but both of them stubbornly held their ground. Sareorg finally straightened up and pulled back his arm and Chiron fell forward, but Sareorg caught her. Chiron was barely conscious and Sareorg was tired too. That was the best fight I had in quite some time, Sareorg declared with a grin on his face. Let's do this again if you have time, Sareorg requested in an almost hopeful tone. Yes, Chiron muttered and closed her eyes as she slowly dissolved into white particles. Sareorg slowly sat where he was standing and decided to lie down with a grin on his face. After that, it was just a matter of time. Sareorg's other knight finally reached the top of Yggdrasil and ended up winning the match for Sareorg Bale. With that, the elimination round of the Devil faction was finally over. Phew. What a day, Graphia said, releasing a dramatically huge sigh. The crowd seemed to be agreeing with her. It has been a really long day. Today they watched 3 rating games in total and it took a lot of time to go through all those games. The elimination round of the Devil faction is finally over. Next, we will be conducting the elimination round of the Fallen Angels faction, but not today. We will be starting tomorrow, so please be present. If you don't want to miss anything, Graphia announced as she walked around on the platform, looking at the crowd. Graphia Lucifuge, signing off for the day. Graphia waved at the crowd and teleported away from the platform. VIP box. Whew, I am so stiff. Dora released a sigh as she started to stretch her body. Only after hearing a few satisfying pops, did she finally stop stretching. Me too. Both Nemuri and Nat groaned dramatically. Rio could only roll his eyes, the two of them already started to have their mood swings. Nat was still alright most of the time, but he couldn't but shudder whenever he thought about Nemuri. Taking care of her was going to be a nightmare. I wouldn't say no to a satisfying meal. I at least think that I owe myself a satisfying meal, Fleur pondered aloud with a thoughtful look on her face. We all need a satisfying meal, I suppose, Rio said as he slowly stood up. Getting Kunu off his lap has been quite a chore. The little Kitsune has mastered the art of puppy dog eyes and denying them was the strongest battle Rio has ever fought. All of his lovers had carefully observed the scene and they already knew that he was going to be a great father, and probably all of their children would be spoiled. Only 2 of them might be on the way to becoming mothers, but all of them were old enough to have a little bit of maternal instincts, even Hella. All of them agreed unanimously that Rio looked extremely cute with Kuna sitting on his lap, but none of them were going to say that to his face. None of them wanted him to start pouting while complaining that he was manly, not cute. Well, anyway, Momo had already planned to create a picture of Rio with Kuna sitting on her lap from her memories. She will obviously distribute the picture among them. Even now, Kuna was using her most devastating attack on Rio, who was having a really hard time, trying to ignore the girl's demands. Yasaka could only give Rio apologetic looks. The thing is, Kuna didn't want to leave Rio's side. Even Rio was bewildered. He simply couldn't understand how the little kitsune became so connected to him. He has only met her once before this, he had saved her from bad guys. So, the girl must have placed him on a pedestal or something like that. That was the best theory Rio could come up with. How about you join us for dinner? Rio finally ended up admitting defeat in front of those eyes. Kuna's face morphed into pure joy as she started to giggle. Rio-san, we wouldn't want to impose. Yasaka tried to politely refuse the offer, but this time Kuna used her puppy dog eyes attack on her own mother, who immediately came this close to relenting and admitting defeat. She simply needed a little push. No, it wouldn't be a problem at all. I would be glad if the 2 of us joined us for dinner, Rio said with a smile on his face, and that did it for Yasaka. Rio's smile and kind invitation gave her the little push she needed. Now that Yasaka finally saw Rio's smile up close, she couldn't help but wonder how sweet Rio's smile was. She started to wonder how nice it would be if he smiled like that for her. All of a sudden Yasaka finally remembered where she was and she started to shake her head to clear her mind. She didn't want to perv on a man in front of her daughter. We would be glad to join you for dinner. Yasaka politely accepted the offer. Yasaka simply bid farewell to Goddess Amaterasu, and after that, she was ready to leave. Rio and the girls except for Hella were already ready to leave, but Hella was dishing out some orders to the faction leaders of the fallen angels and angels. Grafia also arrived inside the VIP box after taking care of everything. After that, Rio finally teleported back to Nox along with his women and Nox. They entered the house only to find that Kuriko was already there. Well, Rio already knew. Kuriko was already a resident of Nox and now Chiron was already halfway there, so it wasn't a problem. After the raiding game, Kuriko grabbed Chiron and brought her here. Since Chiron wasn't overly injured, it was alright. Your sister's fight was really great. Ororo gushed out as soon as she noticed Kuriko. Rumi also nodded her head in agreement and Kuriko couldn't help but feel proud of her sister. Tell your sister that she is getting her own peerage, Hella said in a dismissive manner. Be mindful, Hella. Her sister is still knocked out, Rio scolded Hella in an amused manner through their connection. Well, whenever she wakes up and even I am impressed with her, Hella said with a smirk on her face. Kuriko didn't know how to react, so she simply ended up thanking Hella, Ororo, and Rumi. Rio informed the house elves that they had some guests, so the house elves decided to take that as the permission to go all out. Rio obviously noticed them but decided not to correct them. If they did end up going overboard, then Momo can always take care of that food. Momo was still unmatched when it came to eating food. Kuno spent most of her time with Rio. He decided to show her around the house since he had no idea what else to do. Yasaka obviously decided to accompany the 2 of them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. POV Rio. I can't believe I got myself another admirer, and this time I can't say anything close to a refusal without looking like a complete asshole. I still can't understand how Kuno became so connected to me. It can't be possibly everything about me saving them, right? I shook my head to clear my mind. I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up asking Yasaka to date me. Kuno already knows how to get her way. Those puppy dog eyes of her eyes are very dangerous. Even I can't fight off her strongest attack. After Ikajan, Kuno is the second being who defeated me. Well, she is cute as hell, so it is alright, and the way Yasaka keeps glancing at me from time to time, I am sure that she isn't against the idea of dating me. This is the game room. I finally took them to the games room. It has been our house since the beginning, but it is rarely used as all the girls are always busy with their own stuff and I can't play pool on my own. Everything looks completely new, Yasaka commented as she looked around. I slightly chuckled and nodded my head. You would be right. Everything in this room seems to be completely new because everything is rarely used. All of us are busy doing our own stuff, I explained as I showed them around the room. I see. You must love all of them, right? Yasaka asked softly when Kuno finally started to look around the room on her own. I do. That is why I ended up with so many women. Not that I am complaining, I said with a grin, and Yasaka gave me a small nod. Though, I wonder how you manage Nemuri? She seems to be way too open, Yasaka asked with a slightly confused look on her face, but at the same time, she was also amused. You don't know anything. She has changed a lot in the few last years, but all of my women are quite a handful when they want to be, I answered with a grin. Though, I wonder why all of a sudden you are so curious. I asked in a teasing tone and Yasaka immediately started to blush and stammer. And no, it's nothing like that, Yasaka stammered out a reply and I started to chuckle after hearing her reply. Don't worry. I was simply teasing you. So, did you like the rating games? I asked curiously, trying to change the topic. I didn't want her to tease her too much. I know it is more than likely that she will end up with me, but this is just our second meeting. At first, I didn't know what to expect when I received the invitation from Lady Hella, but I think I like the rating games. I am sure that even you guys would also end up loving the rating games. We didn't have anything like the rating games, Yasaka said in an excited tone, and I could only smile after hearing her words. It is more than likely that yukais would end up under Hella's rule, but that wouldn't be a bad thing for the yukais. Unlike the devils, fallen angels, the yukais weren't a messed up race. Yes, there was a lot of politics, but that was it. In front of absolute power, politics is completely meaningless. It seems that the food is ready. Let's go back, I said, and Yasaka gave me a small nod and called Kuno. Come on, Kuno, Yasaka called out, and Kuno immediately returned to her mother, and then she nervously extended her hand towards me while holding her mother's hand. Yasaka gave me a worried look, but I simply smiled back and held Kuno's hand. The little kitsune beamed at me with a bright smile. With Kuno between us, I started to lead them back towards the dining room. A figure silently crept through the dark halls of Nox. The halls were completely dark, but it was pretty clear that the figure wasn't having any problems maneuvering its way through the halls. The figure's glowing eyes quickly scanned the corridors, and after a few minutes of maneuvering, the figure finally stopped in front of a door. The figure extended one of its arms, slowly reaching for the door handle. Why are you trying to sneak into my room? A voice asked from behind. The figure froze and hissed like a cat, and moments later, the figure was stitching to the ceiling. That wasn't very nice, Naya. Kurika whined while hanging from the ceiling. I almost died by having a heart attack. Kurika continued to whine as she nimbly jumped down from the ceiling. Rio simply grinned in amusement. Then you shouldn't have been trying to sneak into my room. Rio grinned and Kurika gave him an annoyed glare, but it didn't last for long. She grinned like a Cheshire cat and her ears started to twitch while her tail started to swish. Well, there was something I wanted to talk about, and it is something private. Kurika said huskily and approached Rio with a grin. So, I obviously wanted to chat with you in private. Kurika breathed out with a blush on her face. You are in heat, Rio deadpanned, and Kurika jumped into his arms and started to rub her face on his chest. Rio always wanted to have a catgirl in his harem, and now his dream was finally about to be fulfilled. What sane man wouldn't want a catgirl in his harem? Naya? I want to have kittens with you, Naya, Kurika said as she continued to rub her face over his chest. She knew that her mating season was approaching, but she always wanted to give herself to Rio for saving her and reuniting her with her sister. If I end up having kittens with you, then my other lovers would be seriously displeased, Rio said, and Kurika didn't seem to be pleased, but she gave him an understanding nod. Then can we practice kitten making, Naya? Kurika asked in a hopeful tone. Rio grabbed the girl's shoulder and made some distance between the two of them so that he could talk with her without her rubbing herself all over his body. I am a very selfish man, Kurika. If I have you even for once, then you belong to me, Rio said in a firm tone. Kurika blushed like an innocent maiden. Rio knew that even though Kurika was in heat, she could still clearly understand him. Naya, you really know how to make a lady wet, Kurika said in a teasing tone and smacked Rio's chest. Rio gave her a pointed look, and Kurika knew that Rio wasn't amused, and if she didn't answer him appropriately, then he would probably toss her into the forest. While Rio wouldn't have done something cruel, he would have simply used his powers to knock her out, and then he would have teleported her into her own room. Unfortunately, Rio rarely used his mind-reading powers, so he didn't know what Kurika was thinking. Maybe that was a good thing because the kitty was extremely kinky. Naya, I already belong to you, Rio-kun. Didn't you claim me when I gave up my everything to protect Chiron? Kurika asked with a mischievous grin on her face. Is that so? Yes, technically I did claim you that day, but once again I will be claiming you tonight, Rio said with a smirk, and Kurika meowed like a cat. Yes, that was kinky. So, where do you want to do it? Does your naughty and kinky mind have any preferences? Rio asked huskily as he whispered his sinful words into her ear. Now, Kurika was basically shaking in excitement and anticipation, and she was also having a hard time controlling herself anymore. Roof. I want to do it under the moonlight. I noticed that the moon is very beautiful tonight. Kurika breathed out with some difficulties. Moments later, the two of them found themselves on the roof. Rio was slightly glad that Kurika didn't ask to be done right then and there, outside his room. Tonight they had guests in their house, and Rio didn't want someone walking on him when he was busy doing the deed. He would have noticed them coming as soon as they got up, but then he would have needed to teleport while doing the deed. Once again, that was something he didn't want to do. Now that they were finally on the roof, Rio allowed Kurika to smother him again. He also accelerated the time on the roof, so that he and Kurika could connect properly. Kurika also had her rating game tomorrow, and he didn't want her to show up bow-legged. As soon as Rio let go of Kurika's shoulders, she jumped into her arms. She snaked her arms around Rio's neck and she wrapped her legs around his waist. She was hanging on Rio like a koala. Kurika didn't want to waste any more time, so she quickly captured Rio's lips. Lemon, 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 lemon starts. Rio immediately took the lead and his hands cupped Kurika's plump ass and he gave it a hard squeeze, earning a loud moan from Kurika. Rio continued to play with Kurika's ass until he found something more interesting, her tails. Rio found that Kurika's tails were extremely sensitive. Naya, please be gentle with them. Kurika moaned huskily as Rio continued to stroke her tails. It was pretty clear that Kurika was getting very close to her release, so he carried her to the nearby swing. It was a luxurious mansion, so they obviously had some swings on the roof. Rio didn't spare any expenses when renovating the Nox. So, he placed Kurika on the roof, and with his other hand, Rio roughly pulled down her loose black kimono. Kurika's boobs sprung out with a lot of springiness. Rio immediately dove into Kurika's valley and started to lick and bite. Kurika moaned loudly and her back arched up as she started to come when Rio pinched one of her nipples. Rio finally let her go, to give her a break. He didn't want to overload her brain with pleasure. Unlike his other women, Kurika wasn't a strong entity, so he wanted to go easy on her. That was great, Naya. Let me return the favor, Naya Kurika requested, so Rio easily rolled over to give Kurika easy access to his manhood. Kurika started to fiddle with his pants. Rio was only dressed in a tank top and knee-length pants. Kurika hurriedly pulled down his zipper and with a swift motion, Kurika top off his pants, freeing his manhood. Kurika cooed as her soft fingers wrapped around Rio's completely erect member. Naya, this is going to mess me up so badly, Kurika moaned as she softly breathed over the tip of Rio's member. She gave a small lick and Rio groaned in pleasure. Satisfied with the reaction, Kurika quickly engulfed the member in her mouth, or she tried to. This was the first time she was doing this, so she couldn't take him in completely, but Kurika vowed to do her best. Kurika looked up as she started to bob her head up and down on his member. Kurika found herself staring straight into Rio's jet black eyes. She felt herself being drawn into those eyes. Rio also found the whole looking into each other's eyes while Kurika was going down on him to be extremely hot. With her other free hand, Kurika started to play with Rio's balls. That seemed to turn him on even more as his member started to throb inside her mouth. She understood that Rio was almost there, so she increased her pace, but she didn't break her eye contact with him. Kurika. I am close, Rio groaned and Kurika seemed to become even more enthusiastic. After a few seconds, Rio finally emptied his load down Kurika's throat. Yuroka gulped down everything without wasting a single drop. It is time for the main event, Naya Kurika said and she jumped up, but Rio caught her. Rio quickly turned her over and Kurika gave him a confused look. Naya. Kurika gave him a questioning look, but she couldn't stop herself from moaning when she felt something hard and throbbing, parting her entrance. Don't need to be gentle, my mate. You can be rough with me, you can ravish me, please mess me up, Naya. Kurika exclaimed loudly and Rio wasn't someone who liked disappointing his women. So, he pushed forward without a pause even when he broke through her barrier. After that, Rio started to take her from the back while his hands grabbed her swinging boobs from the back. Kurika started to moan like a wanton whore, and Rio discovered that Kurika was a screamer. Rio finally let go of her boobs and stroked her tails. Kurika immediately screamed and started to come, but this time, Rio didn't stop and continued to pound Kurika like no tomorrow. Naya, you are going to break me, Naya, and I don't mind it. Fuck my pussy raw, Naya. Come in me, Naya. Kurika continued to scream. Make me your cum dump, Naya. Kurika exclaimed loudly and Rio continued to relentlessly pound into her from the back. Get ready, Kurika. I am close. Rio breathed out and Kurika's screams became even louder. Yes. Give me everything, Naya. Kurika screamed while staring at the moon and after a few more thrusts, Rio finally came into her. Kurika started to meow at the moon. Rio slowly pulled out of Kurika who was breathing heavily, but she looked really content and satisfied. That was great, Naya. Kurika breathed out. Yes, that was great, Rio agreed with a grin and snuggled closer to Kurika. Let's do it again, Naya, but I need a break, Kurika said as she looked down at him. He was still hard as a rock. Don't worry, my dear. We have all the time in the world, Rio said with a grin. Kurika immediately perked up looking excited. Naya, then, please do me in the ass next time, Kurika requested with a grin, and Rio wasn't someone who liked to disappoint his women. While Rio and Kurika were busy exploring each other, Hella was taking care of something very important. After dinner, she did have some late-night action with her soon-to-be husband, but after a satisfying romp, she excused herself. She grabbed Yachiro, who was on the bed beside her, and Grafia, who was in her own room, and a few minutes later, the three of them arrived in the underworld. Come on, Ajuka. I know you can do it. You don't need to be shy, Hella said in a low tone, and Ajuka gulped in fear and nervousness. His whole body started to shake, his hand clenched tightly around the object he had been holding. Come on, Ajuka. Don't disappoint me, and please don't be gentle, Hella added with a grin, and Ajuka raised his shaking hand. He knew that there was no going back now, so, he could do the only thing he could do. Ajuka lifted his hand over his hand still shaking frantically. Ha! Ajuka screamed loudly and slashed his hand downwards. With a loud crack, the whip in his slashed across his brother's back. Nov, L, B /JNN, HNNNNN. Diodora Astaroth screamed, or tried to scream loudly, but he was gagged, so he couldn't scream loudly. Hella was disappointed. What is the point of torturing someone if you can't even hear their screams? But Ajuka had made one simple request. He said that he couldn't hear his beloved screams, so Hella could only allow Ajuka to gag on his brat of a brother. Hella has been very reluctant at the beginning, but a brother was going to torture his own blood brother. That was enough for Hella to accept Ajuka's request. What are we going to his peerage members? Grafia questioned from behind Hella. Ikahiro was standing on Hella's other side with a kind smile on her face. Dump them in the ocean for all I care, Hella shrugged dismissively. Then she glanced at Ajuka and once again she was displeased. You are a super devil, you stupid fuck. My mother can hit harder than you and my mother is several millenniums old. Hela snapped and Ajuka almost shrieked in fear and started to all his power to whip his dear brother. Sorry, brother. You must be sacrificed for the greater good of the Astaroth family. Mom and dad can have another child if they try hard, but for that, they need to stay happy. Ajuka apologized inside his mind and he hardened his mind. Hela had told Ajuka that if he is the one to torture his brother then she will spare his family, but if he refused then Hela would have no other choice. She would have to slaughter his family to make an example out of the Astaroth clan to show what was going to happen to the traitors. Obviously, Ajuka decided to torture his brother. If you don't want them then can I have them? Grafia asked in a neutral tone. Hela turned towards Grafia and she gave Grafia a questioning look. What do you want with them? Hela asked curiously. She honestly didn't care what happened to the peerage members of Diodora Astaroth. True, they were devils, but they were reincarnated devils and they were mindless. Hela wasn't bothered by the fact that all those girls were brainwashed or whatever. She wouldn't care if a devil killed humans and then resurrected him or her as their peerage members just for some sick pleasure. Hela would have done the same too. The idea was too appealing, but Hela wasn't happy over the fact that Diodora had dared to betray her. They are brainwashed. Those types of women would be best for maid training. I will simply remove the training given to them by the traitor and then I will train them to be the perfect maids. Grafia answered with a straight face. Hela stared at Grafia with a blank look on her face. After a few seconds, she started to cackle. Shivers ran down Ajuka's back even though Hela was probably cackling in amusement. Lady Hela was the scariest thing he has ever come across. Even the god of the Bible wasn't scary like her. Sure, you can have them. Hela waved her hand in a dismissive manner. She should trust Grafia to train some mindless devils to become perfect maids. Diodora continued to howl as best as he could as Ajuka kept lashing his back. His back was completely bloody. Some of Diodora's bones were visible from the back. Hela wasn't a doctor or anything, but even she could understand that the filth was going to die if he wasn't healed. He was losing way too much blood. Stop, Hela commanded Ajuka, who immediately stopped whipping the sack of mangled flesh hanging in front of him. He has stopped thinking of the sack of mangled flesh as his brother. His brother was sweet and kind, but his brother had died. At least, that is what Ajuka was making himself believe. I think he needs your help, Yachiro. Can you heal him, so we can start again? Hela requested and Yachiro simply inclined her head and started to approach Diodora. She only took a few seconds to completely inspect all damage that has been done to the boy. It will take some time to heal him. It would best to give him phoenix tears if you want to continue, Yachiro reported in a kind tone. Ajuka shivered in fear when he saw her smile. He simply couldn't understand how such a cruel woman could hide behind the facade of a kind and gentle healer. He had witnessed the cruelty this woman was capable of firsthand, so anyone wasn't going to fool him. No, that would be too much wasteful. Can you stop him from dying? And maybe tweak his pain receptors? Hela questioned and Yachiro simply nodded her head. Yachiro quickly weaved a few hand signs and tapped more than a few points on Diodora's body. Done. He won't be dying anytime soon. He has lost a lot of blood, so I would need to give him one of those blood replenishing potions, and this time, he won't be bleeding like a stuck pig and I have also heightened his pain receptors, Yachiro said politely while looking at Hela. Then she turned back towards Ajuka. Now, it wouldn't be a problem if you went overboard by mistake or choice. Have fun. Yachiro tilted her head kindly and returned to her previous spot. Ajuka didn't know how to react to that. He felt sorry for the sack of mangled flesh hanging in front of him. If the boy was looking to offend the cruelest people in the world, then he had succeeded spectacularly. Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Hela snarked and once again Diodora's whole world drowned in pain. Now, he was desperately regretting the decision of accepting the power of Afais. Though Diodora had no idea that by the end of it he would be regretting a lot of things, like ever being born. A few hours later. There were still a couple of hours before sunrise and now, Hela has finally decided to ask questions. So, she pulled out the gag from the boy's mouth while grinning. Diodora was barely awake, but he had noticed that he couldn't pass out. No matter how tired he felt, he couldn't pass out. Diodora didn't know, but Yachiro had made it impossible for him to pass out. You see, I have some questions. If you answer truthfully without making a fuss, then I will end your misery. If not, then we can continue your whipping therapy, Hela said with an amused grin. Please. I will answer all the questions. Just kill me. Please kill me, Diodora begged and Hela grabbed his head. Yes, I will. I am a woman of my word, Hela cooed almost kindly and Diodora felt relieved. So, from where did you get the power? Hela asked. Afais. It is Afais' power. I joined the old Satan faction and Rezevim Levon Lucifer gave me this power, Diodora answered almost eagerly. Hela nodded her head in understanding. I see. Have you killed anybody since you have joined them? Hela asked. Not that she cared exactly, but she still needed to know. After all, if the fool had killed a devil then she needed to get justice for that, said someone. After all, Hela is a magnanimous ruler. Yes. I have killed Lucretia Glaciolabelis, Diodora breathed out and Ajuka closed his eyes with a pained look on his face. Hela didn't have any idea who the fuck Lucretia Glaciolabelis was, but she was sure Grafia knew. So she turned towards Grafia. Grafia already knew what Hela wanted to know. Lucretia Glaciolabelis was the true heiress of the Glaciolabelis family. Zephyr Glaciolabilas became the heir after the mysterious death of the former Graphia answered, and Hela clicked her tongue and turned back towards Diodora. Why did you kill her, and is the Zefton or whatever was also on the plan? Hela asked. I had to kill her because she found out what I was doing to my peerage members and how I acquired them, and Zephyr was completely unaware of my plans, Diodora answered, and Hela finally let go of his head. Now, she needed to contact the Glaciolabilas family and tell them that she had gained justice for their late daughter. Yachiro, you can torture him until he loses his mind, Hela said in a dismissive manner, and Diodora immediately started to sputter in protest. Buledin, but you promised. Diodora gasped in shock. He had a hint of betrayal in his tone. Well, I lied, Hela shrugged and walked out of the room followed by Graphia. She stopped right outside the door. You did good, Ajuka. I am very happy with you. You are free to accompany me or stay here, Hela suggested, and Ajuka instantly decided to accompany Lady Hela. He didn't want to stay here and watch how his brother lost his mind. Moments later, the three of them started to hear Diodora's blood-curdling screams as they walked down the hall. Yachiro was going to have a lot of fun, that is until his mind breaks. Welcome to the second day of the raiding game tournament. As all of you see, I have all the kings from the teams of the Fallen Angels faction standing behind me. Today, we will be witnessing the elimination round of the Fallen Angels faction. Graphia announced, and the Fallen Angels section of the spectator stand roared in support of their representatives. Graphia turned around and a transparent glass bowl filled with a few pieces of paper appeared in her hand. She extended the bowl towards the kings of the Fallen Angels faction. Just like the last time, each king is going to select one paper from the bowl. Their matches would be arranged by the numbers they pick up, Graphia continued to announce in her usual manner, and one by one, all the kings picked up a piece of paper. One by one, all of them opened their paper slips to reveal the contents of the paper slips. Moments later, the contents of the paper appeared on the magical screens. Number Lix Tetrax, OC. Number 2 Onos Kalis, OC. Number 3 Vali Lucifer. Number 4 Aureas, OC. Number 5 Bathan, OC. Number 6 Tobio Isaac. Moments later, the matchups appeared on the screens. First match Lix Tetrax vs Onos Kalis. Second match Vali Lucifer vs Aureas. Third match Bathan vs Tobio Isaac. Now, I would ask everyone except for Lix Tetrax and Onos Kalis to leave this stage, Graphia said while looking at the kings of the Fallen Angels faction. The other kings nodded their heads in understanding and quickly left the stage. Then, Graphia turned back towards the two kings remaining on the stage. Graphia produced another glass bowl in her hand. Please either of you pick a paper, Graphia said, and Onos Kalis politely asked Lix Tetrax to do the honors. So, Lix Tetrax picked a paper and quickly opened the paper slip. Once again, the contents of the paper slip were displayed on the screens. Surprisingly, the first game of the day was going to be a run-of-the-mill normal raiding game. Do either of you have any preferences for the arena? Graphia asked in a polite tone. Lix Tetrax was quite familiar with Switzerland. Meanwhile, Onos Kalis was familiar with Greenland. So, the two of them decided on a middle ground. Any place with ice, both of them said at the same time. Graphia simply nodded her head and told them to wait or return to the Fallen Angels faction waiting room. The game was going to start in 10 minutes, so both Lix Tetrax and Onos Kalis decided to call their peerage members in the arena and wait here. Since it was a normal raiding game, Graphia only gave a brief description of the game. Even though the other factions knew about the raiding games, they were completely oblivious to the rules. Fallen Angels faction waiting room. Valinaya, who do you think is going to win? Kurika asked in a cheerful tone. She had spent nearly a week with Rio and it was everything Kurika had imagined for their first time. The two of them did a lot of kinky things, like Kurika gave Rio a tail job, while Rio had made her come by rubbing just her ears. Hard to say. The members in Lix Tetrax's team are stronger than the members in Onoskala's team, but you can't win a game with just strength, Vala said with a serious look on his face. He had noticed that Kurika seemed to be extremely cheerful, but he decided not to ask, since he cared about his sanity. Yes, if the members of Onoskala's team can work together better, then they have a genuine chance of winning the game, Arthur said while rubbing his chin. Oh, then let's watch the game, Naya, Kurika exclaimed, looking cheerful, and the others didn't bother to give her a reply as they were already watching the screen. VIP box. Yachiro seemed to be glowing for whatever reason. Besides Hela and Rio, nobody knew why. Ajuka Beelzebub and his parents were also absent from the VIP box. The former Devil Kings who were present inside the room have heard some rumors about Diodora Astaroth's death, but they were in no position to confirm any rumors. Surtsk's Lucifer obviously knew what was good for him, so he didn't dare ask any questions, and it was the same with Falbium as Meduz. First of all, he was tired due to oversleeping, so he decided to fall asleep again. Secondly, he loved having his head on top of his head. Meanwhile, Rio was having a hushed conversation with his girls. He had used his space powers to stop anyone from hearing their conversation. So, now, Kurika is also one of us? Jean asked, and Rio simply nodded her head. Well, it was about damn time. Aurora whipped her hand in cheer. She had her eyes fixed on you for quite some time, Aurora added with a grin. What else do you expect? Rio saved his sister and he also cleared her name, so that she could live freely. I am surprised that she waited so long to make a move, Nat argued, and some of the girls nodded their heads in agreement. Hela decided not to get involved in this conversation, and Yachiro simply kept listening to everyone with a kind smile on her face. She had a lot of fun cutting apart that stupid devil, so she was enjoying herself while reminiscing about those memories. Yes, our man is the knight in shining armor, Momo said with a grin, and some of the girls snickered after hearing her words. Rio simply gave them a dirty look. He wanted to protest that he wasn't a knight in shining armor, but he knew that it would be useless. Arguing with women is always useless, and Rio was outnumbered by a huge margin. Our knight in shining armor, Fleur added with a snicker. I think she would have gotten herself boned by our man stud a lot sooner, but I think the kitty went into heat yesterday. That must be why she waited so long, Nemuri added with a lecherous grin on her face. Nobody would be surprised to know that she was thinking about something extremely perverted. Thank you for treating me like a juicy piece of man meat, Rio said dryly. Sorry, we didn't mean to. Do you want us to pay you back with our bodies? Luna asked in a sultry tone while batting her eyes at Rio. Yes, Rio admitted with a straight face. So, are you going to punish all of us after taking all of us into your den by forcing yourself on us? Dora asked in mock horror, but nobody missed the sheer excitement in her voice. Come on, Dora. Not all of us get turned on by getting forced. Rumi deadpanned with a blank look on her face. You wouldn't know if you don't try, Dora retorted back, and Momo cleared her throat, getting everyone's attention. There is no harm in giving it a try, I suppose, Momo said with a flush on her face. Nemuri and Dora burst out laughing, and Rio simply palmed his face, but acting like a slave master does seem to have its appeal. Kunu is coming, Rio pointed out, and all the girls decided to change the topic. Raiding game field. The game finally started when the game field transformed into a frozen tundra. The game field was extremely cold, but both teams were able to move without much difficulty. Since it was a normal raiding game, the game field wasn't overly large. There were 2 hills on the opposite sides of the game field. Those 2 hills acted as the base for each team. Besides that, there were several hills and crevices in between the game field, which could be used for ambushes. Both of the teams started to move after another 30 minutes. Both teams have been working on strategies. The raiding game ended after 2 hours. It was Lix Tetrax and his team who won the game. Their teamwork was on par with the other team, but his team members were stronger than the members of the other team, so it was obvious that they won the game without any problems. It seemed that Lix Tetrax was also very good at making strategies. While Onos Kalis wasn't a slouch in that regard, but Lix Tetrax was simply better. At least, Onos Kalis wasn't a sore loser, even though he wasn't eliminated, but he still took his defeat with a smile on his face. With this, the first match of the elimination round of the Fallen Angels faction is finally over. Now, let's move on to the second match. Now, I would like to ask Vala Lucifer and Aureas to join me on the stage, Grafia announced, and after a couple of minutes, Vala Lucifer and Aureas entered the arena followed by their teams. Vala Lucifer and Aureas finally found themselves on the stage, standing side by side in front of Grafia. Unlike Lix Tetrax and Onos Kalis, Vala and Aureas didn't seem to have any sort of cordial relationship between them. Aureas was trying to burn Vala while glaring at him. Meanwhile, Vala was simply ignoring Aureas, which seemed to anger the man even more. Please pick a paper from this bowl, Grafia requested as she extended the glass bowl in her hand towards them. Both Aureas and Vala extended their hands at the same time, and both of them stopped when they noticed that both of them were trying to grab a paper slip. Stand back. I am going to pick the paper, Aureas growled angrily. And why would I stand back? Vala droned with a blank look on his face. Aureas gritted his teeth, and with a menacing look on his face, he stepped towards Vala, who didn't look bothered in the slightest. Because we are representing the Fallen Angels faction and you are a devil hybrid, Aureas spat out in disdain. It seemed like he wanted to say a lot more, but he somehow held himself back. He wouldn't be doing himself a favor by bad-mouthing devils in front of Grafia Lucifuge. Aureas wasn't delusional enough to think that he could fight Grafia Lucifuge and live to tell the tale. Vala frowned after hearing his words, so he subtly glanced towards Grafia, who seemed to have a stoic look on her face. Then Vala's frown turned into a smirk. If he could egg Aureas into saying something offensive, then he might end up offending Grafia. Even if Grafia Lucifuge didn't do anything, she will be still officiating the match, so it was a win in his books. I see. Anyways, I won't be backing down, Vala said in a mocking tone. Aureas raised his hand and his face turned almost purple in rage. You? Aureas began, but he was cut off by Grafia. No matter how amusing it was to watch the two of them squabble like children, she had to move on. She couldn't have a fist fight breaking out even before she started the game. They could always beat the snot out of each other during the game. May I suggest a toss coin? Whoever wins the toss gets to choose the game, Grafia suggested and stepped forwards. Both Vala and Aureas could have sworn that the temperature around them dropped by several degrees. Lucifuge clan was known for their ice magic, and Grafia Lucifuge was extremely adept in ice magic. So, they kind of guessed why the temperature dropped. I suppose that would be the best, Aureas said with a nod of his head, and Vala simply nodded his head. Grafia was already prepared for situations like this. In fact, she was quite surprised that this was the first time an argument broke out. So, she vanished the bowl from her hand and produced a coin in her hand. It was a simple coin with an H and a T carved on either side. Choose either, and don't waste time, Grafia said in a neutral tone. She didn't want them squabbling over choosing H and T. Vala and Aureas looked at each other, and it was Vala was the first one who spoke up. I choose heads, Vala called out, and Grafia gave a small nod of her head. Heads for Vala Lucifer and tails for Aureas, Graphia added so that there wouldn't be any arguments afterwards. Aureas looked completely murderous as he glared at Vala, who seemed to have a smirk marring his face. Graphia didn't want to waste any more time on the two of them, so she simply flicked the coin in the air. Both Vala and Aureas kept their gazes fixed on the coin. After a second, the coin landed on the stage with a soft clang. The coin bounced on the stage a couple of times until it stopped moving with the T face falling on the top. Vala clicked his tongue and Aureas gave him a smug grin. Graphia once again produced the glass bowl and Aureas picked a paper with a visible skip in his step. Graphia had to try very hard not to roll her eyes at their childish display. This was something she expected from Rias or Zephyrdor, but apparently, she was wrong. Other factions also seem to have their own fair share of childish people. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Aureas quickly opened the paper slip to reveal the contents of the paper. Aureas slightly blanched after he saw the contents of the paper. The contents of the paper slip were displayed on the screens just like the other times. Vala Lucifer was going to face Aureas in a lightning-fast game. The devils roared in excitement, while the spectator stands of the other factions simply looked at each other with confused looks on their faces. Do either of you have any preferences for the arena? Graphia asked, and she already knew that she was going to have another argument. Some urban area, Vala said with a shrug, except for Grigori. He wasn't familiar with any areas since he didn't have his own territory, but Aureas has his own territory. London, Aureas said in a stiff tone. Graphia decided to go with London. She knew she was stretching it, but technically London could be considered as an urban area. Vala should have been more specific. Graphia shrugged internally. The rating game field will be London, Graphia announced and told them to wait or leave. Obviously, both of them decided to stay with their teams. Miscellaneous spectator stand. The miscellaneous spectator stand was right below the VIP box. The miscellaneous spectator stand was very small. It was created for the people who didn't belong to any of the factions involved in the rating games tournament. A blue-haired woman dressed in a pair of black jeans, a black top, and a black cargo jacket could be seen leaning on the railing. The woman's hair was flowing beautifully due to the wind. The woman was clearly very beautiful and she would have been looking even more beautiful if she wasn't scowling in rage. You have serious balls to show up here, you fucker, the woman snarled in rage, making the others around her flinch back in fear, but the man who was the target of the woman's rage didn't even flinch. Drake simply shrugged. I simply came to apologize, but if you want to be an uncivilized bitch then you are always welcome, Drake said in a dismissive manner. The woman started to release her power, but once again, Drake remained completely unfazed. It was quite a surprise that the woman didn't pop a few veins. Her face was almost purple in rage. You dare? After what you did to my treasures? You dare? The woman snarled and lunged towards Drake. The floor beneath her feet cracked when she lunged forward towards Drake. Drake gave the woman an unimpressed look and grabbed her hands with little to no effort. Get over it, Tiamat. I borrowed some treasures from you and lost them. I came here to apologize and tell you that I am already looking for your treasures. I have already found two. It was my mistake and I am trying to fix it, Drake said in a firm tone, and the blue-haired woman, now recognized as Tiamat, looked completely shocked after hearing Drake's words. Image here. I don't believe you. The Drake I knew was too proud to accept his mistake and apologize, and even more so, he would have never tried to fix his mistake, Tiamat pointed out with a disbelieving look on her face. Drake lets go of her hands. I have changed a lot. I am not the same dragon. I have a lot of time to contemplate over my mistakes when I was sealed inside that blasted sacred gear. Being sealed inside a scared gear can do wonders for you, Drake finished cheerfully, and Tiamat still gave him disbelieving looks. Tiamat, the only reason you are still alive is because it was my mistake in the first place, or I have killed you right where you stand. I am much stronger than last time and you are simply a dragon king. You could never match my power even in the past, Drake reminded her in a neutral tone, and Tiamat was trying to set Drake on fire with her venomous glare. So, Tiamat, I am sorry for taking your treasures and I am already looking for them to fix my mistake, Drake said in a sincere tone. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, wanted to rage and shout, but she knew that she could only let the matters go. At least, Drake sounded sincere in his apology. She still wanted to beat Drake into a bloody pulp, but she knew that she couldn't do that. She couldn't match him even before he was killed by the god of the Bible, and now, he seemed to be stronger than before. Thanks to the Destroyer, of course. It was pretty clear that Drake was working for the Destroyer, and to be honest, she didn't want to get involved in the mess. After all, she didn't want either the Destroyer or his bloody fanatic, namely Kromkroak, coming after her. That bastard was insane and he would simply beat her into the ground just for questioning the Destroyer. Once again, she wasn't delusional enough to consider that she could defeat Kromkroak. Fine. I accept your apology, Drake, Tiamat said with a huff and went back to lean on the railing. The rating game was about to start and she desperately needed something to distract her. At least, there was a chance that she would get back her treasures. That was a piece of good news. All you might be wondering what Lightning Fast Game is. Please allow me to explain. Lightning Fast Game is a short variant of rating game. Lightning Fast Game only has a 1-hour time limit along with the smallest game field. In simpler terms, it will be a quick match, a blitz, Graphia explained to the crowd. She decided to give the audience a small break so that everyone could digest the information. With the 1-hour time limit, whoever defeats their opponent king wins. In case neither team could defeat the enemy king, the winning team will be decided by the number of points calculated by the number of pieces each side has claimed from the other. Grafia finally finished her explanation and the crowd roared in cheers. Devil faction waiting room. What are you doing here, Oni-san? Sana questioned Sirafal, who entered the waiting room assigned for the devil factions. Right now, only 3 teams were lounging in the room since 3 teams were already eliminated. I am hurt, Sotan. Don't you want to see me? Sirafal sniffed and started to wipe away the tears. Sana frowned and then she started to scowl. She knew that Sirafal was faking it, but she couldn't help but feel really bad. No, that is not what I meant. I am simply asking what are you doing here? I was just curious, please, don't cry. Sana immediately went to comfort Sirafal. Sabeki covered her mouth and started to snicker. Sana heard her snickers and gave her a dirty look. Sirafal wasn't bothered by the others and as soon as Sana was close to her, she lunged at Sana pulling her into a tight hug. Sana sighed in resignation and returned the hug. She knew that if she didn't do that then her sister would try to cry again. Sorry, I couldn't return yesterday. I was extremely busy with the tournament or I wouldn't have missed your victory celebration for anything. Sirafal cooed while patting Sana. The bespectacled sister looked flushed, but she didn't move away from Sirafal. I understand, and I wasn't angry or anything. So, you don't need to apologize. By the way, what happened to Diodora Astaroth? Sana asked and Sirafal and the older sister immediately grimaced after hearing the last part. To be honest, she didn't want to burden her cute little sister with such graphic details. Of course, Sirafal knew everything since Hela had told her. He was captured. Then Lady Hela asked Ajuka to torture him. Sirafal took a small pause. She couldn't even guess what Ajuka had gone through while lashing his brother. She has talked with Ajuka and the man seemed to be extremely tired and heartbroken. Sirafal took a deep breath. After extracting the necessary information, he was tortured into insanity by Anohinatan. I don't know if the boy is still alive or not. I am yet to hear anything. Sirafal finished with a shrug. Oh, Sana breathed out. Do you know how he got that power? Sana asked and once again Sirafal nodded her head. Yes, he had joined Kao's brigade and it was Rezevim Levon Lucifer who gave him the power. Sirafal explained in one go. Sana nodded her head in understanding. Sana's face was completely blank, so Sirafal mistook it for sadness. So, she decided to comfort her younger sister. Sana, he might have been a young boy, but he was a traitor. Don't feel bad for him. Diodora Astaroth had committed many atrocities. Do you know he had a thing for breaking nuns? All of his peerage members had been nuns. He brainwashed them into sex slaves. He had also killed Lucretia Glaciolabelas when she discovered what he did with his peerage. Sirafal quickly explained and Sana looked kind of horrified after hearing all that. Now, I feel bad for sparing him. If I had known all this before then I would have cracked open his skull with my bare hands. Sana growled menacingly. Sirafal was taken aback by the venom in her sister's voice and she couldn't believe that Sana wanted to crack open someone's skull with her bare hands. Now, Sirafal felt extremely conflicted. One part of her wanted to chastise Sana for saying something like that and teach her that she shouldn't do something like that. Meanwhile, another part of Serafal's mind was telling her to bring a few subjects to Sana so she could perfect her skull-cracking technique. As a good elder sister, it is her duty to help her younger sister, right? I can't believe he killed Lucretia. She was my friend and all of a sudden, she disappeared without a trace along with her peerage. Sana breathed out in a disbelieving tone. Now, I wish that I was there too. Sana added in a disappointed tone while shaking her head. Once again, Starfall found herself conflicted, but ultimately, her caring and supporting older sister part won the conflict. Sana, you need to become stronger if you want to join Lady Hela's closest aides, Sirafal said in a caring tone and Sana could only nod her head. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Sana was very smart, so she obviously suspected that Lady Hela was probably grooming her to be the next leader of the Devils or some other important position, or why would someone like Yachiro Anohina would want to train her just for the rating game tournament? That was simply courageous. Sana has thought a lot and she finally reached one simple conclusion. Lady Hela was grooming her for some important position and she wanted to use the rating game tournament to make Sun popular. Sana also concluded that the rating game tournament was a test for her. So, there was a very good chance that Lady Hela would stop investing her time in Sana if she disappointed her, and that was something Sana didn't want to do. Don't worry, Oni-san, I won't disappoint anyone, and one day, I will make you proud, Sana declared with a bright smile on her face. Ahem, sorry to interrupt, but the game has started. Sabeki coughed in her hand to get the attention of two sisters as the second match of the Fallen Angels elimination round was about to start. Vala Lucifer was one of the strongest contenders of this tournament and Sana couldn't miss the game. She needed to collect as much information she could get about Vala Lucifer's team. Rating game field. I think you should have been more specific about the arena. Baikao deadpanned as they found themselves inside a random tall building of London. Vala didn't say anything, but he kind of agreed with Baikao. He should have been more specific with the location. Kurika. Your role in the game is going to be very important. You need to sense the enemies, Vala said while staring at Kurika. Of course, Naya. Leave that to Kurika, Naya, Kurika proudly proclaimed, and Vala simply nodded his head in understanding. Elife, I need you to put an obscuring spell on this building so that they can't locate our base, Vala said while looking at Elife Pendragon. I could put an obscuring spell, but it is not going to be anything strong since I don't have a lot of time. Ellie Faye warned Volley, and even after Ellie Faye's warning, Volley asked her to proceed. Any type of protection is welcome. Arthur, I am leaving you here in the base along with Ellie Faye. Contact us if they find you, and if we end up eliminating more than half of their peerage members, then leave the base and join us. Volley dished out the final order and Arthur nodded his head in understanding. There were a couple of new members in Team Volley. Some fallen angels had decided to join his team just for the game. Okay, let's go and look for Aureus and his team. All of you keep in mind that Aureus and his team members are pretty familiar with the game field, so don't get ambushed. Volley warned everyone, and after a few moments, they left the building. As soon as Volley and the others were gone, Ellie Faye cast the obscuring spell to hide their base. Finding Aureus and his team members weren't that hard, especially with Kurika's help. Aureus' plan was very good. He had asked half of his team members to search for Volley's base and he had asked the other half to set up an ambush for Volley. Unfortunately for Aureus, Volley discovered his plans before Aureus could even finish preparing his trap. So, using Kurika's sensing abilities, Volley prepared the Aureus team members who were looking for his base. Since the game field was very small compared to the other game fields, traveling around was very easy. So, preparing a trap for the wayward team members of the opposing team wasn't that hard. So, Volley and his team decided to prepare an ambush from over a tall building. They only had to wait for a couple of minutes before their targets arrived at the scene. As soon as those wayward team members of the opposing team arrived at the street beneath their building, Volley and his team members pounced on those poor targets. The wayward team members of Aureus' team didn't even stand a chance when Volley along with his team ambushed them. Even though Aureus' team members were quite surprised, they still managed to inform Aureus about this development, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't even last half a minute against Volley and his team. Since Volley already knew that Aureus and his team were coming, Volley decided to stand his ground and greet Aureus. He wondered how Aureus was going to react. Aureus reacted very poorly, but he still didn't lose his mind even though Volley kept on egging him. Aureus was completely enraged, but he still stopped himself from giving into his rage. The raiding lasted for another 30 minutes, but Volley and his team finally prevailed. Only one of the new members of his team was eliminated. The others were completely fine except for some of them being tired. So, as soon as the game field dissolved, Volley left the game field along with his team members with a smug grin on his face. He didn't even need to use his balance breaker in the fight. So, he was quite satisfied with himself. Without wasting any more time, Grafia announced the third match of the elimination match of the Fallen Angels faction. Tobio Acuse and Bathan entered the game field and made their way towards the stage. Through the usual method, it was decided that Tobio Acuse and Bathan were going to face each other in an object break game. Since everyone was quite familiar with the game, Grafia didn't bother to explain anything. So, after 6 long hours, it was Team Tobio who won the raiding game. There were some instances of action, but both of the teams have prioritized looking for the objects, instead of direct conflict. So, with Tobio Acuse as the third qualifier of the elimination round for the Fallen Angels faction came to an end. POV Rio. Thanks for your hospitality, Rio-san. Once again, Yasaka thanked me for inviting them yesterday. She bowed cutely as she bowed her head. How her boobs haven't spilled out of that dress is still a mystery. It must have been some bullshit anime logic. Well, with the way things are going, I am pretty sure that those milkers are going to be in my hands in the foreseeable future. No need to thank me, I love spending time with Kuno, I said, and the smile on Yasaka's face intensified. She is a lovely girl. I trailed off. I wasn't buttering Yasaka to get my hands inside her kimono, I was simply being honest. I don't know how Kuno was able to connect with me in such a manner. Yasaka beamed at me with a bright smile on her face. I have never seen her so happy with anyone. Yasaka gushed out excitedly though. After a few moments, her face turned completely solemn. Kuno has always missed her father figure in her life. Yasaka said solemnly, and after a couple of seconds, she finally realized what she had said and started to blush brightly like a schoolgirl. No, sorry. I didn't mean it in that way. Yasaka quickly stammered out an apology and I simply waved her off her apology with a wave of my hand. No need to apologize, Yasaka-san. I understand what you mean. To be honest, she already has me wrapped around her cute little fingers. I said with a small smile on my face as I kept staring at Kuno, who was playing with Luna and her familiar Orakai. After hearing my words, Yasaka started to chuckle while covering her mouth. Why don't you join us today too? I asked Yasaka, who gave me a grateful smile, but after only a second she started to shake her head. Thanks for the invitation, Rio-san, but I would have to refuse the offer, Yasaka said in an apologetic tone. I didn't return to my territory last night. As a leader, I have lots of duties, namely paperwork. I can't have the paperwork piling up or it would be a disaster, Yasaka said, looking completely resigned. I could understand where she was coming from. Due to my omnipresence, I know that paperwork is the arch-nemesis of all the people who were in some sort of leadership position. Hela was an exception to this rule as she had hired a whole team of devils, fallen angels, and angels to take care of her paperwork, and she had been using the heavens system to keep an eye on them so that none of them could do anything to create a mess. Additionally, everyone on those teams was completely terrified of Hela, so they never thought of doing anything behind Hela's back. All of them were family people, so they knew that if they tried anything, then Hela wouldn't be coming just after them, but their whole families. Their pay was also pretty good. So, that also helped. I understand. Paperwork can be really stressful and nobody wants to deal with mountains of paperwork, I said softly while giving her an understanding look, and Yasaka could only smile after hearing my words. By the way, there was something I had been meaning to ask, but I never got the chance, Yasaka began to say, so I simply gestured her to continue. Can you tell me everything about basilisks? I mean what they like to eat and if they need any special conditions or not. Yasaka requested in a polite tone, and even though I looked completely fine on the outside, internally I was grimacing. I really wanted Luna to be the one to answer those questions since she was the one responsible for hatching the damn snake. It was not like that I didn't know everything about their species, but I simply didn't want to be the one to tell a mother that her cute little daughter was carrying a murderous snake that could kill anyone with a gaze, and I decided to leave aside the poison. Well, there are quite a few things you need to know before you can start taking care of a basilisk, I said after taking a deep breath. I clearly noticed the smug look Luna was giving me, and moments later, her smug look turned into an innocent look. Oh, Luna is going to pay. I am going to make her bend over my knees before giving her a nice smacking. After hearing my words, Yasaka immediately became quite curious and leaned forward. Basilisks are extremely dangerous. That was the first thing I explained about basilisks, and Yasaka immediately became worried and glanced towards her daughter, who was still playing with her new familiar. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You don't have to worry about Kunu. She is completely safe around Orakai due to her familiar bond, but the others around her need to be extremely careful. Kunu would need to set up some ground rules for Orakai, I said in a firm tone, and Yasaka still looked very worried, but she still decided to listen to everything I had to say. First of all, Orakai is extremely young, so you don't need to worry that much, but in a few months, Orakai will gain the most dangerous ability. After his eyes are completely developed, he would be able to kill anyone around him with a simple gaze. I revealed, and Yasaka gasped in complete horror as she coerced her mouth. To be honest, I don't have any idea if the gaze of a basilisk could kill any of the supernatural beings like devils, fallen angels, or angels, but I still decided to warn Yasaka because it was better to be safe than sorry. I think I would need to conduct some experiments in a few months. Kunu simply needs to tell Orakai to keep his eyes covered by the protective eyelids of his eyes. That would take care of the problem, I said, and Yasaka nodded her head with a dumb look on her face. Next, the venom. I honestly don't know if there are any means to counter the basilisk venom without phoenix tears. I will ask my fiancés to conduct some tests, I said, and right now, Yasaka was completely white as a sheet. I knew that Yasaka didn't have any reason to worry, but she was a mother. Any loving mother would worry for her child. For now, I decided to refrain from telling her that Orakai might grow up to be bigger than her house. That would have been too much for her. Are you sure that Kunu is going to be safe? Yasaka asked in a worried tone. Now that I know what basilisks are capable of, I don't want a basilisk anywhere near my daughter, but at the same time, I know that Orakai will be the best protector for my daughter. Yasaka said with a conflicted look on her face. Don't worry. Luna will help Kunu take care of Orakai. Luna is extremely good with animals, I added with a small smile on my face, and Yasaka simply gave me a reluctant nod. Welcome to the third day of the rating game tournament, and today we will be witnessing the elimination round of the Angel faction. Grafia announced, and the crowd roared in cheers. The Angels weren't like the other factions, so they cheered their representatives in a calm manner and polite manner, though there were some oddballs among them who were cheering loudly. Now, I have all the kings of the Angel faction here on the stage with me. Just like the Devil faction and the Fallen Angel faction, we will be deciding the matchups with the help of these paper slips. Grafia raised her hand, and a familiar glass bowl appeared in her hand. Then, without wasting any more time, Grafia extended the bowl towards the kings from the Angel faction. All of them picked up a paper one by one. As soon as they were done, they started to slowly open the paper slips. Moments later, the contents of the paper slips were displayed on the magical screens. Number 1 Jessica Lagerqvist. Number 2 Nemo Raimondi. Number 3 Kiyotora Shinra. Number 4 Ryu Heiken. Number 5 Griselda Corda. Number 6 Caesar Villers. After a few seconds, the contents of the screens changed as the matchups were brought on screens. First match Jessica Lagerqvist vs Nemo Raimondi. Second match Kiyotora Shinra vs Ryu Heiken. Third match Griselda Corda vs Caesar Villers. Good. Now that we finally have the matchups, I would ask Jessica Lagerqvist and Nemo Raimondi to stay on the stage, Grafia said, and the other kings understood that it was their cue to leave, so they promptly left the stage, returning to the Angel faction waiting room. Once again, Grafia produced another glass bowl filled with various paper slips, and then she extended the bowl towards the waiting kings. Nemo Raimondi respectfully asked Jessica Lagerqvist to pick the paper slip. Jessica gave the man a respectful smile, and she picked up one paper from the glass bowl. Jessica slowly opened the paper slip, revealing the contents of the paper slip for everyone to see. Well, technically not everyone, since it was simply impossible for anybody in the spectators' stands to see what was written on the paper slip, but the contents of the paper were quickly revealed on the magical screens for everyone to see. Jessica Lagerqvist and Nemo Raimondi were going to face each other in a board collapse variant of rating game. After the name of the rating game was revealed to the crowd, only the Devil faction part of the spectators' stand started to cheer loudly. This was the first time this variant of rating game had come up, so Graphia was yet to give an explanation to the crowd. Do either of you have any preferences for the game field? Graphia asked, and both Jessica Lagerqvist and Nemo Raimondi looked at each other for a moment and shrugged. After a few moments, both of them turned towards Graphia. Random, both of them said at the same time with a hint of disinterest in their voice. Both of the kings have decided to go with the random setting, so we will be randomly selecting a game field for them, Graphia announced while looking towards the crowd. Then she turned towards the kings. The game will be starting in 10 minutes, Graphia told them, and both of them decided to wait in the game field along with their team members. Meanwhile, Graphia decided to explain the game to the crowd. Board collapse is a variant of the normal rating game where both ends of the game field will collapse at the same time, where only the center will remain at the end. The narrowing of the field makes it so that places to hide and escape decrease, and by the end, the battle will be unavoidable. With that, Graphia finally finished her explanation, and the crowd from the other faction nodded their heads in understanding. After 10 minutes the game finally started and both of the teams appeared on a massive pillar of stone. The edges of the pillar started to collapse as soon as the rating game was officiated. Jessica Lagerqvist was the first one to make a move. To the crowd it seemed that Jessica was planning to attack Nemo and his team head-on, but in reality, Jessica's intentions were very different. She wasn't planning to attack Nemo Raimondi or his team members. Just like Graphia had mentioned, the battle was unavoidable, so Jessica decided to set up traps around the center of the arena as they made their way towards the other side of the game field to attack Nemo. Jessica and her team carefully bobby-trapped the whole place before heading towards the other side. Meanwhile, Nemo was planning how to defeat Jessica and her team members. If this was a normal rating game, then Nemo's strategy would have been more viable, but unfortunately, this wasn't a normal rating game. Traps are going to be very important in this game. As the game field would continue to become smaller, the places to hide and ambush the opposing team would also decrease. It was obvious that at the end, everyone would end up in the middle of the game field, hence the traps. Jessica and her team members attacked Nemo and his team from quite some distance. Even though Nemo and his team were taken by surprise as they weren't expecting such a rushing attack from Jessica, they still managed to defend themselves. The ones who were somewhat late to put up a barrier ended up with a few bruises and scrapes. As soon as Jessica and she finished launching their attacks, they decided to retreat while placing some more traps on their way. They rigged the whole place with explosion-type spells and some other types of spells. Nemo was smart and he noticed that something was amiss, but before he could warn his team, one of his knights ended up engulfed by a pillar of flames. Nemo finally understood what Jessica and her team had done, but that didn't mean that he could do anything about them. Looking for the traps was not only time-consuming, but at the same time, it was a thankless job, at least in this setting of a rating game. The edges of the pillars continued to collapse, so Nemo had to keep heading forward and they couldn't even take a break. Jessica and her team members were extremely tired when they returned to the center of the game field, and they also decided to set up an ambush before taking a break. With the amount traps they have left for Nemo, they were sure that Nemo and his team weren't going to arrive at the center anytime soon, and their speculation was absolutely spot on. It took Nemo and his team nearly an hour to reach the center of the game field, and as soon as they arrived at the center of game field, various types of magical attacks rained down on Nemo and his team. It wasn't surprising when Jessica was declared the winner of the first rating game. Now that the first rating game of the elimination round was finally over, Graphia summoned Kyotora Shinra and Ryuo Heiken on the stage. Kyotora Shinra allowed Ryuo Heiken to pick the paper slip from the glass bowl. Ryuo Heiken opened the paper slip only to reveal that he was going to face Kyotora Shinra in the Yggdrasil climb variant of rating game. Some of the spectators were disappointed while some were excited, but most of the crowd seemed to be completely neutral regarding this matter. The game was officiated after a 30 minutes break. Neither of the teams wanted a direct confrontation, so, fortunately, neither team came across the other. To say that everyone was disappointed was an understatement. It was Kyotora Shinra who won the match, but the spectators continued to boo him as he left the game field along with his team. Even the ever-polite angels seemed to be booing at Kyotora Shinra, and in the VIP box, Michael could only chuckle sheepishly after witnessing the whole spectacle. Rating game is a modernized version of blood sports, so the crowd was obviously going to hate you if you don't fight. Finally, the third rating game was announced, and after a few minutes, Griselda Corta and Caesar Villers found themselves standing on the stage along with Graphia. Griselda allowed Caesar Villers to pick the paper slip. Griselda Corta was extremely famous in the supernatural world. The only reason she was able to enter the tournament was due to a technicality. Caesar Villers knew that there was no way he was going to win, but he along with his team members were still going to give it their all. All soon as the matchups were revealed, they knew that they were going to lose. Caesar slowly opened the paper slip only to reveal that he was going to face Griselda Corta and her team in a simple rating game. Bad luck that. Several people felt pity for Caesar, but he tried his best to eliminate even just one member of Griselda's team, but the opposition was simply too strong. Griselda felt like she was bullying Caesar, but there was nothing she could do. Caesar was trying his best, so Griselda decided to give him a chance so he could show what he is capable of. Nobody was surprised when Griselda Corta was declared as the winner of the third rating game. With that, the elimination round of the Angel faction was finally over. So, how was your first time? Dora whispered the question in Kurika's ear. Kurika immediately spat out the juice she was drinking and started to cough. Meanwhile, Dora returned to her seat with a shit-eating grin on her face. I am not going to tell you that. Kurika protested while glaring at Dora, who had a look of disbelief on her face. Kurika glanced towards her cute little sister Chiron, who was sitting at the end of the table. Come on, Kurika. Now, you are our sister, you shouldn't keep secrets like that from your sisters. If you don't tell us how your first night was, then how could we tell you how to improve? Nemuri asked from the other side, and Kurika had to admit that what Nemuri said made a lot of sense. As your senior sisters, it is our duty to give you all the pointers. I do have a lot of material in my scared garden. You are free to check them out if you want, Nemuri suggested with a lecherous grin on her face. Kurika noticed that there was a glint of madness in Nemuri's eyes, and as soon as Nemuri mentioned sacred garden, Kurika's eyes flickered downwards. She is talking about her pyramid. She had named it Nemuri's sacred garden. Dora deadpanned from the other side, and Kurika's head immediately whipped towards Dora. After hearing Dora's words, Nemuri started to cackle like a madwoman. Well, she was technically somewhat mad, so it wouldn't be a problem. How did you know what I was thinking about? Kurika asked hurriedly, and Dora simply rolled her eyes, but slowly a teasing grin formed on her face. It was obvious what you were thinking, Kurika. After all, you weren't being subtle, and in case you need materials, you can always borrow some, Dora said in a teasing tone, and Kurika could only her head with a dumb look on her face. She decided that she was going to borrow these said materials from both of them. Kurika has never been a prude. She would have openly talked about her first night with Rio if it wasn't for Chiron. Her sister was yet to experience going into the heat. Even though Kurika had explained everything to her sister, her cute little was not ready to hear about her big sister's sex life, especially when it was so kinky. She didn't want to destroy her sister's innocence. Come on, you two, don't need to tease Kurika so much, Rio softly scolded Nemuri and Dora, who looked like they were being praised. Rio, do you see Kurika complaining? Dora asked with a grin. No matter how well she can hide herself from the others, but she can't hide herself from me, Nemuri said with a smug grin, and then she proudly pointed her chin upwards while pushing out her chest. I see. Well, I suppose then I will leave the three of you with that, Rio said with a nod of his head. Everyone continued to make small conversations as they kept eating, and Nemuri, Dora, and Kurika continued to whisper among themselves while perversely giggling from time to time. Rating Game Field. Welcome to the 4th day of the Rating Game Tournament. Today we will be witnessing the elimination round of the church faction, Graphia announced, and once again the crowd burst out in cheers. Then Graphia turned towards the 6 kings of church faction gathered on the stage. None of them looked happy or pleased like the kings from the other factions. Graphia could understand why these kings didn't seem to be happy or pleased. The church faction did not have any intentions of joining the rating game tournament, but unfortunately for them, Lady Hela had other plans. They might think that they can remain free, but Lady Hela would never allow that. If they refused to submit, then Lady Hela would simply eradicate every last one of them. She simply invited them here just for the sake of her entertainment. Graphia extended the glass bowl towards the kings. The kings from the church faction already knew what to do, so they picked up a paper slip from the bowl. Slowly all of them opened their respective paper slips. Moments later, their numbers were being displayed on the magical screens. Number 1 Lind Selzen. Number 2 Diet Helmwald Siemler. Number 3 Ursula Rushmond. Number 4 Toji Shadu. Number 5 Zenobia Korda. Number 6 Irina Shadu. After a few seconds, the contents of the screens changed and the matchups appeared on the screens. First match Lind Selzen vs Diet Helmwald Siemler. Second match Ursula Rushmond vs Toji Shadu. Third match Zenobia Korda vs Irina Shadu. I will ask everyone besides Lind Selzen and Diet Helmwald Siemler to leave the stage, Graphia softly requested, and the other left the stage without any sort of reaction. Graphia had a hard time pronouncing the name of Diet Helm, but she considered herself to be the best maid, so she could at least manage something insignificant like this. Graphia vanished the bowl in her hand and another familiar type glass bowl appeared in her hand. Graphia extended the bowl towards the 2 present kings. Before she could even tell them to grab a paper slip, Lind Selzen picked a slip from the paper. That is rude. Graphia scoffed inside her mind, but on the outside, she didn't show any type of reaction. Lind Selzen opened the paper slip, revealing the contents of the paper. Lind Selzen was going to face Diet Helmwald Siemler in a rampage ball game. Unlike the first time, this time the crowd cheered loudly as the name of the rampage ball game came up, but unfortunately, they were severely disappointed when the game ended. The game took place in an endless grass field, and both Lind Selzen and Diet Helmwald Siemler had made an agreement beforehand that they were not going to fight each other. Neither of them used the loopholes in the rules to turn the game into a combat game. They deliberately avoided fighting each other, so obviously the crowd was hugely disappointed. Anyways, Lind Selzen ended up winning the first match of the church faction elimination round. After that, Graphia summoned Ursula Rushmond and Toji Shadu for the second match. This time, both of them were polite enough to wait for Graphia's announcement. Toji Shadu allowed Ursula to choose the paper slip. Ursula slowly opened the paper slip, revealing the contents to everyone. Ursula was going to face Toji Shadu in a normal rating game. Graphia asked them if they had any preferences for the arena or not, and both of them decided to fight in Rome's Colosseum, but since it was a normal rating game, they had to enlarge the Colosseum by a lot. The rating game lasted for nearly 6 hours, and once again it was very disappointing. None of the participants ever fought. Instead of fighting, if someone met anyone from the opposing team, then they would start a game of rock, paper, and scissors. The loser of the rock, paper, and scissors would have to forfeit the match. To say that the crowd was displeased was a complete understatement. Toji Shido ended up winning the rating, and along with Ursula, he returned to the church faction waiting room with his head held high. He threw an arrogant look towards the VIP box before he left the game field. He knew that Lady Hela was sitting in there, and the representatives of the church faction had decided not to fight among each other. They wanted to show their displeasure of being pulled into this tournament by not fighting. Graphia internally shrugged. They were fools to even think that they could insult Lady Hela and walk away scot-free. Lady Hela would make them pay, one way or the other. Graphia simply decided to move on with the games. So, she summoned Zenovia Corda and Irina Shido for the final match of the elimination round of the church faction. Graphia didn't even get the chance to announce anything before both Zenovia Corda and Irina Shido grabbed a paper slip at the same time. Both of them slowly opened the paper slip only to reveal that they were going to face each other in a normal rating game. On the outside, Graphia looked completely normal, but internally she was frowning at their rudeness. After a few seconds, Graphia internally sighed. They will learn their lesson. Once again, the game took nearly 6 hours to finish as neither of the teams wanted to fight. In the end, Zenovia and Irina ended up having a friendly spar, and after Irina lost the spar, she decided to forfeit the game. Graphia announced Zenovia Corda as the winner of the rating game. Zenovia along with Irina left the game field with their heads held high, but they didn't forget to throw an arrogant look towards the VIP box. Well, idiots are going to be idiots. Graphia sighed in with that. The most disappointing day of the rating games tournament came to an end. It was complete silence inside the VIP box. Everyone outside of Rio's group was throwing worried glances towards Hela. The said woman looked completely calm and composed, which was something very bad. Her eyes were glowing eerily. She would have started to release her killing intent if it wasn't for Kuno. Right now, Kuno was sleeping in Rio's arm. She had become extremely bored while watching the games, so she fell asleep during the second game. There was nothing interesting to watch, so Rio didn't wake her up, and Yasaka was also coming to the terms that Kuno had started to see Rio as her father figure, so she allowed her to sleep in his arms. It was fine that the church faction have decided not to fight in the rating games, but they shouldn't have goaded Hela. That was a big no-no. Things like goading Hela shouldn't be done, ever, but idiots are going to be idiots. Are you fine, Hela? You don't look too good, Yachiro asked softly with a hint of concern in her voice. A lot of people inside the VIP box wanted to thank Yachiro for stating the obvious, but all of them loved being alive, so they held their tongues. I am fine, Hela said in a neutral tone. It was pretty clear that Hela was bubbling in rage on the inside. Well, now that the games are over for today, I think all of us should call it a day, Rio said in a cheerful tone as he stood up. He still had Kuno in his arms. Yes, you are right, Jean admitted as she stood up too, followed by the other girls. None of Rio's women were afraid of Hela, but that didn't mean that they weren't afraid of Hela. Technically they weren't afraid, but Hela can be scary as fuck when she was angry. Rio slowly turned towards Yasaka, who was looking quite afraid of Hela. Yasaka-san, why don't you join us for dinner? Rio offered with a bright smile on his face. Yasaka glanced towards Hela with a worried glint in her eyes, and after a few moments of silence, she turned back towards Rio. Yasaka realized that Rio wouldn't allow any harm to come to Kuno or her. So, she decided to accept the offer, and after seeing Kuno snuggled like that in his arms, she simply couldn't bring herself to refuse the offer. She knew very well that she might end up becoming one of Rio's lovers if this continued to go on like this, but she simply couldn't bring herself to care. In fact, a part of her was extremely giddy. Yasaka had seen how Rio treated his lovers, and when she compared her life with theirs, she couldn't help but feel jealous of them. She still remembered how that bastard had left her while she was pregnant, and she wondered how her life would have been if Rio was actually Kuno's father instead of that bastard. Oh, okay. I will accept that offer, Rio-san, Yasaka replied with a smile, and Rio beamed at her after hearing her words. Amaterasu gave Yasaka a complicated look before releasing a sigh. Husband, there is something I need to do, so I won't be home for dinner. All of a sudden Hela spoke up as she slowly stood up. Rio looked at her for a moment and then he shrugged his shoulders. Sure, stay safe out there, Rio said with a smile, and Hela couldn't stop herself from grinning when she noticed the concern in his voice. Do you want me to accompany you, Hela? Yachiro asked with a kind smile on her face, but those who knew the woman closely easily noticed the undertone of excitement in her voice. Sure, the more the merrier, Hela chirped with a wide grin on her face. The devils, the fallen angels, and the yukais shuddered in fear. They are the ones who have first-hand witnessed the cruelty of the duo. The devils prayed for the well-being of the church faction. Oh, the irony. Yachiro turned towards Rio with an innocent and a kind smile on her face. It seems that I will also be busy, Danasama, Yachiro said in a respectful tone. A lot of people raised their eyebrows at her tone, but none of them dared to say anything. Okay, but don't overdo it, Rio said and looked towards his women. Moments later, he was gone along with Kuno and Yasaka, leaving behind only Hela and Yachiro from his group. As soon as Rio was gone, Hela's head snapped towards Michael. They are going to call for you. You are not going to answer to them if you know what is good for you, Hela said in a dangerous tone. Michael nodded his head so fast that he could have been mistaken for a blonde woodpecker. After saying her piece, Hela disappeared in a mist of blackish-green smoke. Yachiro kindly inclined her head looking around the room, and moments later, she disappeared in a red mist. Both Hela and Yachiro arrived in 7th heaven. Hela immediately summoned Graphia and Sirafal. She didn't need to consult with either of them, she simply wanted to inform them about her plan. So, what have you planned? Yachiro asked as she sat down in a nearby chair. I am going to kill every human being in the Vatican, Hella stated as a matter of fact. Yachiro frowned after hearing her words, and after her few moments, her whole persona started to morph. Her kind eyes transformed into gloomy and menacing, while the gentle and kind smile on her face turned into a sadistic and cruel smirk. That would be no fun, Yachiro said, and Hella immediately raised her eyebrows. If they die, then they won't be able to feel the pain, regret their choices. They need to feel regret for their choices, they must feel the pain. It would be better if we let them leave, but kill their believers. That would twist the knife in their gut, Yachiro suggested in a raspy voice. After hearing Yachiro's suggestion, Hella continued to stare at her with a blank look on her face. Moments later, Hella started to cackle in mad glee, and Yachiro also joined Hella. Both Yachiro and Hella were cackling in mad glee when Graphia and Seraphal arrived in 7th heaven. Both of them shivered in fear after hearing their evil laugh. After noticing the new arrivals, both Hella and Yachiro stopped cackling. Lady Hella, what can I do for you? Graphia quickly gathered her bearings and asked Hella in a respectful tone. Nothing. I simply need both of you here. I just wanted to tell you what I have planned, Hella said, gesturing both Seraphal and Graphia to take a seat. Graphia reluctantly took the seat. I am going to destroy all the churches in Europe, and I am also going to kill a lot of their believers when they oppose me, Hella revealed, surprising Seraphal. Graphia was already expecting something like this, so she wasn't surprised at all. Graphia knew about the message Hella had given to the Pope. She was surprised that Hella was going to follow through with her threat. Then I wish you luck, Lady Hella, Graphia said in a respectful tone, and Hella started to chuckle after hearing Graphia's words. My dear, Graphia, I do not need luck. I simply need you to stay here and give me all the locations of churches in Europe. There are so many of those and I can't memorize all of them, Hella revealed while chuckling. Hella tapped a few buttons on the heavens system and pulled up all locations of all the churches spread throughout Europe. It seems that we have a lot of work to do. Yachiro perked up after she saw how many churches were there just in Europe. But don't you think that using your army would have been easier? Yachiro asked as she tilted her head in confusion. Both Seraphal and Graphia also wanted to know the answer, even though they didn't show any outward reaction. At first, I wanted to use them too, but I want to be present at the scene when my soldiers rip and tear everything around them. Hella answered with a vicious grin on her face. Yachiro nodded her head in acknowledgement. Hella's answer was words of true wisdom to someone like Yachiro. I see, you have made your point. So where are we going to start from? Yachiro asked hoarsely. Hella immediately turned back towards the screen and tapped on a red mark. We start from here, Hella grinned, and moments later, both Yachiro and Hella were gone. After the two of them were going, Seraphal turned towards Graphia. I feel bad for them, Seraphal said, and Graphia gave a subtle nod. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I also feel bad for them, but they brought it on themselves, Graphia said in an aloof tone, and this time Seraphal nodded her head in agreement. After a couple of minutes, the red mark on the display disappeared. Both Seraphal and Yachiro prayed for the people of the church. Oh, the irony, the Pope was sitting behind his desk with a heavy look on his face. The sun was just rising, so the room was barely lit, but the tear streaks on the Pope's cheeks were clear as day. After a few seconds, the man started to sob and whimper. Minutes passed and the Pope continued to sob. Someone knocked on the door and the Pope immediately gathered his bearings. He wiped off his tears with his sleeves, but from his red eyes and puffy cheeks, it was pretty clear that the man had been crying. He fixed his robes and turned towards his door. Enter, the Pope called out, and moments later, the door opened with a click and 7 people entered the room. All of them were immediately alarmed by the Pope's visage. What happened, Your Holiness? Irina Shadu asked in a worried tone. All of you, have a seat. I am sure that all of you are going to need it, the Pope answered, and everyone looked at the Pope with concerned looks for a moment before taking their seats. After that, everyone continued to stare at the Pope with expectant looks in their eyes. They knew something very bad must have happened. Your plan backfired, the Pope said in a hoarse tone while looking at Toji Shado. The said man was immediately alarmed and a feeling of horror was slowly rising from his gut. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You mean our agreement regarding the rating games tournament? Toji asked in a nervous tone, and the Pope solemnly nodded his head. The man gulped loudly. Last night Hella and Yachiro Anohana wiped off all the churches in Europe, the Pope revealed, and everyone immediately gasped in disbelief. Toji's whole world came crashing down on him. At first, he felt disbelief, then anger, and finally guilt. No, Vasco Strata said while shaking his head. He simply couldn't wrap his head around the news. Vasco Strata had decided not to participate in the rating games tournament because he felt that his presence in the Vatican was more important. If all the strong members of the church left at the same time, then someone might use that chance to attack the Vatican. They knew that Hella wouldn't attack them since she wasn't afraid of them. She had proved that before. He had tried to tell Toji that his plan was stupid, but the man didn't listen. Vasco had pointed out that the plan was stupid. He had tried to tell him that Hella might take offense, but to be honest, he never expected such a brutal and cruel rebuttal against such a childish tactic. Toji had asked everyone not to fight and make a mockery of the tournament. The plan was childish, maybe that is why Hella decided to teach them a cruel lesson. So, what do we do now? Vasco asked in a solemn tone. Vasco, Diethelm gasped in horror while looking at Vasco. How can you be so calm? Do you even understand what has happened? Diethelm growled in anger as he slammed his fist on his armrest. Vasco turned his head to calmly look at Diethelm. And what would you have me do? Do you want me to bring back the dead or reverse the destruction? Vasco asked in a monotone, but Diethelm flinched when he sensed the subtle killing intent Vasco was releasing. It was all of you who decided to follow that childish plan while I had said that you shouldn't, Vasco reminded the whole group in a chilling tone. Vasco, you can't blame us. We simply wanted to get back at her in some way. We simply didn't think that she would react in such a manner. Ursula defended herself and Vasco simply snorted. Well, you should, and I am going to blame all of you. Do you know why? Vasco questioned while glaring at the whole group along with the Pope. The Pope didn't have anything to do with the plan, but he had agreed with them that they should do something to show that they won't submit in front of Hela. I can blame all of you because it is all of your fault. Did I not tell all of you that this would end in a good way? True, I didn't expect such a brutal and cruel reaction, but from what I already know about the woman I should have expected this, Vasco griped. You said that even you didn't expect that she was going to react in such a manner, then how can you blame us? We have never even seen the woman with our own eyes, then how was I supposed to know? Lind Selzen muttered nervously. Even Lind knew that she was just trying to convince herself that this wasn't her fault, her voice was too weak for an argument. Vasco scoffed after hearing her words. All members of the church are quite familiar with the cruelty she is capable of, so don't dare pull that excuse. Vasco snapped at the girl and Lind simply cowered in her seat. Vasco, that's too much. The Pope finally decided to interfere before the argument could escalate into something else. Vasco glared at the man and the Pope immediately lowered his eyes due to guilt. Fine, but what are we going to do now? Vasco repeated his initial question, but yet again nobody had an answer for his question. Toji Shido was still looking down at his lap. It was clear that the man was barely holding himself back from breaking down in front of the others. Zenobia and Irina were too horrified to do or say anything. The two of them simply sat in their seats with the looks of disbelief and horror marring their faces. How many dead? All of a sudden Ursula asked, breaking the silence. We don't know that yet, the Pope said with a wince. Why are we only hearing this now? Vasco asked. I have ordered everyone to keep a lid on it. I don't want the news spreading before we have all the facts, the Pope answered, and everyone including Vasco, who was blaming everyone, also agreed with the man's logic. There will be complete chaos and panic as soon as the news comes out. Ursula looked completely heartbroken. She had her eyes closed with a pained look marring her face. A lone tear escaped her eyes as she spoke the words. You have no idea what sort of effect this incident is going to have for the future of church, Vasco said while shaking his head. As soon as we release the news, people will become too afraid to associate with the church. Everyone will be afraid that the axe would fall on their neck any moment, Vasco added with a grave look on his face. Everyone in the room including the Pope looked completely horrified after hearing those words. They wanted to refute Vasco's words, but no matter how much they tried, they couldn't find any fault in Vasco's logic. It can't be, surely there will be some who would still believe in us, Irina said while desperately shaking her head. She was extremely faithful to the God of the Bible and the ideology of the church. Yes, there will be a lot of people who will still believe in the church, but nobody would dare to express their sentiments openly. If anybody tried anything, then Hela or Yachiro Anohina would make an example out of them, Vasco said while looking outside the room. He couldn't look at the girl. With his words he was basically crushing the girl's faith. It is much better like this. Vasco grimly thought inside his mind. Yes, he was destroying the girl's faith, but it was important with what was coming in the future. Vasco already knew that they were already under Hela's thumb, they simply didn't want to admit it. God was already missing and he wasn't going to miraculously appear tomorrow. He had already witnessed Hela's power firsthand, so he wasn't even sure if the God of the Bible could even defeat her. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but Vasco couldn't deny it anymore. Their standing in the world has been already changed irreversibly. There was nothing they could do now to regain the faith of the humans. Not only that, but they were also slowly losing their ability to harness the holy power. Even the Excalibur fragments were acting funny after Hela took over. Gradually, they would have lost all of their power and they were in no position to enrage Hela, and they had done just that. I am sure that everything will work out at the end, the Pope said with his eyes closed. Nobody believed the man, even the Pope himself didn't believe his own words, but he still needed to say something. He was simply trying to get himself a tiny semblance of hope. Oh, I forgot. Hela had sent us a message. She said that if we pull another stunt like that then she will kill all the humans who believe in the God of the Bible except for the people residing in the Vatican, the Pope said while looking down at his hands. Everyone present inside the room clearly understood the message. Everyone outside of Rio's group became quite tense as soon as Hela and Yachiro Anohina entered the room. Hela simply made her way towards Rio's group and she leaned down and pecked Rio on his lips before she sat down in her usual spot. Yachiro didn't follow Hela's example as she was a very shy woman, so she simply sat down in her usual spot. All the faction leaders have already heard what Hela and Yachiro had done last night and they were glad that unlike the church faction they didn't do anything stupid. Michael was kind of the center of attention for some time, but the others could understand why Michael had refused to help the church faction. Odin finally understood what he was dealing with. True, he had heard a lot about the aid woman, but at that time he had thought that Hela was so cruel due to her arrogance, but he had been wrong. Hela was cruel simply because she can be cruel to others. Odin understood that the kings of the church faction had undermined Hela and it was wrong to such so blatantly, but he never expected that Hela would do something like that to get even. Once again, Odin shivered in fear. Hela already had her eyes on Asgard and she had already given him her ultimatum. For a moment, he had considered that Hela wasn't going to follow through with her threat, but he was proved wrong. Odin realized that he was simply being naive. Asgard's future was bleak if Odin didn't submit in front of Hela. He wondered what the woman was going to do if he continued his stupidity. Nothing good, Odin supposed. For now, Odin was planning about submitting. A lot of Asgardians are going to be angry, so what? He would simply point them towards Lady Hela. Michael was very stressed. He wondered if his father would ever forgive him for abandoning the humans. You looked way too stressed, Michael. Are you okay? Uriel asked in a worried tone. Michael simply released a huge sigh and placed his head in his palms as he shook his head. Uriel, am I even doing the right thing? I mean, we abandoned the humans for our selfish reasons. Michael whispered furiously while shaking his head. Uriel immediately glanced towards Lady Hela. It wouldn't be good for them if she heard their conversation. What would have happened if you had tried to help the humans? Uriel asked softly and Michael finally pulled up his head from his hands. She would have probably killed me and then she would have killed the other angels, Michael answered in a defeated tone. Uriel nodded his head. So, do you still feel bad for not helping the humans? Uriel asked and Michael couldn't bring himself to answer the question. It was either us or them and it is not like your intervention would have helped them. Lady Hela would have still murdered them. In the end, you would have simply doomed the angels, Uriel said, and Michael grimaced after hearing Uriel's words. Michael knew that Uriel was right, and that is why he felt worse. He would have simply doomed his race if he had tried to help and humans, and Lady Hela would have killed the humans either way. Michael could understand that he didn't have a choice, but that didn't mean that he would have to like it. And you remember how the humans treated you when you went to give them Lady Hela's message, don't you? Uriel asked, and once again, Michael grimaced after hearing Uriel's question. That wasn't the first time he had witnessed the ugly side of humans. Humans loved blaming others and they were hypocrites of the highest order. Even after Michael knew about the ugly side of humans, he still couldn't bring himself to condemn humans, especially when their father was quite fond of them. But, what would father say if he were to see us right now? Michael said while shaking his head. Our father isn't here, is he? Uriel scoffed in a dismissive manner. Michael gasped in horror as his head snapped towards Uriel. Michael could only stare at Uriel with clear disbelief in his eyes, but Uriel wasn't done. He abandoned us right after the Great War. We know for sure that he didn't die during the war. So, can you tell me where he has been all this time? Uriel asked, and Michael didn't have answers for that. Don't get me wrong. I also feel bad for the humans. I also hate the fact that we are under the thumb of a tyrant, but if it comes down to us or humans, I will always choose us. Isn't that why you decided to surrender too? Uriel asked, and Michael could only reluctantly nod his head. Once again he didn't like it, but there was nothing he could do about it. I just wonder if there was a better way. Michael released a defeated sigh as he stared towards the game field with a longing look in his eyes. Me too, brother, me too. Uriel trailed off with a similar type of look on his face. Raiding game field. The spectator area of the church faction was quite empty today. Graphia would have been surprised if it was the opposite. Even the ones who were present looked pretty shaken up and scared. They weren't even looking towards the game field. Graphia speculated that these people must have been ordered by the Pope to attend the Raiding Games tournament in order to displease Lady Hela any further. Welcome to the 5th day of the Raiding Games tournament, and today we will be witnessing the elimination round of the Norse faction. Now, as usual, we will be deciding the matchups by using these paper slips, Graphia announced and extended the glass bowl in her hand towards the kings representing the Norse faction in the tournament. The representatives of the Norse faction had been informed by Odin about the latest development regarding the church faction. To say that they were completely horrified was an understatement. Odin didn't want something like that happening to the Norse faction, so he warned them not to pull any stunts like the members of church faction. All the representatives of the Norse faction were Valkyries, so they knew very well that they shouldn't do anything that might threaten the lives of Asgardians. They were also extremely loyal to All-Father. They have heard from Brynhildr that Odin was planning to surrender. None of them were happy, but they wouldn't do anything to undermine All-Father's command, and the lives of all Asgardians were at stake. All the Valkyries representing the Norse faction picked up a paper slip from the glass bowl. Moments later, they opened their paper slips to reveal the contents of the paper slip to everyone. Number 1 Rasius. Number 2 Hildr. Number 3 Helmwidge. Number 4 Grimgerd. Number 5 Schwertleida. Number 6 Ortlinda. After a few seconds, the matchups were pulled up on the magical screens for everyone to see. First match Rasius vs Hildr n/o/vel/b/c/om. Second match Helmwidge vs Grimgerd. Third match Schwertleida vs Ortlinda. I would ask everyone beside Rasius and Hildr to leave the game field, Graphia politely requested, and the other kings representing the Norse faction left the game field after giving Graphia a polite nod. Graphia produced another familiar glass bowl in her and extended it towards Rasius and Hildr. Rasius happily allowed Hildr to pick the paper slip, and she revealed that she was going to face Rasius in a board collapse raiding game. The crowd, except for the church faction, cheered loudly after the name of the raiding game was revealed to the crowd. Hildr and her team tried their best, but Rasius and her team were simply better in every aspect. The crowd was extremely pleased with the match after yesterday's farce. Some of them have heard about how all the churches throughout Europe were wiped over in one night and they were glad. Devils, fallen angels, even a lot of yukais were quite pleased with this development. The church faction has always acted high and mighty in the name of God. They had slain a lot of their innocent brethren, in the name of their God. The church faction has also executed a lot of their kind due to some unjust reasons like falling in love with humans, corrupting humans by fulfilling their desires, and stuff like that. Helmwidge and Grimgard faced each other in a dice figure game. This was the first time this variant of the rating game came up, so Grafia obviously gave everyone an explanation. After a long and stressful game, it was Grimgard who came out victorious. Finally, it was time for the last match of the elimination round of the Norse faction. So, Grafia summoned Schwertleida and Ortlinda on the stage. Schwertleida picked up the paper slip from the glass bowl and she revealed that she was going to face Ortlinda in a one-day-long war. A lot of people groaned in frustration when the name of the rating game was revealed. The one-day-long war is completely opposite to the lightning-fast game and everyone understood that it would be a long-drawn battle. The time limit for this game was 24 hours, as mentioned in the name. At least, it wouldn't be boring. Thankfully, the game didn't last a whole day. The game took nearly 8 hours to finish, even though the battles between the parties were quite long-drawn. The crowd was quite satisfied with the game. It was Ortlinda who ended up winning the game. Everyone in the VIP box except for the Devils and Rio paid close attention to Grafia when she started to explain the dice figure game to the crowd. This was the first time the dice figure game came up, so nobody besides Devils and Rio knew anything about the game. Rio only knew about this specific type of rating game because of his omnipresence. It is a variant of the rating game where instead of long, full team battle, it will be a blitz with limited members. Both kings will roll a hexagonal dice, each and the number added up from both kings will determine the value of pieces to be sent. After that, Grafia took a small pause to allow everyone to digest all the information she just provided. The value of each pieces are as follows. Grafia said with a wave of her hand, and the value of each pieces appeared on the magical screens. King equals ranges from 1 to 12 points. Based on the strength of the kings themselves, the value of their servants, and comparison to their enemies. Queen equals 9 points. Rook equals 5 points. Knight equals 3 points. Bishop equals 3 points. Pawn equals 1 point. Base value. The value of the pawn pieces might vary depending on the estimated value given by the judging committee or by the number of pieces consumed. However, the kings are not forced to completely use all the points. For example, if the sum of the numbers from both kings came to be 8, then the kings could also send 2 knights and have 2 points left over, but the leftover points would be wasted and not added to the next roll. Grafia explained, and then she looked around at the crowd to see their reactions. Servants who have consumed 2 or more pieces of their kind will have the added up value of the piece. For example, a servant has consumed 2 pawn pieces will have the value of 2, or if a servant has consumed both knight pieces will have the value of 6 points. With that, Grafia finally finished her explanation. The explanation was quite informative, so the spectators weren't going to have any problems. The crowd started to cheer even more at the prospect of witnessing such an exciting variant of rating game. The crowd wasn't disappointed as the game was quite entertaining. The last rating game of the Norse faction elimination round was quite entertaining too, even though the battles were quite long drawn. Everyone was quite satisfied with the rating games of the Norse faction, unlike how they felt with the rating games of the Church faction. Well, the games were much better than yesterday, Rio commented offhandedly, and Kuno, who was sitting in his lap, eagerly nodded her head with a cute look on her face. Yes, I loved all the games. I wonder if I can watch them again, Kuno wondered aloud, and Rio chuckled as he started to pat the Kuno's head. You can always watch the games on the TV in our house. The recordings of all the rating games can be accessed from our TV, Rio explained with a grin on his face, and Kuno's face morphed in complete joy, but moments later, her expressions changed and she looked quite saddened. But I don't want to watch the Church faction rating games, they were so boring, Kuno said with a look of distaste in her voice. You don't have to worry about those. I will delete them, Rio answered, and once again, Kuno's face was filled with complete joy as she beamed at Rio. She already has him wrapped around her little fingers. All the women around Rio thought simultaneously. None of them doubted that Rio would turn out to be an extremely good father. They could already guess that their daughters were going to be treated like daddy's little princesses, but they wondered how Rio would treat his sons. They simply wanted none of their children to be extremely spoilt. Well, they still have a lot of time to sort everything before they start having children. Even Nemuri and Nat were barely 2 months along, the others were yet to become pregnant, which might change during the wedding night. Well, most of the girls were thinking something like that, and it wasn't any different for either Hela or Yachiro. Both of them have lived a long life and both of them wanted to experience motherhood. Most of the time, Rio kept his mind-reading powers turned off, or he would have discovered what sort of plans his women were making for him. Well, Rio was not someone who complained about good surprises. Slowly, everyone left the VIP box, and with that, the 5th day of the rating game tournament came to a satisfying end. Rating game field the next day. Welcome to the 6th day of the rating games tournament. Today is the last day of the elimination round, and today we will be witnessing the elimination round of the Yukai faction. With me, I already have all the kings representing the Yukai faction, so without wasting any more time, let's move on. Grafia announced loudly as she extended the glass bowl towards the gathered kings. The representatives of the Yukai faction one by one picked up the paper slips from the glass bowl. After only a few seconds, they opened their paper slips and revealed the contents to the crowd. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Number 1 Yuji. Number 2 Kohena. Number 3 Ryder. Number 4 Son Kunkuk. Number 5 Akahide. Number 6 Voni Benkot. After a few seconds, the matchups were pulled up on the magical screens for everyone to see. First match Yuji vs Kohena. Second match Ryder vs Son Kunkuk. Third match Akahide vs Voni Benkot. After the Graphia asked everyone besides Yuji and Kohena to leave the game field. The Yukai seemed to be extremely competitive as neither Yuji nor Kohena wanted to allow the other to grab the paper slip from the bowl. Once again, Graphia proposed a toss and it was Kohena who won the toss. Yuji could only glare at Kohena while she picked a paper slip from the glass bowl. Kohena revealed that she was going to face Yuji in an object break game. The crowd cheered loudly and once again it was the same with the spectator area of the church faction. A lot more people were present today when compared to yesterday, but none of them looked enthusiastic. It seemed that they have been forced to attend the rating game tournament, which wasn't wrong. The rating game took somewhere around 4 hours to finish and it was extremely exciting. Both Yuji and Kohena were kind of on equal footing, so they went toe-to-toe throughout the match. Both teams had equally destroyed 6 objects and after searching for the last object for nearly an hour, both teams decided to face each other directly. Unfortunately for Yuji, the last object was hidden in an underground cave where they were fighting. Kohena's rook ended up destroying the last object by accident when his attack collapsed the underground cave. That is how the first rating game of the Yukai faction elimination round came to an end. The second match was announced and Ryder and Son Kunkuk were summoned to the stage. Once again Graphia had to propose a toss so that she could move on with the match selection. Ryder won the toss, so he picked a paper slip from the glass bowl. Moments later, he opened the paper slip to reveal that he was going to face Son Kunkuk in a normal rating game. The rating game lasted for nearly 3 hours and it was Ryder who came out victorious. Ryder's team was extremely good in the department of teamwork, while Son Kunkuk's team members were individually stronger, they weren't team players. That is why they lost. Everyone decided to do whatever they wanted and ultimately, all of them ended up getting eliminated. The second match of the Yukai faction elimination round came to an end with Ryder as the winner of the match. So, without wasting any more time, Graphia summoned Akahide and Voni Benkot on the stage so that she could officiate the third match, and once again Graphia had to suggest a toss so that they could move on. Voni Benkot was the one who ended up winning the toss, so he picked a paper slip from the glass bowl. He opened the paper slip only to reveal that he was going to face Akahide in a scramble flag game. Since this was the first time the scramble flag game came up, Graphia decided to give an explanation to the crowd. The scramble flag game is a variant of rating game where the goal is to collect flags that are scattered around the battlefield. Unlike the rules in the normal rating games, the king cannot be eliminated. The victor of the game is determined by the number of flags you have collected. There is no elimination in this variant of rating game, but battles are not barred. The players are forbidden from dealing a killing blow to their opponents or they will be disqualified. The players are free to incapacitate their opponents and steal their flags. With that, Graphia finally finished her explanation and the crowd roared in cheer. The game lasted for a little bit more than 3 hours and it was Akahide who came out victorious. With that, the last rating game of the Yukai faction elimination round came to an end along with the end of the elimination rounds.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.